Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had the Insomnia Strength Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku didn't mean to stay up all night. He knew he wasn't allowed to access the computer without his mommy, but he just couldn't sleep and thought he could just watch a few All Might videos until he got sleepy. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and before he knew it, his mother was calling him for breakfast. While he had been successful in sneaking past her to his room, Inko still noticed the bags under his eyes and the odd face he was making as he ate his tasteless breakfast. "Izuku, are you feeling all right? You look exhausted." Izuku looked up at her and gulped. I didn't sleep well last night." She kissed his forehead. "Poor thing. Your father's side of the family has a history of insomnia, but I didn't think you'd be affected so soon. Would you like to stay home today?" Izuku quickly shook his head. "No, Ma. I can still go to daycare. I want to see Kaken." Inko smiled at that. Katsuki took after his mother, and he and Izuku would prove to be a good influence on each other like she and Mitsuki were. She was sure of it. "Okay, sweetie," she said. "Finish eating and get your uniform on. We need to leave soon." At daycare, Izuku met up with Kaken, who immediately noticed his friend's bloodshot eyes. "Demon, Deku. You look like sheet," Katsuki elegantly pointed out. Izuku sighed. "I couldn't sleep, so I ended up watching All Might videos all night." Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Damn it, nerd. You need to sleep. How do you expect to be a hero if you're too tired to fight any villains?" But I'm not tired," Izuku stuttered out before beginning to mumble, much to his friend's annoyance. "Not really. In fact, I can't really feel anything or even taste or smell anything. It's weird. It's not like when your legs go numb from sitting crisscross too long, but like when the dentist used his quirk to make my mouth numb to take out that tooth, but like all over my dash. Damn it, knock it off," Katsuki yelled, slapping Izuku on the back. However, in doing so, he activated his quirk for the first time, and the explosion not only knocked Izuku forward several feet, but also burned a large hole in the back of his shirt. As the teacher ran to check on the two, Katsuki looked from his still smoking hand to the now exposed skin on Izuku's back, which wasn't damaged or burned like his uniform. Izuku turned and the two were just staring at each other in shock. "What the hell?" they both shouted. "Well, first of all, congratulations are in order," Dr. Tsubasa said. After confirming both boys were okay, the director of the daycare called their parents to take them to their local quirk specialist. After several hours of tests, the Bakugus were called back first, but Mitsuki insisted on having the boys' results revealed together. Both boys have been quite blessed with powerful quirks. However, while Bakugu's quirk is about what was to be expected, little Midoriya's is a rather rare case, Tsubasa said, turning to the Bakugus first. "Little Katsuki has inherited a mixture of both of your quirks, being able to ignite a nitroglycerin-like substance he sweats from his palms. However, Izuku seems to be different from either yours or your husband's, Mrs. Midoriya." "What do you mean?" asked Inko, worriedly looking at Izuku, who was watching starry-eyed as Katsuki made small explosions in his hands. "Well, given what you've told me of the quirks on your husband's side of the family, he seems to have inherited a recessive durability quirk linked to his insomnia. You see, it seems the longer he's awake, the tougher and stronger he becomes. Even his hair became tougher," he explained, showing them a pair of chipped scissors. "However, his quirk seems to reset when he sleeps, as we learned after an hour-long nap, and he began losing his senses of touch, taste, and smell again after around a half hour of being awake." The adult's eyes widened. "So, theoretically, if he stays up long enough, Masaru started. Little Izuku could end up stronger than All Might?" Mitsuki exclaimed, making the other adults jump and getting the attention of both boys. "Wait, what?" Katsuki angrily exclaimed while Izuku gaped in amazement. "Theoretically, yes," the doctor nodded. "While it seems he already needs less sleep than most children his age, he will require even less sleep as he grows and may be able to stay awake for days, possibly weeks, without succumbing to sleep deprivation. Now, I've made a list of various exercises and tests you can each perform at home, but first, he turned to the two boys, one looking slightly more annoyed and the other quite dumbfounded. Have you boys given any thought to what you'd like to name your quirks? Explosion! Katsuki yelled, as if determined to be the first to name his quirk. After writing it down, Tsubasa turned to Izuku, who was thinking hard about something. And you, my boy? Izuku hummed, thumb and forefinger on his chin. He turned to his mom. Mommy, what did you say Daddy's family had? Insomnia? Insomnia, honey, Inko corrected. Izuku beamed. Insomnia strength, he shouted triumphantly. As their parents were exchanging goodbyes, Katsuki looked at Izuku with a steely gaze. Listen, Deku, just 'cause you got a strong quirk doesn't mean I'll let you be stronger than me. I'm gonna train so hard that I'll be able to make explosions big enough that even your numb butt will feel them. Got that? Izuku nervously smiled and nodded at the declaration. So long as they were both heroes, he didn't care who was stronger. As the blonde stamped away after his parents, Izuku barely noticed his mom had taken his hand and the two started walking. He figured the numbing effect of his quirk was going to take a while to get used to. So, Izuku, how about Katsudon for dinner to celebrate? I'll even invite your favorite uncle. Lord knows that man needs to eat more than those disgusting jelly pouches. While Izuku smiled at the thought of Katsudon but then frowned, since he remembered he wouldn't be able to taste it. However, at the mention of his uncle joining them, Izuku immediately perked up again. Can we really invite Uncle Sho? He could help me figure out so many theories I have about my quirk. Like, will erasing my quirk have the same effect as napping? Can my quirk even be erased? What if he Izuku suddenly stopped mumbling when he heard his mother giggling. Yes, sweetie, I'll invite him right after we tell your father of the good news. I'm sure he'll have his own questions and theories you two nerds can bond over. Izuku blushed and grumbled, I'm not a nerd, making Inko laugh again and ruffle his bushy hair, noting how it now felt more like steel wool despite looking as fluffy as always. While not the quirk she or Hisashi were expecting their son to have, Inko was right that her husband was beyond excited when she and Izuku FaceTimed him and explained his quirk, immediately becoming wide awake despite the time zone he was in. While her two nerds were discussing the various tests the doctor gave him and ones they can perform on their own, Inko snuck off to call her disheveled-looking brother-in-law. In a near-barren room, a 3-pod battle-scarred cat was sleeping on a yellow cocoon until said cocoon started ringing and vibrating, making the cat jump. With a groan, the cocoon turned over to show a tired, scruffy face with long, shaggy black hair covering his eyes. He opened one eye to check his phone and then sighed as he answered the call. Hey sis. What's up? He tiredly answered. Hello, Shoyuta. Inko answered, far too excitedly. Guess what? Izuku got his quirk. Good for him. Can I go back to sleep now? He deadpanned. Actually, Izuku wanted to invite you to dinner tonight to celebrate. We're having Katsudon and he wanted to ask his favorite uncle some questions since it's a quirk different from either mine or Hisashi's. Aizawa groaned. Do I really have a choice? Only whether or not you want me spamming your inbox with pictures of a disappointed Izuku. Fine, Aizawa sighed. Mind if I invite my dumbass roommates? They've been begging me to introduce them to the adorable stalk of broccoli. Sure. I'm sure Izuku would love to meet a couple of up-and-coming heroes. Well, I have to go. We'll be having dinner at 6. Bye, Sho. Aizawa grunted in acknowledgement before hanging up. Sighing as he got up from his sleeping bag, he next texted Hisashi and Namuri, who immediately texted back confirmations with far too many smiley face emojis. Izuku, dinner's almost ready. Are you sure you don't want to try taking a nap so you can taste it? Inko asked. Izuku shook his head. No, ma. I want to see what'll happen if Uncle Sho erases my quirk. It might not do anything, but I'm not sure if my quirk could be considered a mutation, and if it isn't, I want to know how long. Okay, Izuku, Inko giggled. There was a knock at the door and Izuku jumped from the couch to answer. However, in his excitement he jumped with enough force to bang his head against the ceiling and when he got to the door, accidentally crushed the doorknob. Uncle Sho. Izuku happily exclaimed, looking up at the tired-looking man wearing black sweats and a long, gray scarf. Hey, Kyuf! Aizawa started and was abruptly cut off as Izuku jumped up and hugged him so tightly he lost his breath and was fairly sure he heard a few of his ribs crack. So this is what Inko was talking about, he thought as he brushed some white powder from his nephew's hair and examined the crushed doorknob. Dash. Shoyuta struggled to say, tired eyes bulging and hand tapping the greenette's head trying to get his attention. See, can't breathe. Izuku, be careful. Inko called. You need to control your strength. At this Izuku let Shota go, looking embarrassed as his uncle began desperately gasping for air. Sorry, uncle, Izuku apologized. It's all right, kid, Sho said, still catching his breath. Just something you need to work on. So, a strength quirk, huh? That's unexpected. Izuku perked up at that. Yeah. The doctor said it was a recess quirk from Daddy. I get stronger the longer I'm awake and I don't get sleepy and could probably be stronger than All Might. Oh, and look, Izuku said, running into another room to grab something. Shoyuta started thinking about how this was possible. He and Hisashi shared a mother and remembered her telling him about her grandfather who had a quirk that allowed him to stay awake for prolonged PRDS of time, but the strength aspect was new. Before he could continue his train of thought, Izuku returned carrying Izuku, why do you have a hammer? Instead of answering, Izuku smiled and slammed the hammer into his forehead. When Sho ran to check on him, he was surprised to not see a single mark on the still beaming boy. Isn't that cool? I didn't even feel that. Inko, please explain. Sho sighed as he collapsed onto the couch and looked up to see the dent in the ceiling Izuku made. That explains the dust in his hair. As Inko began to better explain Izuku's quirk, there was another knock at the door. Running over, Izuku was about to grab the doorknob but stopped at the last second and instead gently turned the already crushed piece of metal. The door opened to a man and woman smiling down at him. The man had blonde hair tied into a bun and wearing a light purple hoodie, tight jeans and yellow sunglasses, while the woman was wearing red-framed glasses and a pink sweater and purple skirt with her dark purple hair also tied back but into a ponytail. Hello, sweetie, the woman greeted, crouching down to greet him at eye level. You must be Izuku. My name is Kayama Namuri and this is Yamada Hisashi. We're friends of your grumpy uncle, Lil Listener, the man, Yamada said, shooting the kid finger guns. Hearing the nickname and recognizing the pose, something clicked into place in the young boy's head and he started vibrating excitedly as he pointed between the two of them. Why, you're the R-rated hero, Midnight and the voice hero, Present Mike, he exclaimed to both adults' surprise. While they had been gaining popularity lately, especially with Mike starting his radio show and the controversies surrounding Midnight's first costume, they were still fairly low in the rankings. How did this kid recognize them in civvies? Did Sho tell him they were coming? Don't look so surprised, Shoyuta greeted his friends. Kid's such a hero nerd he could probably pick All Might out of a crowd based solely on his hair color if he had a transformation quirk that made him look like a skeleton when he's off duty. I'm not a hero nerd, Izuku huffed. At that, Present Mike smiled and held out a hand. Well put to there, Lil Listen. Mick's hand was suddenly crushed in a death grip as the toddler once again forgot his new quirk in his excitement and violently started shaking the voice hero to Namuri's surprise and Shota's amusement. Honey, remember your quirk? Inko worriedly reminded him. Once again, Izuku turned red and looked away from the hero as he let go of Mick's hand and apologized. It's okay, lil buddy. No harm done, Hisashi reassured him, shaking the feeling back into his hand and rolling his shoulder. Accidents happen when you're getting used to your quirk. When I was born, my crying made my parents' and doctors' ears bleed. Izuku's eyes widened and once again unknowingly using his quirk, sped to his room to grab his notebook to ask his mom to write down that piece of trivia and hopefully get the two heroes' autographs. After being introduced to Inko, the adults sat down at the table, waiting for Izuku to return, and Inko explained his quirk to the two newcomers. So, enhanced strength, speed, and invulnerability as long as he's awake, Namuri inquired. Given what Sho's told us about his handsome half-brother, I was expecting a variation of dragon breath or your mild telekinesis. She then pet an eyebrow and gave a mischievous smirk as she leaned toward Inko. You haven't been unfaithful while your hubby's been overseas, have you? Inko blushed and violently shook her head. Of course not. I would never do that to Hisashi. I swear. Sho rolled his eyes. Quit teasing. Hisashi's only been overseas for the past 2 years and Izuku has his messy hair and freckles. Trust me, he's Izuku's father. Our great-grandfather had a similar quirk but it seems to have mutated through the generations. Either way, it'll be quite handy for heroics, said Hisashi, turning back to Inko. Not to make an but out of you and me, but he is planning on becoming a hero, right? Inko giggled. Since he could understand what a hero was, he and his friend, Katsuki, promised to be the strongest heroes. When Izuku returned and asked his mom to write down what Hisashi said on a specific page, he then handed the book over to the 2 heroes and nervously asked for their autographs, starting with Mike on the same page. Both heroes cooed at seeing the crayon drawing of present Mike in his hero costume and notes next to it with words like super load and cool hair, with his little tidbit about his birth underneath it written by Inko. After signing the page, Hisashi passed it to Nemuri. After flipping through several pages, mostly dedicated to All Might, she laughed at Sho's page and the grumpy-looking drawing Izuku made along with what might be Eraserhead's first and only autograph. Finally ending up on her page, Nemuri blushed slightly at the crayon drawing of her first costume and quickly signed it before Inko saw. Once the child was hugging the notebook to his chest, Inko began serving their guests. Before eating, Izuku asked Aizawa to use his quirk on him. As he did, Izuku took a bite, then frowned. It didn't work. Izuku sighed to his mom as she wrote something down on a new page of his notebook. After she was done, everyone else began eating and complimenting Inko on her cooking, making her blush. Once they were done, Hisashi picked up the notebook again. Gotta say, you're quite the lil artist, lil listener. Hisashi complimented the blushing child as he and Nemuri skimmed through the rest of the notebook. Nemuri nodded in agreement and smiled. You know, I'm a bit of an artist myself. I'd be happy to give you some tips if you'd like, she said, making Izuku beam. Really? He looked at his mom. Can Miss Midnight teach me to draw, mommy? Please? Inko smiled. If she's willing, I don't see why not. Izuku raised a fist and jumped in excitement, once again forgetting his strength and accidentally punching a hole in the ceiling. We should also find somewhere to work on controlling your quirk, Aizawa sighed, again brushing the dust from his nephew's curly hair and shoulders while Nem and Hisashi shared a smile. Funny you should mention that, Nemuri said. You see, Nizu will be taking over as principal of UA next year and asked me and Hisashi about becoming heroic arts and English teachers. And wouldn't you know, he's also looking for a replacement homeroom teacher for 1A, Hisashi added with a sheet-eating grin. No, was Shuta's deadpan reply. Oh come on Sho, Hisashi whined. At least consider it. Alright no. But family of staff are allowed to use UA facilities, Nemuri argued. It'd be perfect to help little Izuku dash. No! Sho Yuta shouted, activating his quirk. I barely have time to sleep, let alone look after a bunch of entitled brats. I'm not a teacher and dash. Uncle Sho, Izuku quietly interrupted him, making Sho flinch and deactivate his quirk before looking down at his disappointed-looking nephew. Does that mean you won't help me? Sho's eyebrows scrunched in confusion. Why do you want my help specifically, kid? My quirk doesn't even work on you. 'Cause you're so cool, Izuku said with stars in his eyes. You're not a hero for money or fame. You're a hero 'cause you want to help people and that's the coolest thing. You're like the underground version of All Might. Besides, it's not just my quirk I want help with. If I'm gonna be a better hero than All Might, I need to learn a lot more than how to punch things. While Aizawa winced at being compared to All Might, he was impressed his nephew already knew he'd need more skills than just using his quirk to hit things really, really hard. Also, he couldn't say no to those eyes, no matter how slightly bloodshot they looked. Fine, Aizawa sighed in defeat. I'll talk to Nizu on Monday, but no promises I'll take the Joe dash. Once again, he was cut off by his nephew hugging him, though this time much more carefully. As he hugged the ball of sunshine, he heard clicks and looked to see his friends and sister-in-law taking pictures to his annoyance. Before he could do more than glare at them, Izuku looked up at him. "Oh, can you also help train Kaken?" His quirk makes him make explosions from his hands. "It's nice of you to ask despite knowing I can't say no to you," Aizawa deadpanned, making everyone laugh, and Aizawa's lips curled into a tired smile behind his scarf. "What the hell am I doing here?" Shoyuta thought, shuffling down the hallway of his alma mater to the principal's office. He wasn't a teacher and had never considered becoming one. But damn it, his nephew's eyes were his biggest weakness, with cats and good coffee following closely behind. Izuku and his friend both had strong, dangerous quirks and needed a safe place to practice and experiment with them. With the perk of family members of UA staff having access to the facilities after hours and on weekends, it was too good an offer to not at least consider. He'd meet with Nizu, ask about requirements and perks of the job, and if he didn't like what the rat offered, he'd leave. Simple as that. When he arrived at the door, he drew his arm back to knock, only for the door to swing open on its own. Despite what Nizu will tell people, Aizawa definitely did not jump in surprise at that. However, his eyes widened upon seeing not one, but two people waiting for him behind a large, mahogany desk. The first was the soon-to-be principal and current 1A homeroom teacher, Nizu, who had on his usual smile. "Hello, Aizawa," the unknown mammal cheerfully greeted. "Am I a mouse, a bear, or a dog?" "The answer is, I'm the principal, or I will be, starting next year." The second, who was giving him a fanged smirk, was a tall, green man with large, pointy ears and a white turban covering his antennae. He was wearing a dark purple suit and red tie as well as a white cape with large shoulder pads. This was Ma Piccolo II, the dragon warrior, Big Green, and the current principal. However, he was also Shuta's former homeroom teacher and mentor. Sho gulped and bowed, uttering a "sensei" in greeting. The large man let out a chuckle. "Long time no see, Scruffy." Aizawa quietly groaned at the old nickname. He was thinking about dressing up a little for the interview, but ultimately decided his hero costume was good enough. At least it was clean. He then put on a mask of indifference and took the seat in front of the two. "Nisa didn't mention you'd be joining us, Ma-sensei," Aizawa said, narrowing his eyes at said rodent, who wasn't fazed in the slightest. Piccolo scoffed. "You didn't think I'd make sure the rat's replacement was up to snuff? Didn't I teach you anything, Scruffy?" Shota could admit, in hindsight, he should have seen this coming. Both teachers loved messing with their students, especially him. This was going to be a long interview. Nizu cleared his throat and pulled out a stack of forms. "In any case, we are here to talk about you possibly joining our staff. You have come highly recommended by Miss Kiyama and Mr. Yamada, as well as myself. You are indeed a dedicated hero and no doubt have much you can teach our students. However, I must say I am surprised you'd be interested in a teaching position." Aizawa sighed. "Honestly, I'm here for my nephew. He and his friend have powerful quirks that'll need to be trained, and they'd benefit more from using your facilities than some random quirk gym." As Nizu typed something on his computer, Ma crossed his arms and narrowed his eyes, making the hairs on Shuta's neck rise. "If you're planning on taking advantage of the perks without putting in the work, then you can forget it. Teaching isn't as easy as just telling a bunch of brats what to do before FNG off to go nap. If you want to be a teacher, you'll be expected to give all of your effort into learning to do it right. Got it?" Shuta's mask of indifference slipped, and he found himself frantically nodding in understanding. Meanwhile, Nizu was grinning as he read Izuku Midoriya's file. Insomnia strength was truly an interesting and powerful quirk. He'd need to add him to the list of potential successors he was making for when Yagi decided to reveal the secret of his quirk to him. He then turned back to the slightly sweating Aizawa. "Well, as Ma-san said, you will need to undergo a series of online classes and teaching seminars as well as gain some experience as a teacher's assistant before being officially hired. Both boys will still have access to Gym Gamma during this process under Cementas's supervision. However, I would like to meet both boys before further discussions of training them. I'm up to date on young Midoriya, but what is his friend's name?" Bakugu. "Bakugu Katsuki," Aizawa said, not even surprised he knew Izuku was his nephew. Once again, Nizu was typing away, and as Aizawa cleared his dry throat, Nizu slid a cup of tea his way. Here we are. Not the most creative name for a quirk, but certainly powerful. Oh, I can't wait to meet them. Aizawa looked between the two, Ma's arms still crossed but looking slightly more relaxed. So, do I get the job? Well, that depends, Ma shrugged. Are you willing to put in the effort, or do you plan on napping while others pick up your slack? Aizawa's eyes narrowed. For my nephew, I'd burn my favorite sleeping bag. Ma gave a fanged grin as Nizu clapped excitedly. Excellent, Nizu cheered, passing Aizawa a contract. Here is your contract. I'm sure you will find the terms more than fair. Not only will you have quite a bit of freedom in how you teach, but the salary is more than fair and the job comes with access to on-campus housing. Any questions? Which teacher will I be shadowing? Aizawa asked before sighing. As if it wasn't obvious. Ma smirked. That's right, Scruffy. Next year, I'm back as homeroom teacher. Wonderful. Aizawa deadpanned. One more thing, he said, pulling a notebook out of his scarf. Will you sign this for my nephew? After reading and signing the contract, Piccolo decided to walk Aizawa out, much to the latter's discomfort. So, why are you retiring? Aizawa asked, the silence being too awkward even for him. You've only been principal for 2 years. For one, I'm sick of being forced to wear this diamond suit, Ma said, loosening his tie. If you're ever offered a position of power, make sure there isn't a dress code tied to it. Noted. Second, I'm needed in the field. There's a case involving my late father and I can't properly divide my time between it and my more administrative duties. It wouldn't be fair to the students. Aizawa scoffed. Life's not fair. Better for them to learn that now rather the dash, smack. Aizawa was cut off by a slap to the back of his head. Looking up, he saw Piccolo narrowing his eyes down on him, making him feel like a child who needed his mouth washed out with soap. Believe me, plenty of them already know just how unfair life is. As I recall, you were one of them. Would you rather I'd have reminded you of that fact without doing anything to help you overcome that unfairness? At this, Aizawa looked away, embarrassed. Piccolo then sighed and put a hand on his shoulder. Look, kid, you learned and overcame a lot on your own, but some people need a little more help than others to achieve their full potential. As a homeroom teacher, you are your student's third parent and they need to know they can come to you for help with anything from quirk control to an abusive parent. Do you understand? After a moment of silence, Aizawa nodded and the two continued their walk to the gate in silence. When they got there, Aizawa paused as if about to say something. Instead, he simply waved goodbye to his mentor before continuing his walk home. Being a teacher was going to be harder than he thought and he had some habits he'd need to break, but he'd go plus ultra for his nephew's sake. Even if it meant going to therapy. Taking out his phone to text Tweedle34E and Tweedledumbus the sad news that he would be moving out, Shoyuta was surprised by the time. Despite how long it felt, the meeting with Nizu and Ma only lasted about an hour. Sho was planning on heading home and catching an afternoon nap when his phone rang. What is it, Inko? Hello to you too, Sho, Inko joked. So, how'd it go? Did you get the job? I'm not interrupting anything, am I? Aizawa sighed. No, I just left. Technically, yes, I got the job. Technically, Inko questioned. I have to attend a bunch of online classes and seminars and spend some time as Ma-sensei's TA before I can become an official teacher. Well, that's to be expected, she mused. They don't just let anyone be a teacher at the most prestigious school in the country without some proper training. Anyway, congratulations. Izuku's going to be thrilled. Speaking of, would you mind picking him up from the playground? No big deal if you can't. Aizawa sighed again. No, I don't mind. It's on the way to my place, anyway. How's he been? Well, aside from looking more like you by the day, he's adjusting well. We haven't had to replace the doorknob since last time, so he's quickly learning restraint. He's also been spending his nights studying, though I think he's starting to show signs of sleep deprivation. However, what I'm most worried about is his relationship with Katsuki. Bakugo? Why? He asked. He knew the brat had a strong quirk and heard he had a temper like his mom, but Izuku shouldn't be affected by it, especially if he's been awake since last week. You see, Katsuki has always been competitive and he hasn't been adjusting well to Izuku having a more heroic quirk than him. He's tried attacking Izuku every morning this week. He seems to have paid attention to what Dr. Tsubasa said about his quirk resetting after he sleeps. Shoyuta scowled. What about the daycare or his parents? Shouldn't they have been notified their son was using his quirk on another child? I tried talking to Mitsuki, but she doesn't see a problem. Izuku hasn't gotten hurt yet and she thinks it'll be good for Katsuki to learn he can't win everything through force. And the daycare keeps giving him warnings since he's not physically harming Izuku and they keep labeling his attacks as accidents. Aizawa's eyes narrowed at that. If Bakugo was a little older, he'd understand the school not wanting to jeopardize his chances of getting into a hero school with a record, but this was daycare. The kids didn't have records and it was illogical to not take this kid's attacks seriously. No, something wasn't right. I'll see if I can talk to him after taking Izuku home, Aizawa replied. I have to talk to them both anyway. Nizu agreed to let them both train while I'm a TA, but he wants to meet them first to get a better idea how to train them. Thank you, Sho, Inko sighed in relief. If Shoyuta couldn't scare Katsuki straight, she'd have to step in herself and didn't like that idea. Katsuki shouldn't fear having his teeth pulled out every time he sees her. Katsuki was said. Well, more said than usual. This past week should have been one of the best of his life, discovering his quirk and establishing himself as the strongest future hero, but no. Deku had to ruin it by forgetting his place. He hated the nerd, but he was also his closest friend and Katsuki can admit the nerd was smarter than the rest of the extras. They did everything together and shared the dream of becoming heroes together. However, even at such a young age, he knew there could only be one number one hero, which he was sure would be him while Deku would be the Sir Night Eye to his all might. So how the hell did Deku end up with a stronger quirk? What set him off more was that unlike his own badass quirk, Deku's had nothing to do with either of his parents' quirks. What made Deku so diamond special? Nothing, that's what, and Katsuki wanted to make sure Deku remembered that. He had been paying attention to when Dr. Eggman said Deku's quirk shut off for a half hour after he slept, and even then, it'd take hours for him to get as tough as he was when he tanked Katsuki's first explosion. The next morning, as Deku stupidly walked up to him, Katsuki unleashed an even bigger explosion than the other day right in his face. That'd teach the nerd to underestimate his strength. However, as the smoke cleared, Katsuki's vicious smile turned into a furious scowl as Deku just stared at him confusedly with slightly red eyes. Kaken, what are you doing? Deku asked, as if it wasn't obvious. Katsuki just grunted and stormed away. So, the nerd hadn't slept yet? No matter. He looked even worse, so surely he'd sleep that night and Katsuki would get him the next day. However, the same thing happened and continued happening every day that week. No matter how big the explosion, no matter what angle he took, Katsuki couldn't damage Deku and the nerd wouldn't fight back, like he was beneath him. And then, as if all this wasn't bad enough, he had the nerve to ask if he needed help after slipping on that stupid FNG log like he was some effing weakling. How even dare he? Now, here Deku was again, getting in his way of teaching another useless extra lesson. Fingers and Wings had run away when the nerd showed up, but no matter. He didn't need any help from those cowards. Kaken, what are you doing? Izuku drawled, sounding tired with his lids half open. Even though he looked like he was about to pass out due to exhaustion, Izuku stood firmly between Katsuki and a boy crying on the ground. Back off, Deku. Katsuki scowled, explosions popping in his palms. That stupid extra needs to be reminded of his place. At this, Deku lazily blinked. Oh, and where's that, Kaken? The same place you should be, you worthless Deku, Katsuki shouted as he launched himself at Izuku. However, his vicious smile disappeared as suddenly as his explosions and something wrapped itself around him. As Katsuki struggled against his bindings, he turned to curse out the villain who did this but suddenly froze. He looked up to see a man dressed in black glaring down at him with glowing red eyes and saw the man's hair dancing like black flames. What the? Man growled as he yanked the boy to eye level. Did you just call my nephew? Katsuki's jaw dropped. Shota's unblinking glare shifted to Izuku, who was waving at him, and another kid who was on the ground and looking at him nervously. "Hey, Anka Sho," Izuku slurred, still waving. Inko wasn't kidding, he thought. Aizawa blinked and looked at the other kid, who flinched. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his hero license. "You okay, kid?" he asked, showing his ID while still keeping Katsuki wrapped up tightly. The child quickly nodded and ran away after thanking Izuku. Hearing Izuku's name seemed to snap Bakugo out of his daze. What the F dash, Deku? Since when do you have a villain for an uncle? He yelled, trying to blow his way out of the scarf but soon stopped once Aizawa activated his quirk again and showed Katsuki his hero license. "I'm not a villain, you little delinquent. I'm a pro-hero," he said. Katsuki stared in disbelief at the license before narrowing his eyes back to Aizawa. "Never heard of you, Eraserhead," Katsuki said, skeptically. "That's the point of being an underground hero," Aizawa replied, putting his license away. "Come on, Izuku. I'm taking you boys home." Izuku replied, shuffling over as Aizawa started walking, releasing Bakugo and roughly dropping him. Bakugo got up and glared at them both before following. "By the way, Izuku, Nizu liked your notes," Aizawa said, pulling the notebook out. That woke Izuku up. As he went to grab the notebook, Aizawa pulled it out of reach. "I'll only give you this back if you promise to sleep tonight," he said. Before Izuku could argue, he continued, "I know you've been up for the past week and it's catching up with you. Your slurred speech is a clear sign of sleep deprivation." Izuku pouted but agreed. "I wanted to see how long I can go." "We'll have plenty of time to experiment as you grow," Sho said. Once Shoyuta gave him back his notebook, Izuku flipped through it to Nizu's page and beamed at the autograph, but his eyes widened as he continued until he got to Ma-sensei's page. "You even got to meet Big Green?" Izuku excitedly asked as Bakugo continued stamping behind them. Aizawa nodded. "He was my sensei at UA. I'm going to be his assistant while I'm earning my teacher's license," he said, smirking when he heard both boys exclaim in surprise. While Izuku was happy at the news, Bakugo refused to believe it. "Bullshit," Katsuki yelled and stopped in his tracks. "I can buy you being a nobody hero, but no way would anyone hire your homeless but as a teacher, let alone All Might School. I share an apartment with 2 other heroes and All Might doesn't own UA," Aizawa deadpanned. Katsuki was starting to turn red with a mixture of rage and embarrassment while Izuku held back his laughter. As they continued walking, Izuku started asking him questions about UA and what Nizu and Big Green were like until they got to Izuku's apartment. As Katsuki started stomping home. On his own, Shota wrapped his binding cloth around his arm. "Wait here," he said, Katsuki glaring at him. When Sho didn't react, Katsuki folded his arms and sat on the steps of the complex with a scowl. Sho then walked Izuku up to his mother and explained their deal and how he'd tell her more about his arrangement with Nizu after getting Katsuki home. The walk to the Bakugas was less pleasant without his nephew. Katsuki seemed to be stomping as fast as he could to try losing the hero, but was grabbed by that diamond scarf every time he tried taking a detour. "Damn it, knock it off, hobo." Katsuki finally snapped. "I know my own way home." "Yeah, so do I," Aizawa said. "But I wanted to have a talk before we got there." "What could you possibly want to talk to me about?" "Well, for starters, how about telling me why you've been trying to hurt my nephew since your quirks came in?" Shoyuta said, noticing the boy's fists clench. "None of your business," Katsuki tried, but Aizawa wasn't impressed by the answer. "Actually it is. As a hero, it's my job to keep an eye out for any possible villainous behavior." "I ain't a fucking villain," Katsuki snarled, turning to face Shota with explosions lacing his palms. "Really?" Aizawa asked, narrowing his eyes. "So, you weren't using your quirk to attack someone unprovoked? Because that's what villains do." Sho eyed the explosions. "They also use their quirks in public without a permit." Katsuki's eyes widened before narrowing and clenching his fists to turn off the explosions. "That he was looking down on me," Katsuki snarled. "How so?" "By rubbing his quirk in my face." Katsuki snapped. "It's not fair. I was supposed to be the next All Might, not him. I've always been stronger, faster, and smarter than everyone else, and Deku ruined everything. I just wanted things to go back to normal by reminding him of his place. Aizawa's first instinct was to bluntly state life isn't fair and tell the boy to get over himself, but stopped himself. He could see angry tears forming in the corner of Bakuga's eyes as he glared at the ground and sighed. He had to remember this kid was the same age as his nephew. He needed guidance and Aizawa needed to practice giving it. He kneeled in front of him. "Look, kid, I get being frustrated by things not going your way, believe me, but that doesn't give you the right to attack other people," Aizawa said, trying to think of an example that the brat would listen to. "Well, he respects All Might, so let's work that angle. You don't see All Might picking fights with Endeavor or any other hero trying their best to be the next #1, do you?" Katsuki angrily wiped his eyes before reluctantly shaking his head. "Being strong is only part of why All Might is the #1 hero," Aizawa continued, getting a confused look from the brat. "I may not be his biggest fan, but I do respect him and get his appeal. Unlike Endeavor, All Might is kind, photogenic, and always puts others' needs above his. Hell, his debut was a rescue mission, not some big villain fight. If you don't want to become the Endeavor to Izuku's All Might, you need to get a handle on that anger and remember that real heroes do more than just beat up villains. Understand?" After a long pause, Katsuki gave a grunt and the two continued walking at a much more even pace, Katsuki obviously stewing over what was said. When they got to the Bakugas, Sho was relieved to see Masaru instead of his more bombastic wife. "Hello, Aizawa," Masaru greeted with a bow. "Inko told me you'd be coming. She said something about training Katsuki." Aizawa nodded and followed the father and son to the living room. "I'm going to be working at UA and Nizu wanted to meet both boys to get a better idea how to go about that." Both Bakuga's eyes widened. "Wow, thank you, Aizawa. I'll let Mitsuki know as soon as she gets home. She has a shoot today, you see." "Of course," Shota said, pulling out the card with Nedzu's number. "You can call this number to schedule the meeting. However, I was wondering if I could talk to you alone." "Of course," Masaru said, looking down at his son who just huffed before going upstairs to his room. Once he heard the door loudly shut, Sho sighed. "I think it'd be best for UA's counselor, Hound Dog, to speak to Katsuki too," he said. "When I went to pick up Izuku, I saw him and 2 others picking on another boy before Izuku stepped between them. I had a talk with him, but I'd still like a professional to help him with his anger. Also, I'm no expert, but he seems to be developing both a superiority and inferiority complex." Bracing himself for the response, Sho was surprised when Masaru sighed and nodded. "I agree," he said. "Look, I know Mitsuki doesn't see the problem, but I'm worried about the lack of consequences from his daycare leading him to believe he can get away with using his quirk on others so long as someone covers for him. I don't want my son to become a bully with a hero license. I'll let my wife know this is non-negotiable." Aizawa sighed in relief. "Good. I'll let Nizu know and talk to Hound Dog about both boys so Katsuki doesn't feel singled out." Masaru bowed again and thanked Aizawa for looking out for his son. As he left through the front gate, Aizawa looked up to see Katsuki looking down at him from his window. As he waved goodbye, Katsuki gave a one-fingered salute back. Sho smirked and began walking back home, 2 words popping into his head that perfectly described the Bakuga brat. Problem child. "Damn it, Deku, will you knock it off?" Katsuki murmured as both boys followed Aizawa through the front gate of UA. It had been another week since Aizawa had his meeting with Ma-sensei and Nizu and it was time for the boys to meet the rat. Inko had just dropped them both off and Izuku, whose eyes seemed to have permanently developed dark circles under them no matter how much sleep he got, was bouncing with excitement. "Sorry, Kaken, but I can't help it," Izuku said. "We're at UA, the greatest hero school in the world. The same place All Might went. And we're about to meet Nizu, a real pro hero. How are you not excited?" Katsuki clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Just 'cause I'm not bouncing around like a goddamn lunatic doesn't mean I'm not excited. You're acting like you haven't already met 2 other pros." "Yeah, but Nizu is so cool," Izuku said, as Katsuki rolled his eyes. "Every hero is cool to you, Deku," Katsuki said. Yeah, but Nizu is especially cool. He's the only quirked animal with a hero license. Not to mention his quirk makes him one of the smartest beings in the country. Aizawa just shook his head as Izuku continued listing off facts about his future boss while he could practically hear Katsuki's teeth grinding in annoyance. The brat was already making progress since their talk. He was surprised when Inko told him Katsuki had ceased his morning attacks and actually apologized, in his own way, to Izuku. Still, he thinks Hound Dog will be able to make sure he doesn't regress. Once they entered the main building, Izuku stopped talking and both boys' eyes widened in wonder. This was UA High. The same hero school All Might went to. The hero school they would eventually go to as students. As both boys stood gaping in awe in the doorway, Aizawa snapped his fingers to get their attention. Hey, you're letting the cold air out, Aizawa tiredly said. Come on, Nizu isn't someone you want to keep waiting. As the boys caught up to him, Aizawa prepared himself mentally for his own meeting. While the boys were with Nizu and Hound Dog, he'd be going over his duties as a TA with Ma-sensei, and he had a feeling Ma wouldn't let him doze off. Once they were at the door to the principal's office, Aizawa looked back at the boys. Either of you want to do the honors? He asked, to which Izuku began jumping up and down with his hand in the air. But Katsuki pushed past him and was about to knock when, as expected, the door suddenly opened. Both boys jumped and fell backward at that, but Katsuki was the first to recover and scowled up at Aizawa, who was smirking. As both boys' eyes wandered around the office, Izuku's eyes widened as they landed on the smiling creature behind the desk. Izuku excitedly pointed, making the rat laugh. Yes, it is I, Nizu. Am I a mouse? A bear? Or maybe a dog? Izuku's brows furrowed and he started mumbling. Technically, you're a chimera but share many traits with animals from the mustelid family including weasels, ferrets, and stoats as well as otters, which would explain your tail and paws. Aizawa shuddered as Nizu's eyes and smile widened. Very good, Mr. Midoriya, Nizu cheered, cutting off Izuku's mumbling. I am indeed a mustelid chimera. How did you guess? Katsuki rolled his eyes as his friend suddenly clammed up. He's a huge nerd and likes spending his sleepless nights learning useless shit, Katsuki said, getting a glare from Aizawa and a chuckle from Nizu. Well, I must say I'm impressed. Now, Aizawa, why don't you take young Mr. Bakugo to Hound Dog and we'll switch in about, let's say, an hour? Nizu said, to which Aizawa nodded and led a grumpy-looking Katsuki out of the room. Once the door closed, Izuku looked back at Nizu, who suddenly had a tray with a teapot and 2 cups and a plate of cookies on his desk. No need to be nervous, Mr. Midoriya, Nizu said, hopping down from his chair and carrying the tray to a small table between the 2 black couches in the middle of the room. Please, join me for some tea. Izuku gulped and nervously walked over to the opposite couch. He knew it was, as his uncle would say, illogical to be afraid of Nizu, but Izuku was never good with social interactions and there was something intimidating about the creature that Izuku couldn't quite describe. Would you like some sugar or cream? Nizu asked as he began to pour them each a cup. Izuku shook his head. And no thank you, sir, Izuku managed to say as he picked up his cup with a shaky hand. I wouldn't be able to taste it, anyway. Nizu gasped and gave a small bow, surprising Izuku and almost making him spill his tea. My apologies, young man. I'm so used to conducting business in this way that aspect of your quirk completely slipped my mind. Would you perhaps like something different to drink? It's fine, sir, Izuku stuttered, taking a sip of the piping hot beverage without blowing. And my mom is still getting used to tea, that part of my quirk too. He then eyed the plate of cookies. But, could I please have some sea cookies to take home? Of course, my boy, Nizu chuckled, pulling out his phone. I'll text Lunch Rush to box up another batch for you. A Lunch Rush made these? Izuku asked, eyes wide at the cookies like they were more valuable than gold. Of course. He handles all the meals at you. As Izuku drooled at the idea of tasting Lunch Rush's katsudon, Nizu placed a box next to the tray. Izuku looked inside to see some papers as well as what looked like puzzles and blocks of various shapes and sizes. I was hoping to get to know you a little better by playing a few games. Would that be all right? Nizu asked kindly. Izuku nodded excitedly. Wonderful, Nizu smiled. We'll begin with a worksheet. Since you are still learning to read and write, I'll ask you the questions and you answer them as best you can. Sound fun? With another nod, Nizu began testing Izuku and was not disappointed with the results. Meanwhile, with Hound Dog. This is bullshit, Katsuki murmured, arms crossed with a scowl on his face. He'd been sitting there for almost 10 minutes and the mutt hasn't asked him a single question yet. Not that Katsuki would have answered, but still. You're telling me, Hound Dog huffed while writing something down. I've got 500,000 other things I'd rather be doing on my day off than helping a 4-year-old brat with anger issues. I don't have any issues. Katsuki yelled, explosions popping in his hands. Hound Dog smirked under his muzzle. Yeah, sure, he nodded, writing something else down as Katsuki continued scowling. I don't need your help, Katsuki growled as he balled his fists to cut off the explosions. I'm not a villain and I don't need fixing. Of course you're not a villain, Hound Dog shrugged. And I'm not trying to fix you, whatever the hell that means. I just want to know more about you. Now, do you want to get started or are we just going to sit here in awkward silence for the next 50 minutes? After a few moments, Katsuki huffed and sat back down. Let's get this over with, mutt, Katsuki grumbled. Alright then, Hound Dog grinned. Let's start with your relationship with Midoriya. While Nizu was giggling to himself as Izuku solved another puzzle in record time and Hound Dog was being treated to a rant about how basic kindness equated to looking down on someone, Aizawa was reading the files of this upcoming school year's Class 1A. As he started to doze off while reading about a boy with a spider mutation, a coffee mug slamming on the table in front of him woke him up. He looked up to see Ma offering him a cup, which he gratefully took. How's it coming, Scruffy? Ma asked as Aizawa gulped down his coffee. 8 down, 12 to go, Aizawa answered, pinching his eyes. I get the need to know about their quirks, but why do we need to read the whole file? If anything, some of these comments from past teachers can end up creating a bias. Wouldn't it be more logical to go in without any previous knowledge skewing our views? The way Ma looked at him, Aizawa felt like he just said something incredibly stupid. That I can't tell whether you actually believe that or if you're just trying to be lazy, Ma said, narrowing his eyes at a suddenly sweating Aizawa. By your logic, I would have just assumed you were a lazy punk who stayed up all night playing video games rather than a hard worker with insomnia. No, you need to know more about your students than just their quirks. That'll just lead to you forming biases of your own before even getting to know them. Before Aizawa could question what he meant, Ma continued. Medical history, learning disabilities, quirk triggers, all necessary. As for the teacher's comments, you're right that we should take them all with a grain of salt. Take the kid you're reading about, Yamashiro Takuya. Several of his teachers paint him as a class clown who they believe shouldn't be a hero while his grades and behavior during the practical exam paints a very different picture. Aizawa agreed the student he had been reading about didn't match the student he observed the other day. He was allowed to watch the heroics practical exam and was impressed by Yamashiro. He clearly had a good handle on his quirk and scored several rescue points at the cost of hero points. Hell, he even got permission to use some support equipment he made that let him shoot web-like metal. Wiring from all 6 of his wrists like that old Marvel hero. The kid was a genius, but his teachers seemed against him. Was it because he was a mutant? Before you ask, Nizu's looking into his junior high, Ma said, smiling as he sipped his coffee. Aizawa shuddered and continued reading. Later, as Ma was going over how to prepare lesson plans, a timer on Aizawa's phone went off and he sighed in relief. Welp, that's 2 hours, Aizawa said, stretching as he stood up. Time for the real tests. You coming? Ma shrugged. Why not? I've got nothing better to do. I'll get the old lady and we'll meet you there. This was the best day of Izuku's life. He was at UA with his best friend, he got to play games with Nizu, he talked to Hound Dog and got his autograph, and now he and Kaken were wearing official UA gym uniforms and following his uncle outside for a surprise. Even Kaken looked excited. So, where are you taking us, Mr. Aizawa? Katsuki asked, remembering what Hound Dog said about earning respect by showing it. You can call me Hobo if you want, kid, Aizawa shrugged. It honestly doesn't matter to me. But to answer your question, we're going to UA's PE grounds for a series of tests. Both boys' eyes widened at that as they realized what kinds of tests they could be. While Bakugu's smile grew feral, Izuku started bouncing excitedly again. Outside a brown building, Big Green was standing with his eyes closed and arms crossed in his hero costume, his white turban and cape over a purple GI with a blue sash and round belt buckle with the kanji for demon on it and brown shoes. In front of him was a small, old lady wearing a white coat and leaning on a cane that looked like a comically large syringe. As the three boys approached, the one with messy green hair and freckles excitedly pointed at Ma. "It's Big Green," he excitedly shouted, making Ma's closed eyes tighten slightly at the volume. Sometimes he wished his hearing wasn't so good. "And your recovery girl," Izuku excitedly said, pointing at the old lady who was now chuckling. "I wasn't expecting someone so young to recognize me," she said as the boy ran up to her with a pen and notebook. As she signed his book and was giggling at the drawing of herself, Bakugu was looking up in awe at Big Green. All Might may have been Deku and his favorite hero, but they both agreed Big Green deserved to be the number 2 hero more than Endeavor. He and All Might have teamed up multiple times and even took down Big Green's villain father, the Green Demon, together. However, for reasons Katsuki couldn't understand, Big Green has said multiple times that he doesn't care about the rankings and refused to take part in the system, threatening to quit if they tried giving him a spot higher than 200. Kami, he was so cool, and Katsuki found himself flinching as Ma's eyes shot open, looking down at him intensely. Aizawa cleared his throat, getting both boys' attention. He was now holding a ball with a strange metal band around it. "As I said, we'll be performing a series of physical tests, but you'll be using your quirks," Aizawa said. "Normally, these tests are introduced in middle school and you'd perform them without using your quirks. However, I believe this is the best way to gauge not only the strength of your quirks, but your creativity in how you use them." Aizawa tossed the ball to Katsuki and pointed to a patch of dirt with a white circle and lines drawn in it. "Bakugu, go stand in that circle and see if you can use your quirk to throw the ball." Katsuki nodded and headed over to the circle, already knowing how he was going to launch the ball into space. He then drew back his arm and, from the bottom of his heart, yelled, "Die!" as he threw the ball with the biggest explosion he could muster. As the ball disappeared into the distance, he looked over at the adults and Deku. The hobo was on his phone, Deku was staring in awe, Big Green was pulling his fingers out of his ears with narrowed eyes, and the old lady was nodding in approval. Hearing a beep, Aizawa nodded at his phone. 98.7 meters. "Not bad, kid," Aizawa said. Katsuki's chest puffed up with pride as he made his way back over to the group. However, his good mood soured as Deku started patronizing him. "Wow, Kaken, that was so cool. Your quirk is so amazing. Did you make your palm extra sweaty for that explosion? Can you control how much sweat you can create? What if you stored some of it for later and dash?" "Alright, Izuku, it's your turn," the hobo cut Deku off. "How long have you been awake again?" Izuku said, looking down at his hands as he started counting on his fingers. "Since 8 o'clock yesterday," he said, recovery girl gasping. The hobo then typed something into his phone. "We should probably order you a watch that keeps track of how long you've been awake," he said, handing Deku another ball. "Alright kids, same deal. Don't hold back." Izuku excitedly nodded and ran to the circle. He then took a pitcher stance like he'd seen on TV and yelled, "Smash," as he threw the ball, making a small boom as it was thrown. "What is it with these demon kids and shouting everything?" Ma wondered, rubbing one of his ears. As Izuku waited for his uncle to announce his score, he looked over at Kaken with an excited grin. However, his smile faded as he noticed Bakugu's scowl. He must have noticed it was taking longer for his throw to be calculated than Kaken's. Just then, the familiar beep chimed and Aizawa nodded. 249.8 meters, he tiredly said, shrugging. "It's a start." "What?" Katsuki angrily questioned. "No way. I want a do-over." "No," Aizawa answered dryly, walking away to a track with a robot on a tripod towards the end of it. As the others followed him, Izuku looked back to see Katsuki taking a few deep breaths before catching up to them. He also thought he heard the blonde muttering something, but decided not to bring attention to it. Fast the 50-meter dash, Aizawa tiredly announced. As both boys took their places, Katsuki was looking smug as he positioned his arms behind himself, and Aizawa and Ma shared a look. It's a good thing RG is here, Aizawa thought, knowing how badly such an idea can go on a first try. Yup, this was going to be painful. As the robot gave the signal, Bakugo activated his quirk to propel himself forward. However, this did not work the way he thought it would. While he had a good start, he hadn't considered how to properly balance himself to stay in the air and quickly lost control as he started firing explosions of various sizes and twisting and turning until he crashed and found himself tumbling over the finish line 1 second ahead of Izuku. B beat you Deku. Katsuki tried to gloat from his place on the ground, but found it difficult as he was trying to deal with the pain of a case of full-body road rash. He heard a tongue clicking and looked up to see Recovery Girl shaking her head in exasperation. That kind of trick will take you years to master, young man, she said, bending down. Consider yourself lucky you didn't break your neck. She then planted a kiss on his forehead. Hey, what the he dash? Katsuki started to protest but stopped as he found the pain suddenly fading and the scrapes and cuts disappearing. In less than 5 seconds, he was completely healed and Deku was running over to check on him. Now, I don't want you trying that move again until you learn some proper control, and when you do, I want to be present. Understand? She asked, cane raised threateningly. At his reluctant nod, she handed the boy a few gummy bears. As she walked away, Deku approached with a worried look. Are you okay, Kaken? He asked, holding out a hand to help him up. Katsuki's eyes narrowed at the offered hand. His first instinct was to swat it away and yell at Deku for thinking he was weak. However, he remembered what the mutt said after telling him about the log incident and how he took the gesture the wrong way. He sighed and took the nerd's hand. Yeah, I'm fine, Katsuki said as he munched on the gummies. Thanks. He instantly regretted that last part as he saw Deku's big, tired eyes fill with tears and a crooked smile plastered on his dumb face. He rolled his eyes. Come on, you crybaby. I've got more tests to kick your butt in, Katsuki said with a challenging smile and his hand up for a high five. Deku wiped his eyes and tried returning his smile as both boys clapped their hands together with an explosion and followed the adults as they went inside the building for the next test. Thankfully, the rest of the tests proceeded without further injury. While Izuku managed to beat Katsuki in the grip strength test, pull-ups, and sit-ups, Katsuki was successful in using his quirk to clear the sandbox in the standard long jump and beat Izuku in repeated side steps. All that was left was an endurance run. Unfortunately, neither boy wanted to admit defeat and kept pushing themselves to the point Aizawa had to call Midnight to use her quirk. Hey boys, does the air smell funny to you? She said as the boys ran by her with her quirk active. Katsuki had the desired effect and passed out on the spot. However, Izuku just kept running as he waved at Midnight to the hero's confusion. Izuku, stop, Aizawa said, and Izuku stumbled to a stop, panting heavily. As Midnight approached with more skin showing and her quirk on full blast, they were stunned as Midnight's quirk still had no effect on him. Once the gas had fully dissipated, Aizawa scooped Bakugo up and everyone went to the infirmary. Well, it seems we found another aspect to Izuku's quirk, Aizawa sighed. The adults had gathered in a conference room with Nizu while Midnight was entertaining the children in the teacher's lounge. Indeed, Recovery Girl nodded. My best guess would be due to his quirk shutting down his nerves. His neurotransmitters and ion channel proteins seem to be unalterable, making him immune to anesthesia and other knockout agents, and though I was unable to get a blood sample, we can assume his immune system has made it all but impossible for him to get sick. Honestly, we're lucky he wants to be a hero. In time, I honestly believe even All Might won't be able to hold a candle to him. Nizu hummed at that. We should probably keep that little tidbit out of his file. We don't want the wrong people taking an interest in him so soon. Now, I think we should discuss the boy's training. Hound Dog has agreed to continue working with Bakugo and he will most definitely need help with his quirk. I'll help the brat with his quirk, Piccolo said from his corner of the room. He has potential and between me and Inui, we'll make sure he doesn't become the next Endeavor. One flaming a-hole is already one too many. Excellent, Nizu said. And while Aizawa continues both boys' physical training, I'd like to take young Izuku under my wing. While both boys scored quite highly in the intelligence tests, Izuku's score was nearly off the charts. I believe he would greatly benefit from my teachings. While Aizawa was uneasy about Nizu poisoning his sweet nephew's mind, he agreed to the plan. After physical training with him, Bakugo would train his quirk with Ma-sensei and Izuku would have lessons with Nizu. And that's how it was for 4 years, until Aizawa found a personal student of his own soon after the Aldera investigation. Sitting at his desk surrounded by mostly All Might-related hero merch, an 8-year-old Izuku was muttering to himself while sketching the third-eyed hero, Triclops, in a notebook titled Hero Analysis for the Future. No. He had spent the night going over a few videos Nizu sent him, listing the mistakes the heroes made and suggesting how they could have better utilized their quirks or countered the villains. While some might think it strange for someone so young to spend his sleepless nights doing research, Izuku was always a strange kid. Though he'd denied it for so long, he'd always been a quirk nerd, and for the past 4 years, Nizu had helped him refine his analysis hobby into a skill that even impressed his dad, a professional quirk analyst. He was adding the finishing details to a piece of support equipment that could theoretically help focus Triclops' psychic abilities when an alarm went off. Izuku looked over at his electric present mic alarm clock and sighed as he stretched and shuffled over to the nightstand by his bed to turn it off and get ready for school. As he looked in the bathroom mirror, the heavy-lidded bloodshot eyes that stared back were not those of an 8-year-old child. Honestly, he felt like he hadn't been a child since before he got his quirk. He'd developed the routine of staying awake for the whole school week and resting on Sunday after getting home from UA. While he didn't need all the strength he gathered over the week during physical training, Uncle Sho wanted him to practice restraint while fighting others. At first, he was excited to finally start really experimenting and pushing the limits of his quirk. Unfortunately, to say such a schedule left Izuku feeling numb would be an understatement. Thanks to the side effect of his quirk, he couldn't enjoy most of the simple things he used to take for granted, like the smell and taste of his mom's cooking or the cooling feeling of a dip in the pool or a nice summer breeze. He wasn't devoid of all emotion, still giddy at the mention of a new quirk or meeting a hero, but he was certainly not the ball of energy that he was when he was 4. He was much more reserved, and his uncle had compared his disposition to that of a teenager, which his mom agreed with. She had tried to talk him into a more reasonable schedule, but despite how red and dark-lidded his eyes now were, she still couldn't say no to them. As he was brushing his teeth, Izuku noticed a couple of his hairs had started to turn white. Despite knowing his mom would eventually notice during his monthly haircut, he tried burying them in the wild, untamable forest on his head. Unfortunately, this resulted in uncovering more, and he groaned at the thick streak of white hair near his right temple. "Mom's gonna freak," he thought. "Morning, Izuku," Inko cheerfully said, finishing pouring his breakfast shake into the bottle as she heard him sit at the table. Since he couldn't taste her food anymore, Inko had asked Recovery Girl what people with the same quirk drawback ate and was given a few recipes that provided the recommended daily amount of nutrients for each meal. As she turned around, she nearly dropped the shake in surprise as she noticed the white streak in her baby's fluffy curls. "Izuku, what happened to your beautiful hair?" "I don't know, Mom," he said, shrugging as he casually shook his breakfast. "I just noticed it this morning. Might just be another mutation due to my quirk. Or it's the result of the stress of staying awake for weeks on end," Inko said, crossing her arms and narrowing her eyes. That's certainly a possibility," he said, nervously gulping his breakfast. Inko sighed as she kneeled down to look him in the eye. "Honey, are you sure you're okay? You know Uncle Sho could adjust your schedule if a week is too long." "Yeah, Mom." Izuku tiredly smiled at his mom. "I'm fine, really." After a few seconds, Inko relented and let Izuku finish his breakfast as she used her quirk to grab ingredients for her own meal. After breakfast, Izuku changed into his school uniform and waved goodbye to his mom as he grabbed his lunch shake to meet Kaken and Auntie Mitsuki downstairs. As soon as Katsuki saw Izuku's hair, he burst out laughing. Auntie Mitsuki wasn't much better. "Izuku, you look like a mad scientist," she joked. "Gee, thanks, Auntie," Izuku deadpanned. Just saying, you might want to ask your mom to start cutting that untamable mop a little shorter. Speaking of untamable, is your scruffy uncle still single? Katsuki tooted at this. Damn it, Tag. Quit asking about Hobo-sensei's love life, he said. Under his breath, he grunted. It's not like he'd be interested in an old hag like you, anyway. Relax, brat. I'm just asking for a friend, she said, suddenly sporting a mischievous smile. You know I love your dad's cute but too much to leave it. She laughed as Katsuki yelled in disgust. Uncle Sho thinks a relationship is illogical for a hero to have, Izuku said, rolling his eyes. He was sure his uncle was just afraid of commitment. Great, Mitsuki smiled. Emi still has a chance, and you're sure he's not in a relationship with Hizashi or Nemuri, right? Now, it was Izuku's turn to GG in disgust while Mitsuki reveled in the boy's anguish. Uncle Zashi was like Uncle Sho's annoying little brother while Auntie Nem was a big sister to both of them. No way would he be dating either of them. Thankfully, the teasing didn't last much longer as they were soon at Aldera Primary School. Thank Kami, Katsuki said, quickly unbuckling his seatbelt. Later, Tag. Thanks for the ride, Auntie, Izuku said with a tired smile and wave. Have a good day, brats. Your dad'll pick you up later, Katsuki. With a grunt of acknowledgement, Katsuki and Izuku joined the group of extras waiting for them. While he'd been working hard over the years to get a handle on his temper, these extras always brought out the worst in him. Over the years he'd learned the difference between real friends and extras only interested in him for his power. Real friends cared about you and weren't afraid to call you out on your sheet when you deserved it. Unlike Deku, who he considered his only real friend, these extras were a bunch of suck-ups, feeding his ego with hollow praise to try to stay on his and Deku's good side. Ironically, while Deku seemed to just ignore them, this only set him off even more. Hey, Bakugo. How do you think you did on that math quiz? I bet you and Midoriya got that bonus question, huh? Of course they did. Man, I wish I was half as smart as you guys. It's only natural for the two students with the strongest quirks to be at the top of the class. My dad says dash. Midoriya, your hair looks so cool. Yeah, I'm gonna ask my mom to get my hair done like that. Move it, you extras, Katsuki yelled. We gotta get to class. As the group entered the school, Izuku was confused by what one of the extras had said. Why would having a strong quirk naturally mean they'd be smarter? He and Kaken just worked and studied harder than their peers, that's all. It had nothing to do with their quirks, right? Before today, Izuku hadn't paid much attention to his surroundings during school hours. He was content to just listen to his teacher, do his work and go home with as little social interaction as possible. Now that he was paying more attention though, he didn't like what he was noticing. Come on, Aldra's not that bad, Katsuki said as they were walking through the woods behind the Bakuga's house. Sure, it's a crap hole, but it can't be any worse than most other public schools, right? Kaken, normal public schools shouldn't let kids get away with half the shit I've seen. It hasn't even been a full week, and I've already observed enough to know this isn't just a case of simple teacher negligence, Izuku said, pulling his hands out of his pockets to start listing the day's incidents on his fingers. First, Freaky Fingers used his quirk to poke and annoy the girl next to him, and she gets in trouble for disturbing class when she grabs his finger and he screams like she broke it. Then, that kid at lunch with the fish mutation was clearly pushed by the guy with a metal jaw laughing at him, but the victim was reprimanded for dropping his lunch and warned about being clumsy. The creep who can yank out his eyeballs and his long-nosed buddy have been harassing a girl who can turn her hands into tentacles all week, but when she tried to report them, she was told it was just boys being boys. Izuku stopped walking and looked at Katsuki, eyes narrowed in disgust and fists clenched. Then, there's the sheet boulders for brains said near the end of class today, about his dad believing the quirkless have no place in today's society. Sensei just smiled and nodded to himself as he read his book, like he was satisfied to hear his students spouting blatantly quirkist bullshit. Izuku then gave a tired sigh and shook his head. And I'm not even going to attempt to list all the examples of blatant illegal quirk use the teachers let us get away with. I'm telling you, Kaken, something's up with Aldera. After a moment, Kaken sighed. Damn it, you might be right. Remember those two JRKs I fought last year? I didn't even get detention for that. So, what's the plan? You gonna tell Hobo-sensei and the rat? Izuku shook his head. Not yet. I want to get some evidence first. He then donned a creepy grin that was very reminiscent of his uncle's. Wanna help the principal tie his own noose? Suppressing a shudder, Katsuki gave a feral grin of his own. Hell, yeah, nerd, he yelled as they shared an explosive high five. Let's take these fuckers down. The next day, Katsuki stormed past all the extras, shoving them aside and knocking eyeballs to the ground. While he did this, Izuku made sure his phone was hidden as he recorded the teachers turning a blind eye to his friend's antics. They were gonna see how bad Katsuki would have to get sent to the principal's office. While in class, he slammed his hands on Finger's desk while using his quirk to get him to stop bugging that girl. This resulted in Fingers finally being told off by the teacher, but Bakugo remained untouched. Next, Bakugo used his quirk to launch Metal Mouth's tray into his face. Again, no consequences despite the teachers seeing it. He even started a food fight that another kid whose quirk was having 3 faces got blamed for. Back in class, Bakugo went on a rant about how the strong should rule over the weak and how might makes right. While this was going on, the camera was focused on their sensei, who was nodding along and even complimenting Katsuki before saying they needed to get back to the math lesson. Katsuki was finally sent to the principal when he told Sensei to eat sheet and howl at the moon. As he got up, Izuku slipped him his phone. Mr. Bakugo, please, have a seat, the principal said in an oily voice. Bakugo stomped over with a scowl on his face. He honestly thought he'd never make it here with how every teacher acted like he was a model student all day instead of the brat he would have been if Hobo-sensei and the mutt hadn't set him straight. He slouched down into the seat opposite the balding man, who had on a fake smile. I don't get why I'm here, Bakugo scoffed. I was just doing what Sensei said. And what was that? The principal asked, slightly confused. The strong need to show the weak their place. I'm the future #1 hero, so why should he tell me what to do? The principal nodded in understanding. Ah, yes, I understand your confusion. You see, Bakugo, we here at Aldra believe you students should learn the importance of strength amongst yourselves. After all, the strength of one's quirk defines their place in modern society. While it's alright to remind your peers of their place every now and again, we educators already know our place, serving the strong. We all know you and Midoriya are destined for greatness and we want to do our best to help you get there. Do you understand me, son? Bakugo gave a fake smile of his own. Oh yes, sir. I understand perfectly. Yeah, that place is effed up, Bakugo said to Izuku as they made their way to UA after school. While they could have waited until Sunday to share their findings with their mentors, they both agreed the sooner they were done with Aldera, the better. Shoyuta would like to think he's pretty. Much figured this teaching thing out. Sure, he wasn't perfect, but he's definitely better than when he started. While he had learned a lot from Ma-sensei, he had his own ideas on how he wanted to run his class. Admittedly, he may have been a little too tough on his first solo class, but heroics was a tough job and he believed these kids needed to take it seriously from the start or find a different career. He wasn't actually planning on permanently expelling anyone on the first day, and he was honestly impressed with how hard they worked to prove themselves during his QAT. However, Niza wanted a second opinion on his methods and called Hound Dog in to explain why it was a bad idea to hold the threat of expulsion over the heads of a bunch of over-emotional teenagers who should trust him more than fear him. It was during this talk that Aizawa snapped back at the hunting dog hero and revealed why he believed he needed to be so hard on these kids and was ordered into trauma counseling if he wanted to keep his job. While reluctant at first, he had to admit that it helped him gain some closure on Oboro's death and he was even starting to sleep better after only a few sessions. He still didn't coddle his students and threw them a few logical ruses now and again to keep them on their toes, but he was now more focused on helping these kids the best he can rather than obsessing over their potential deaths if they didn't know everything on their first day. Currently, he was in the teacher's lounge trying to nap in a corner before his patrol when he was woken up by Hizashi loudly greeting his 2 problem children in training. Hi lil listeners. What a nice surprise. Hisashi excitedly yelled as went to ruffle both boys' hair as Snipe and Cementos also got up to greet them. To what do we owe the pleasure? Cementos politely asked. Even though he couldn't see them, Sho knew Izuku was turning red at the sudden attention from the other teachers. Despite how reserved Izuku had become, he was still a child with social anxiety and a great admiration for heroes. We need to talk to Hobo-sensei and the rat, Bakugo said. Well, our resident bum is snuggled up in his usual spot, Snipe said, pointing his thumb at the now groaning Aizawa. Present Mike then looked down at his watch. And Nizu should be popping up in 3, 1 dash. Hello, boys, Nizu cheered, popping up from behind a couch. While I would normally ask what you think I am, you both know I'm the principal. Both boys rolled their eyes at the eccentric mammal as Aizawa tiredly shed his sleeping bag and tucked it away, knowing he wouldn't be finishing that nap. As the others left to give the four some privacy, Nizu and Aizawa pulled up chairs opposite the green couch the boys were sitting on. Now, what seems to be troubling you too? Nizu asked. Our school is F'd up, that's what's troubling us. Bakugo scoffed as Izuku handed Nizu his phone. Me and the nerd started noticing some of the sheet. They were letting some of the extras get away with, so Deku wanted to see what they'd do if one of their top students tried some of that sheet. Took me all day to get sent to the principal's office. As the two pros were watching the videos Izuku took, Nizu's constant smile morphed into a frown and Aizawa had adopted a scowl that made Endeavor's worst look like All Might's grin. After finishing the video of Bakugo's meeting with the principal, Nizu was completely silent while Aizawa was practically snarling with each breath he took. As Aizawa opened his mouth to speak, Nizu held up a finger to silence him as he took a long sip of tea he hadn't had just a second ago. After a moment, Nizu adopted a smile he saved for when he was planning something especially nasty for his enemies. This made both boys and Aizawa shudder. Thank you for bringing this to our attention, boys, Aizawa finally said. We'll look into this further and let your parents know you'll no longer be attending Aldera. However, in the future, please come to us with these kinds of concerns instead of conducting your own illegal investigation. Told you, nerd, Bakugo said under his breath as Izuku looked away while rubbing the back of his head. As both boys left, Nizu hopped on Aizawa's shoulder as he headed for the Weasel's office. There was so much to do, calls to make, evidence to gather, warrants to acquire, potentially an entire school district to burn down. No, Aizawa would definitely not be getting back to his nap anytime soon. Katsuki was tugging at his tie with a scowl. Aldera may have been a villain-run shithole, but at least he didn't have to wear a shitty uniform. It didn't take long for the Aldera investigation to bear fruit. The multiple examples of blatant illegal quirk use and bullying caught on security footage were just the tip of the iceberg. As the deeper they searched, the more examples of academic sabotage they found. While comparing students' test scores, Nizu noticed the odd pattern of points being docked from those with weak quirks despite getting the same amount of answers right as, if not more than, those with strong quirks. While they had gathered more than enough evidence to get the district shut down, it was soon discovered that several members of staff had connections to the Meta Liberation Army, a long-thought-dead quirk supremacist group. This led to more investigations and arrests in other districts designated as possible indoctrination zones. As the principal of the primary school Midoriya and Bakugo had attended was being led out of the school in HNDCFFS, a green glow appeared inside his mouth and he suddenly cried out in pain as it felt like all of his teeth were being forcibly yanked. The man had to later have all of his teeth removed due to the damage resulting in several infections. Now, Katsuki and Izuku were about to start their first day at Nabo Primary School, where it turned out Ma-sensei's nephew would be their teacher. While Nizu would have enjoyed taking over their education, Aizawa had put his foot down on the matter and argued they needed social interactions with those their own age. Their parents agreed, and while Nabo was a bit further out of the way than they would have liked, it was the closest school with a reputation for zero tolerance. As they were being escorted to their class by the principal, Katsuki looked over at Izuku. Deku had taken the hag's advice and had asked his mom to cut his hair a bit shorter so it was slightly more manageable. The sides were buzzed shorter than the still curly but combed back locks on top, with the white streak still prominent. Even though his friend had tried to put on his usual stoic expression, He could tell Deku was crazy nervous given how much he was muttering and how big his eyes were. Guy could probably take a point-blank Detroit smash from All Might, but social anxiety was still his greatest weakness. Relax, Deku. You're acting more jittery than that time we tried coffee, Katsuki muttered, making Izuku jump slightly and his face turned red. I know, Kaken. Sorry, Izuku muttered. It's just, well, this is the first day I want to make a good impression but what a forna class matessere just like Calder Santhian Lyci our Quirks and no we'll always shave each other's backs but just twan things to a friend tanned dash. Izuku's muttering was cut off when Kaken grabbed the back of his jacket to stop him from bumping into their principal as she stopped outside their new classroom. She knocked on the door and at the come in, the principal ushered both boys inside. As the boys entered, their attention was immediately drawn to the tall man who can only be Ma-sensei's nephew. He was wearing brown slacks, a white dress shirt, and red tie. Like his uncle, he had large, pointed ears and antennae but was a lighter shade of green, had larger, kinder eyes and his build was smaller and leaner. He gave the two a kind smile. Oh, welcome. My name is Mori Dend and I'll be your sensei. Everyone, these are your new classmates, Bakugo Katsuki and Midoriya Izuku. Please, introduce yourselves, your quirks, and tell us a little something about yourselves, he said. Both boys bowed to Mori, saying, I'll be in your care, before turning to the class. Bakugo decided to go first since Deku was still calming himself down. I'm Bakugo Katsuki, he said, holding up a hand and letting a few small explosions pop off. He smirked at the sounds of interest. My quirk is called Explosion. Basically, I sweat something like nitroglycerin and can ignite it in my palms. He then puffed up his chest, put his hands on his hips and gave his best heroic smile and proudly exclaimed, and I'm gonna be the #1 hero. After a moment of silence, Katsuki's smile turned into an annoyed scowl at the lack of reaction. Izuku gulped before stepping forward. Midoriya Izuku, he said, in a much quieter voice. My quirk is called Insomniac Strength. I get stronger the longer I'm awake. Analyzing quirks and I also want to become a hero. Alright, 2 future heroes, Mori-sensei said with a smile. I can't wait to see you both debut. Now, please take your seats behind Shinso Hitoshi. Both boys' eyes widened as they spotted the purple-haired boy who must have been Shinso. That I think we just found Hobo-sensei's secret love child, Katsuki muttered, getting a light elbow to the ribs from Deku as they walked to their seats. Shinso was never very social. He tried making friends once or twice, but nobody shared enough of his interests, like talking about his cats or talking about his cats. Then his quirk manifested and while some of his classmates were starting to avoid him more, others kept bringing up how scary it would be if he was a villain. Even if they didn't mean anything by it, it still got on his nerves after a while, so he mostly kept to himself. It also didn't help his attitude that his quirk caused him insomnia. Then, those 2 new kids showed up. When they introduced themselves, he thought the blonde was full of himself but he felt like he could get along with the brunette. There was something about the look in his tired eyes that he could relate to. However, he wasn't sure why both their eyes widened at him as they found their seats behind him. When they were given time to talk amongst themselves, a few others decided to introduce themselves to the 2 newcomers. While Blondie seemed to be enjoying the attention, Greenie looked like he was on the verge of a panic attack. You'd think someone with a strength-enhancing quirk would be all about being compared to All Might. Oh, Cammy, was that quirkist? He was even more surprised when the 2 of them decided to join him for lunch rather than any of the other cliques that were interested in them. Mind if we join you? Asked the brunette. Shinso just shrugged and continued to eat his rice as the blonde opened his bento and started digging into what might be the spiciest curry in the world. Just the smell was enough to clear Shinso's sinuses. Turning away, he looked to see what the other kid had and was surprised to see him flipping through a notebook while absent-mindedly shaking a large All Might-themed bottle. Did you forget your lunch, Midoriya, right? Shinso asked. The blonde, Bakugo, answered for him. Nah, that bottle is his lunch. He mostly eats shakes or some other bland sheet for some occasional solids. Oh, Shinso said, looking back at the slightly red kid. Some sort of special quirk diet or something? Midoriya gave a thumb motion with his hand as he took a swig of his shake. It's more a matter of convenience rather than necessity. See, my quirk doesn't just enhance my strength, but also numbs my senses of smell, taste, and touch, and I only regain them for a half hour after sleeping. It'd be illogical for my mom to make meals for me I couldn't even taste. Shinso's eyes widened. Wow, that kinda SCKS. Before Shinso could apologize for his bluntness, Izuku gave a sad chuckle. That's one way of putting it. Imagine having a quirk that could theoretically make you stronger than All Might but robs you of the simple comfort of your mom's hugs or dash. The feeling of a cat's soft fur on your fingers when you give them head scratchums, Shinso continued, a haunted look in his eyes. He didn't see Izuku and Katsuki share a look before both boys shrugged, and Izuku continued. I can also stay awake for days before suffering from sleep deprivation. So, now that you know my quirk and you've already seen what Kakens can do, what's yours, Shinso? Izuku asked, not noticing the slight flinch the boy gave as he flipped to a clean page in his notebook. It's called brainwashing, Shinso said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. If I talk to someone and they answer me, I can take control of them. While he had been expecting one or both of them to either comment on how scary his quirk was or quietly find another table, he was again surprised by the blonde's simple reply of, "Ha, neat," before going back to his lunch. Midoriya, meanwhile, suddenly looked a lot more awake as he looked at him with wide, curious eyes. Wow, what a cool quirk, he exclaimed, quickly writing something down. It'd be perfect for crowd control and hostage situations. How long does it last? How difficult is it to break out of? How many people can you control at once? What are the limitations of your commands? Would a grunt be enough for you to take control, or do you need someone to respond with words? Does it work on animals? Does it work on someone with a quirk that turns them into an animal like Cow Lady or Dino Changer? Have you ever tried Dash? Shinso just looked on in awe while Katsuki chuckled to himself. Oi, Dad. One question at a time, nerd. Cotton Head can't keep up, he said, Shinso giving him an odd expression at the nickname. Sorry, Shinso, Izuku said, blushing. Like I said this morning, I like analyzing quirks. But, don't you guys think my quirk is kinda villainous? Both boys shared a confused look. Dude, Endeavor's quirk is called Hellflame, and he's the number 2 hero, Katsuki deadpanned. There's no such thing as a villainous quirk, Cottonhead. If anything, it's the name that sounds villainous, and if you're so worried about it, change the name to something like Hypno Voice or something. Yeah, the way you described your quirk doesn't really sound like brainwashing, said Izuku, starting to sketch Shinso, who suddenly had a slight smile. Either way, it'd still be a useful quirk for hero work. Shinso frowned. But, don't you need a flashy quirk to be a hero? Only if you're aiming for the top like us, Bakugo said, shrugging. There's tons of heroes who don't have flashy quirks who still make it, like Manuel. You could also go underground, like Hobo-sensei. Shinso pet an eyebrow at this as Izuku rolled his eyes. He's talking about my uncle. He's an underground hero and they aren't as involved in the media side of the industry. Basically, they operate like real-life versions of Batman or Daredevil. This was something Shinso wasn't aware of. Maybe he could be a hero. He then gave Midoriya a serious look. Before I answer any of your questions, I have 2 for you. First, why are you guys interested in befriending me? Katsuki shrugged. Honestly, you didn't try sking up to us like the other extras, and I respect that. I had more than enough of that sheet at Aldera. Well, that explains the late transfer, thought Shinso. That I just thought you might like some company, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. After a pause, Shinso nodded. Second, and this is very, very important, he said, glaring at both of them. Do you guys like cats? After school, as everyone was saying their goodbyes and splitting off into groups, Shinso waved goodbye to his 2 new friends as he got in his mom's car. Who were those 2 you were talking to, Cotton Ball? His mom asked. I don't think I've seen them before. Just a couple new kids, Shinso said. They're kinda weird, but alright. We ate lunch together and they said they like cats. His mom's eyes widened a little behind the sunglasses she had to wear to help negate her quirk. Really? Well, I'm glad you're making friends, Toshi. We'll have to invite them over sometime. At a red light, Shinso's mom looked to see him thinking about something. Something wrong, sweetie? She asked. Mom, do you think I can be a hero? She was slightly surprised by the question. While it wasn't uncommon for children his age to want to be heroes, Hitoshi never seemed particularly interested after he got his quirk. Before she could answer, Hitoshi continued. It's just, Midoriya, the kid with green hair, started asking me all these questions about my quirk, and he was listing off all these different scenarios where it would be useful for a hero. He also told me about underground heroes and how they don't need flashy quirks, and it just got me thinking that maybe my dream wasn't impossible. She smiled at that. I'm going to be honest with you, baby. Hero work is a dangerous job, especially underground work. If that's what you want to do, you're going to have to work hard and train more than just your quirk. Can you do that, Toshi? Hitoshi nodded, a determined look on his face. Then, yes, I do think you can be a hero, she said, pretending not to notice him wiping the tears from his eyes. Later that night, Hitoshi called the number Midoriya gave him and asked if it would be possible to meet his uncle. He was told to meet them at UA on Sunday and got his parents' permission before going to bed, an excited grin on his face. In your big kitten eyes, Izuku, Aizawa thought, snuggled up in his sleeping bag and waiting for his nephew and his friend to arrive with a new problem child. While he was glad Izuku and Katsuki had already made a new friend, he didn't appreciate them offering his services without asking him first. Since he started teaching, he'd had to adjust his patrol hours and wasn't looking forward to possibly adjusting his schedule further. Still, this Shinso kid's quirk sounded interesting, so he'd agreed to at least give him a chance. If Sho thought he'd be a waste of time, Izuku agreed to not bug him about his decision afterwards. He decided to first test the kid on his situational awareness by seeing how long it took for him to notice him lying near the gym mats. He soon heard voices and positioned himself so he was just visible enough to give the kid a chance to spot the yellow sleeping bag. When he heard the doors open, he started his stopwatch. And this is the PE building, Izuku explained, him and Bakugo leading Shinso inside. This is where Uncle Sho said he wanted to meet us. Hobo-sensei probably wants to run you through some tests, Bakugo said, smirking as he and Deku noticed the end of a familiar sleeping bag. Meanwhile, Shinso was looking around the facility in awe. The cynical part of Shinso's brain had tried telling him not to trust these two. They were from Aldra and had the kind of quirks the staff would have fawned over. No way would a couple of lucky, entitled brats want to genuinely befriend him, let alone help him become a hero. Thankfully, he didn't listen to that part of his brain. Despite the short amount of time they'd known each other, the three boys had become quite close. While he still thought Bakugo was a bit too full of himself and could do without the nicknames, Midoriya was a good counter to the loud blonde, and for all of Bakugo's faults, he was a loyal friend. When a couple of their classmates had invited the two new kids to join them for lunch instead of having to sit with the creepy kid, Midoriya had to hold the blonde back from literally exploding at them. When asked why he did that, especially since it ended with him getting a warning and promises of detention the next time he used his quirk on school grounds, Bakugo just scoffed, saying nobody insults his friends but him. Now, he was at UA to meet a real pro hero about possibly training him. While he didn't know much about Izuku's uncle, not even his hero name or quirk, they had warned him he was a strict teacher and had only reluctantly agreed to meet him. Well, Shinso would just have to go plus ultra and show this guy he wasn't a waste of time. Looking around the facility, he couldn't believe the amount of equipment available. From the different machines to the various weights to the giant, yellow slug to the wait, the what? As he cautiously approached the strange creature, he failed to hear his two friends' attempts at muffling their snickers. When he went to poke it, Shinso jumped and fell backward as it turned to reveal a tired, scruffy face skiing on a jelly pouch. He blushed as Izuku and Katsuki burst into laughter and the scruffy man slowly unzipped his sleeping bag. 3 minutes, 17 seconds. Aizawa tiredly said, standing up and looking down at the boy, unimpressed. It took you far too long to notice me. Also, if you notice something you think looks out of place, your first instinct should be to alert someone, not poke it. Shinso gulped. While he wasn't sure what to expect from the man, he had to admit Bakugo's nickname for him was pretty fitting. You too, Aizawa said, getting both boys' attention as they calmed down. We'll be skipping our normal morning exercises. Nizu and Ma-sensei are waiting for you. After an explosive high five, both boys left. However, while Bakugo left through the door they'd all entered through, Midoriya opened a secret hatch on the floor and chuckled as he dropped down into it. As Shinso openly shuddered, Aizawa suppressed his own. Aizawa cleared his throat, once again getting Shinso's attention. My name is Shoyuta Aizawa, the Erasure Hero, Eraserhead, and I'm going to be running you through a series of physical tests, Aizawa explained, tossing a ball in one hand. You will complete these to the best of your abilities, and if I feel like you're not taking these tests seriously, I will call your mother to pick you up. Like you, my quirk is non-combative, so I had to train myself physically and mentally to help even the playing field. My training is difficult and I refuse to waste my time on someone who thinks they can coast by on good enough. Do I make myself clear? After another gulp, Shinso looked up into Aizawa's eyes and gave a resolute nod. Yes, sir, he said. Good, Aizawa said, tossing the ball to Shinso, who fumbled to catch it. Follow me. As he led the boy outside to the pitcher's circle, Aizawa hid a small smile behind his scarf. There was a hunger behind the kid's tired eyes that reminded him of his own when he had approached Ma-sensei about helping him get into the hero course. The main difference between the two was Shinso wasn't waiting to fail some biased exam to get help achieving his dream. In Gym Gamma, Big Green was watching as Bakugo used his quirk to dodge and shut down multiple spherical drones shooting concussive blasts. He'd spent years perfecting his control over the size and power of his explosions until he was able to rocket himself around the gym with relative ease. After hitting the off switch on the last drone, Katsuki did an explosive backflip, panting once he landed. Take 5, brat, Ma said, tossing Bakugo a water bottle and towel. As Katsuki was gulping down his water, one of the drones activated again and tried shooting him from behind. However, Bakugo dodged and let out a loud die as he destroyed it. You do remember the parameters of the exercise, right? Ma asked, smirking as Bakugo sulked. Turn off the fucking drones without destroying them, Katsuki grumbled through clenched teeth. But that one shouldn't count. You said we were done. I said to take 5, Ma shrugged. You're the one who assumed I meant minutes. Bakugo sputtered before, huffing in defeat and grabbing a broom. He should know by now not to let his guard down around Ma-sensei. You know, you should really work on a different battle cry, Ma said as Katsuki cleaned up his mess. What the FS wrong with my battle cry? Katsuki asked, sounding genuinely confused. Kid, if you're serious about becoming the next All Might, you should know a big part of the ranking system comes down to popularity. You really think parents are gonna want their kids looking up to someone who yells, die, and cusses between every other sentence? Damn it, I hate when you're right, Katsuki sighed as he dumped the remains of the drone in the scrap bin. So, what the foo, what do you suggest I do? Ma-sensei shrugged. For the swearing, just substitute it with other words. As for the battle cry, just try yelling whatever words come to mind. There's a big, blue idiot in America that goes around yelling spoon, and his fans love it. Scrunching up his face, Katsuki finished his water. He then threw the empty bottle into the air. Whamadoodle, he cried as he used his quirk to destroy the bottle. That will work on it, Piccolo said dryly. He then cracked his knuckles and got into a battle stance. Now, let's see how well you've been working on your hand-to-hand. This is quite wonderful, Midoriya-kun, Nizu said, admiring the entry on Shinso. I can't wait to see you boys testing some of these ideas. Also, I see your lessons with Kiyama-san are certainly paying off. Thank you, sir, Izuku said, taking a sip of his hot water. Putting the notebook aside, Nizu hit a button and his desk opened to reveal a square board with a grid pattern and small, round stones on either side, green for Izuku and white for Nizu. So, do you think Aizawa-kun will accept your new friend? Nizu asked, not even looking down as the clacking sound of stones hitting the wooden board in quick succession echoed throughout the office. No doubt about it, Izuku said, looking intensely at the board as the clacking was starting to slow down. They're kindred spirits. Besides, even if Uncle Sho turns him down, Kakin and I will still help him. I would expect nothing less from you too, Nizu chuckled. Also, I win. Nizu started laughing as Izuku banged his head against the desk in defeat. Don't fret, my boy, Nizu chirped as he reset the board. You are greatly improving. I almost had to try that time. Izuku just sighed as the sound of stones clacking once again filled the office. After several more games, Izuku was released and given the names of 5 new heroes to analyze. As he was looking over their profiles, he took the familiar path to the nurse's office. Meeting up with Kaken after Recovery Girl was done healing him and lecturing Big Green about pushing the 8-year-old too hard, they both started walking. So, what did you break this time? Izuku smirked without taking his eyes off the notebook he was scribbling in. I didn't break anything, Deku. Katsuki huffed. At Izuku's incredulous look, he explained further. Okay, I destroyed one drone, but I didn't break any bones. During sparring with Green Sensei, I did a backflip, landed wrong and twisted my fraggin' ankle. Fraggin'? Izuku questioned with a raised eyebrow. That I'm trying to break the fraggin' habit? Katsuki said, turning his head to hide his blush. Anyway, we should go check on Cottonhead. Hobo-sensei's gotta be done with his hazing by now, right? Shinso was on his back, panting heavily after finishing the run. He had done it. Every test Aizawa gave him, he gave his all. But was it enough? Well, unsurprisingly, your results were either average or below, Aizawa drawled, making Shinso's heart sink. I'll work with Recovery Girl on an exercise and meal plan for our next session. I'll also have to talk to Izuku and my brother about how best to train your quirk. That made Shinso shoot up to sitting position. Why you mean dash? Shinso asked. The only way I would have rejected you was if you slacked off or gave up, Aizawa said, offering Shinso a water bottle which he gratefully accepted and started chugging. You've got a tough road ahead of you, especially if you're planning on going underground, but you don't have zero potential. See you next week, kid. Shinso watched as Aizawa walked away and couldn't believe it. He was really going to be trained by a hero. He then collapsed back to the ground with a smile. Not long after, Bakugo and Midoriya were looking down at him. You okay, Cottonhead? Katsuki asked, offering him a hand which he happily took. Yeah, just exhausted, Shinso explained, getting to his feet, shakily. You good to walk on your own, Hidden? Midoriya asked, looking concerned as his friend looked a little unsteady. Yeah, I dash. Wait, Hichan? Hitoshi questioned. Izuku blushed and looked back down at his notebook. Sorry. I didn't mean to offend Dash, Midoriya tried, but Hitoshi cut him off with a chuckle. It's fine, Midoriya. I like it, Shinso said with a small smile as Izuku beamed at him. Come on, Deku, Katsuki said, rolling his eyes. Let's get Cottonhead to the old lady. If we're lucky, he's suffered from heatstroke. That I'm sorry, how is that lucky? Shinso asked, eyebrows raised. Midoriya chuckled. Because, Hichan, there's nothing more amusing than watching a small, old lady chewing out a professional hero over reckless teaching, while hitting them with her cane. As the 3 boys walked back to the school, Aizawa was watching them from one of the windows and sighed. What a tiresome trio, he thought with a sad smile as he remembered another trio of friends. It was hard to ignore the parallels, the loud blonde, the insomniac loner, and the optimistic glue that held them together. Before he could start worrying about them suffering the same loss their group did, his phone vibrated. Zashi, drinks tonight at the Lair W Nem. You in? Me? Will Emmy be there? Zashi, that I neither confirm nor deny. Aizawa rolled his eyes. This wasn't the first time his friends tried to set him up with joke. It's not like she was serious about wanting to go out or marry him, right? Oh, what the hell? Me, tell joke she gets one chance. Zashi, whaa? Aizawa smiled. Maybe a relationship wouldn't be the most illogical thing in the world. Shinso was not having fun. He was tired, sweaty, covered in bug bites. That spray did nothing, and his back and feet were killing him. Who the hell would do this for fun? But hurry up, Cottonhead. Yeah, Hichan. We want to set up camp before lunch. Oh, right, Shinso thought. My 2 crazy friends. This was supposed to be his first official week of training, but Aizawa-sensei had to cancel due to a mission. He was told to try being more physical outside of training, and that's why he accepted his friend's invitation to go camping. He'd never gone camping before, but since it's just the woods behind Bakuga's house, he'd be close enough to civilization if he decided to chicken out. Unfortunately, Shinso underestimated how much land the Bakugas owned. As it turns out, the fashion industry pays very well, and they'd been walking for close to an hour to get to their perfect spot, as Katsuki and Izuku called it. When he asked how their parents were okay with a bunch of 8-year-olds camping on their own so far away, they reminded him that quirk use was legal on private property and their parents trusted they could handle themselves. I don't get I have to carry so much, Shinso panted. While Midoriya's pack was the largest, Bakuga's was half the size Shinso's was. "'Cause you're the one who needs the exercise, String Bean," Bakuga said. "Not my name," Shinso weakly grumbled. He then lost his footing and fell forwards, his pack pinning him down. Midoriya ran over to help while Bakuga was busy laughing his butt off. "You okay, Hichan?" Midoriya asked. "Peachy keen," Shinso grunted into the dirt. After Izuku lifted the pack off his back like it weighed nothing, Shinso lifted his head and tumbled backward when he saw what he almost landed on. "Oh, relax, cotton head," Bakuga said. "It's just a dead squirrel." "That's the 5th one this week," Midoriya said, helping Shinso up and brushing him off. "I'm starting to think this isn't one of your neighbor's cats, Kakin. Think we should set a trap?" "I don't think it's a cat at all, guys," Shinso said, cautiously observing the carcass. "How the foo-frag can you tell? Do you have any idea how many presents I've gotten over the years from my cats?" Shinso asked in a deadpan. "In my experience, cats don't cut their prey down the middle like that." Looking closer, the two others saw what Shinso meant. It looked like someone sliced the squirrel open with a knife. Not wanting to think about this, Shinso shook his head. "Whatever, it's probably just some other animal." He then turned to Izuku. "Hey, Greenie." "Yeah, Dash." Izuku's eyes suddenly glazed over and his face turned. "Blank. Carry me and my pack," Shinso ordered. As Midoriya obediently complied, Katsuki looked on with an unimpressed expression. At first, Deku had to beg Cottonhead to use his quirk on him. Now, he was more than willing to put Deku under any chance he got. "What?" Shinso questioned innocently as Midoriya held him in a princess carry. "You said we can use our quirks, right? Besides, this is good practice for both of us." Shaking his head, Bakuga just continued walking while Shinso ordered Midoriya to follow. However, Katsuki couldn't get the idea that someone was killing animals behind his house out of his head. He'd definitely have to tell the old man and the hag about this. "Phew. That was exhausting," Shinso said, wiping the sweat from his brow after releasing Izuku, who sputtered. "I was doing all the work," Midoriya indignantly exclaimed. "Yeah, and fighting my quirk the whole time," Shinso said, rubbing his temples. "Do you have any idea how exhausting it is to dash? Where did you get that notebook?" "It's best to just assume he has one on him at all times," Katsuki said, unloading Izuku's pack and beginning to set up the tent. As Izuku went into mutter mode and started writing about the experience, Shinso was looking around the area. He had to admit, this was the perfect spot. Not too much or too little sunlight, a fire pit that seemed to get regular use, and a stream not too far away. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad. 30 minutes later. "I regret everything," Shinso thought after being judo thrown for the 5th time. While Izuku was getting firewood, Katsuki offered to show him some moves. "You're getting better, Cottonhead," Katsuki said, offering a hand up. "Your hip check was almost fast enough to counter me. Come on, one more time before the nerd gets back." Sighing, Shinso got into the stance Katsuki taught him. However, before either of them could make a move, Izuku came back dragging a large log. Shinso then dropped his guard only to be once again flipped by Katsuki. "That I hate you so much?" Shinso deadpanned, glaring up as Katsuki smirked down at him. Rolling his eyes at his friends, Izuku added the log to the pile he'd been gathering and walked over to help Shinso up. "Hey, I'm just trying to prepare you for when you start your training with Hobo-sensei in earnest," Katsuki said. "Believe me, you don't want to be caught off guard by any of his logical ruses, though I'm starting to get why he and Green-sensei like pulling them so often." "Green-sensei," Shinso wondered to himself before shrugging and following Katsuki over to the pile to help pick out some kindling for a fire while Izuku broke apart the larger logs with his bare hands. After using a series of smaller explosions to light the fire, Katsuki dug into the cooler and pulled out a package of hot dogs. "I'm gonna go get us some water," Izuku said, grabbing a large filtration tank and heading for the stream as his friends started cooking their hot dogs. Sometimes he was glad he couldn't taste anything. However, he knew he'd be back to missing it later tonight when his friends were making s'mores. As he was filling up the tank, he considered taking a nap later since the point of this trip was to help Shinso be more active while allowing him and Kaken to relax. However, he jumped when he heard a loud squeaky noise. Running across the river to investigate, he soon found a dead rabbit bleeding out the neck. Upon further inspection of the fresh wound, Izuku was sure it was caused by a blade. Not spotting any sign of the culprit, he cautiously returned to collecting his water while contemplating his next move. However, had he looked up, he would have noticed a girl with shoulder-length blonde hair and yellow, cat-like eyes looking down at him from near the top of a tree, admiring his pretty, red shoes. They could be so much cuter, she thought with a hungry, fanged smile as she rubbed her bloody box cutter with her thumb. Later that night, long after the boys had extinguished the fire, she found herself sneaking into their camp. She knew they'd punish her if they saw she wasn't in her room, let alone if they found out what she'd been doing in these woods every day after school. Despite the risk, she just couldn't stop thinking about those shoes and had to make them cuter. The kid would probably end up thanking her and be her friend. As she heard them snoring, she slowly unzipped the tent. However, once it was unzipped enough to peek inside, she was blinded by a flashlight and the snoring abruptly stopped. Jumping back and brandishing the box cutter, she tried to blink the spots from her eyes. "You got 5 seconds to tell us why you tried to stab us in our sleep," said a tired voice. However, instead of answering, she leapt in the voice's general direction and began slashing at the air with her weapon. While she was fast, her arm was eventually grabbed, wrist twisted to make her drop her weapon, and she found herself being thrown and pinned onto the ground. She tried to escape, squirming and thrashing but to no avail. "Nice job, Cottonhead," another voice said, clearly proud. She looked up to see her new friend standing with a blonde kid and craned her neck back to see the purple-haired kid that was pinning her down. The green-haired kid crouched down. "Who are you?" he asked. "And why the hell are you killing animals in my backyard?" the blonde angrily asked. "I needed somewhere far away to feed without them finding out," the girl said, still struggling and ignoring the first question. "I'm sorry. I didn't know anyone owned these woods. Please, I wasn't gonna hurt you. I just wanted to surprise you by making your shoes cuter. Please, let me go." She had to get free. They couldn't find out she was here. They couldn't find out she wasn't normal. The three boys shared a look. "Who is them, and why would they be upset about you eating?" Izuku asked, having a feeling he knew the answer. She frantically shook her head, tears in her eyes. She couldn't tell them. They wouldn't believe her. They'd tell them and she'd be punished and her head wouldn't stop hurting and— "Hey," Izuku quietly said, making her look up at him. He was looking at her with a kind, understanding smile. "It's okay. You don't have to be afraid. Is it because of your quirk?" After a few seconds, she nodded. I need blood," she said, guiltily. "And your parents won't let you have any?" the guy on top of her asked. She shook her head. It's not normal to want blood. Boo, but if I don't get any, my head starts to hurt and I hear things and think about things I don't wanna and dash." Suddenly, her mind fogged over and the purple-haired guy was off her back. "Sleep," his tired voice echoed in her head. And just like that, she was asleep. "But alright, she's pretty cute," Sho admitted as he stroked the fluffy white fur of the albino skunk curled up in his lap. "See? I told you you'd love Blossom," Ms. Joke said as she played with another skunk on the floor of the cafe. While a late-night skunk cafe wouldn't have been Sho's first choice for their second official date, he could see why this place was Emmy's favorite animal cafe. It was a nice place to relax before his mission tomorrow. Unfortunately, it seemed he was enjoying himself a bit too much for the universe's liking because his phone started ringing. Checking the ID, he groaned at seeing Bakuga's name. Knowing the brat had a sleep schedule he rigidly abided by, he knew this couldn't be good. Bakugu, what dash. Yeah, you told me you were going, oh wait, how many dead animals? That last part made Emmy look up from the round belly she was rubbing. Wait, you all knew it was a knife wound but didn't think to. He then sighed at whatever the person on the other end said and began rubbing his eyes. Okay, fine. What happened next? Oh, wait, Shinso did? Really? And you're sure it was all on private land? Okay, where are you now? Your place? And she's still asleep, but okay. Call the police and ask for a man named Tsukachi. Tell them Eraser's calling in a favor and to contact me. Alright, bye. Running a hand down his face and tiredly sighing, Sho gave Blossom a few final pats before pushing her off his lap, much to her displeasure. Sorry, Em, but I gotta go, Sho said, grabbing his jacket. Everything okay? Emmy asked, getting up while the skunk she had been playing with was trying to get her attention again. Just my nephew and his friends making my life harder, Sho sighed, heading for the door. Mind if I tag along? Emmy asked, to which Sho shrugged. If you can keep up, he smirked, jumping and using his scarf to grab onto a nearby fire escape to help fling himself to the top of the building. Grinning, Emmy ripped off the bottom half of her dress to reveal the baggy shorts of her hero costume. She then tapped her heels together twice to reveal the hidden springs in her boots and bounced in place to gain some momentum before launching herself after her man. Toga Himiko, Tsukachi said, handing a file to Aizawa. They were at a hospital, waiting outside Toga's room for her to wake up on her own. 10 years old and only child to a well-respected family. Officially her quirk is classified as a minor cat mutation. While the doctors say she shows some signs of minor malnutrition, there's no mention anywhere about any special dietary requirements. So, either she's lying, Aizawa started, flipping through the file. Or her parents are, Emmy finished, a scowl on her face that Sho thought looked out of place. It could also be psychological, Tsukachi shrugged. Using a quirk as an excuse for violent urges isn't uncommon. Sho sighed. Well, we won't know for sure until the kid wakes up. Did the boys' statements clear? Yep, they're all in the clear, Tsukachi nodded. Shinso used his quirk with prior permission from the Bakugas, and the other two backed up the story that he only used it to calm Toga down. However, you should probably have a talk with them about handling these kinds of situations on their own. What's the point? Sho scoffed. They didn't listen after they blew the whistle on Aldra, and Shinso's already starting to pick up their bad habits. Emmy choked on her coffee. Tea they helped take down Aldra? Bakugu and Izuku did, yes, Sho said, smirking into his scarf. Didn't I mention that? As she pouted, Sho continued talking to the detective. So, where are the boys? The cafeteria, Tsukachi said, pointing a thumb down the hall. The Shinsos took their son home already, but Izuku and Katsuki are waiting for you with the Bakugas and Midoriya-san. Nodding, Aizawa left, followed by Joke as Tsukachi went back into Toga's room to wait for her to wake. Ooh, already introducing me to your family, Emmy teased. How sudden. Don't you think we ought to slow down a bit? Says the girl who asked me to marry her the day we met, Sho scoffed. Besides, my nephew's been dying to meet you. He has a few questions about your quirk. Fanboy, Joke beamed. Can't wait to meet him. Oh, you poor fool, Aizawa thought. Tsukachi looked up from his paperwork when he heard the shuffling of hospital sheets. Toga was starting to wake up, and while he'd normally have to wait for her parents to question her, the boy's statements about her behavior gave him reasonable suspicion about the girl's living situation. He inched his chair closer to her bed and got out his notebook and pen. Hello, Miss Toga, Tsukachi said softly as her eyes fluttered open. How are you feeling? Quirk, where dash. She groggily began but stopped as she started to realize this wasn't her bedroom. Her eyes suddenly widened in panic as she tightly gripped her sheets, and Tsukachi put up his hands in a placating manner. It's all right, he said. You're okay. Nobody's going to hurt you. My name is Detective Tsukachi, and I just want to ask you some questions about tonight. Okay? Toga timidly nodded, eyes narrowed as she examined her sheets. Before we begin, I'm legally required to inform you that my quirk is called lie detector, meaning I can tell when someone's lying. This made her eyes shoot up. Wine, as long as I tell you the truth, you'll believe me, she asked, almost desperately. As long as it's the truth, he nodded with a friendly smile. He saw the girl start to tear up and handed her a tissue. Let's begin with an easy question. Tsukachi started, readying his pen. What is your quirk? Himiko looked away. Then my parents said to say I have a cat mutation, she timidly said, pointing to her eyes. Odd phrasing, Tsukachi thought, writing it down. And is that all your quirk is? The eyes and fangs? Why yes. But Tsukachi slightly twitched at that and looked up at her. She was watching him intensely, likely testing to see if his quirk really could pick up lies. Why did your parents want you to lie about your quirk? He asked and noticed the girl's eyes widened. She then looked down guiltily. Because my quirk makes me a monster, she said, once again tearing up and scowling. My parents wanted a normal child with a normal quirk. Does your real quirk involve consuming blood? Tsukachi asked as he handed the girl another few tissues. She nodded. When I drink someone's blood, I can become them. I found out about it when my cousin got a pee paper cut. I just looked so pretty and yummy, and before I could stop myself, I was skiing on his finger until someone had to pull me off. I noticed my hands looked different and ran to a mirror to see his face melting off of me. Melting? When my Q quirk wears off, the skin, clothes, everything that made me look like someone else turns into gray sludge. It's kinda gross and so not cute. The boys said you told them you needed blood or you suffer from headaches, correct? Yes. Do your parents know this? Himiko scoffed. They wouldn't believe me. Some quack told them it was just psychological, and they couldn't take me to a quirk specialist because that would reveal my real quirk. Tsukachi was gripping his notebook a little tighter. Did these people really value their reputation as a normal family over their daughter's mental and physical health? This poor girl and the rest of society was lucky the boys encountered her before she had a complete mental breakdown. Please don't make me go back with them, she said, almost pleadingly. Miss Toga, Himiko, I can assure you that I will do my best to make sure you will never have to live with the Togas ever again, Tsukachi reassured her, to which she smiled hopefully. After a few more questions, Tsukachi left the room to let Himiko get back to sleep. He was ready to start a report on the Togas and call a quirk specialist when his phone rang. Detective Tsukachi, he answered. Detective, the Togas are here, the voice on the other line said. You said not to let them see their daughter until you spoke to them. Thank you, Sansa. I'll be right there, he said. After everything Himiko told him, he was going to make sure he kept his promise. Miss Himiko, there's a couple visitors here to see you. Would it be all right for them to speak to you? The nurse asked. After the girl sitting crisscross on her bed watching cartoons and happily skiing on a blood bag nodded, a shaggy-looking man in black with his long hair tied back in a ponytail and a smiling lady with seafoam green hair entered the room. It's been a little over a week since she was admitted and Himiko was feeling and looking so much better. The hospital's court counselor had confirmed her need for blood wasn't merely psychological and that it didn't have to be human, though she needed less if it was. She had also asked the staff and any visitors to call her by her given name since cutting ties with the Togas. Hello to Himiko, the shaggy man with the scarf said. My name is Aizawa Shoyuda and this is Fukukado Emi, a.k.a. the Smile Hero, Ms. Joke. How ya doing, kiddo? Fukukado asked, sitting at the foot of the bed and smiling. Keepin' a positive attitude? After a brief pause, Himiko snorted at the bad pun while Sho groaned. Really, Emi? Oh, lighten up, Sho, Emi said, nudging him with her elbow and winking at the girl. No need to be negative. Ugh, Sho ummed, pinching the bridge of his nose as Emi burst into laughter and Himiko started giggling. But seriously, how are you, kid? Emi asked, wiping a tear from her eye. Doing fine, I guess, Himiko shrugged with a small smile. The court counselor here is nice and I haven't had a headache since I started getting regular blood bags. Yeah, Sho's the same way with his jelly pouches, Emi joked. Anyway, Sho said, ignoring the comment, we're here to talk to you about your upcoming living situation after you testify against the Togas. Suddenly, Himiko looked a little more glum. The lady from the CGC said I'd have to go into the foster system. Honestly, I don't care where I end up as long as I'm far away from the Togas. Placing a hand on Himiko's, Ms. Joke looked at her with a sympathetic smile. How about living with us? Really? Himiko asked, eyes wide. But why? Why not? Emmy casually shrugged. All UA teachers are licensed to foster, we have plenty of space, and I'm an adventurous foodie, so it'll be fun trying different blood-based dishes. Besides, I know firsthand how shady some foster homes can be behind closed doors. Sho raised an eyebrow at that, but Himiko tearfully jumped into Emi's arms before he could comment. Thank you, Fukukado-san, Himiko said, face buried in Emi's now wet shoulder. Call me Emmy, Emmy said, her own eyes starting to water. I didn't know you were a foster child, said Izawa from the passenger seat of Emi's Volkswagen Beetle, nicknamed the Jokeswagon. Yeah, my birth mom was young when she had me and the BSRD who knocked her up refused to take responsibility. Emmy said. Sorry, Sho said, looking away and rubbing the back of his neck. Emmy just shrugged. Meh, don't be. My experience wasn't nearly as bad as some of the stories my foster siblings told me. My parents adopted me when I was a little younger than Himiko and I never blamed my mom for giving me up. I even met her a couple years ago and we've kept in touch. So, what about you? What about me? Izawa asked, raising an eyebrow. I mean, what was your family situation growing up? I met your curious, mumbling nephew, but you never told me whether you were related to Greenie through his mom or dad. I'm Izuku's uncle through my workaholic older half-brother, Hisashi, Sho sighed. And no, I don't mean present Mike. They just have similar names. At Emi's motioning for him to continue, Sho just shrugged. There's not much of a story there. Hisashi's dad and our mom divorced when he was about 9 and she soon after met and married my dad and had me within the year. He wasn't the worst big brother in the world, but we still got on each other's nerves. Imagine sharing a room with someone who mutters in their sleep. Was Hisashi like Izuku as a kid? Emi asked, to which Shota scoffed. You kidding? The only difference between the two is Hisashi was never interested in being a hero. Dragon breath isn't quite as strong as it sounds and he'd always complain about getting a dry throat whenever he used it. No, while Izuku's planning on using his analysis to help him become the #1 hero, Hisashi devoted all his time and effort to becoming the world's #1 quirk analyst. He even figured out the reason my hair floats while my quirk's activated is so it doesn't obscure my vision. So that's why it does that, Emi exclaimed, smacking the steering wheel and making Sho jump. She sheepishly apologized at his glare and it wasn't long before they were at Emi's place near Ketsubutsu. Are you still sure about this? Emi asked as she and Sho started loading the boxes from her apartment into the truck provided by UA. Don't get me wrong, I'm still all for working at UA and fostering Himiko together, but the suggestion coming from you was just so surprising. Hell, just about everything you've done since we became official has gone against all logic, your first love. Sho sighed as he retied his hair back. First, thanks in part to my therapist, I've recently come to the realization that living life as logically as I had been wasn't really living much. It's not the kind of life Oboro would have wanted for me. Second, we may not have been officially dating for very long, but we've known each other long enough that I think we both know we're in this for the long haul. And third, he got down on one knee and pulled a small, black box out of his pocket, opening it to reveal a ring that resembled 2 cats holding a diamond, stunning Emi. Against all logic, I love you, bad jokes and all. Fukukado Emi, will you marry me? After what seemed like an eternity, Emi burst into laughter and tears, tackling Shota to the ground and kissing him while shouting yes, over and over again. And Sho laughed with her, not knowing whether it was because of her quirk or if he was just that happy and certainly not caring. Congratulations, buddy. Hisashi screamed. Even with his quirk cancelled, his squeal of joy was loud enough to shake every window on UA's campus. As he was being squeezed by Zashi in a constrictor-like hug and Emi was giddily showing off her ring to Nemuri and the rest of staff, Sho was cursing the weasel. He should have known Nizu wouldn't keep his mouth shut. This meeting was supposed to be to introduce Emi to the staff as the future second-year hero informatics teacher, but the weasel decided to start off the meeting by congratulating them on their engagement and fostering of Himiko. Never thought I'd see the day, Snipe commented, ectoplasm and Cementos nodding in agreement. Zashi, Sho tried. Can't breath. Ahem, Nizu cleared his throat, making Mike drop a gasping Aizawa. Now that congratulations are out of the way, let's discuss Miss Fukukado's duties as Miss Ito's Ta while she finishes her final year with us. Rubbing his ribs, Sho took his seat next to Emi. As Nizu began the meeting in earnest, Emi placed her hand on his and in response to her kind smile, he gave her a tired one of his own. Despite the rational, logical part of his brain arguing against his recent decisions, he was glad he decided to ignore it for a change. For the first time since Oboro's death, Sho was honestly, truly happy. After the camping fiasco, the boys' parents agreed it would be for the best if they spent their rest days at each other's houses for the foreseeable future. Today, they were relaxing at Shinso's. As it turned out, Hitoshi had other interests outside of cats and the boys were reading some of his pre-Quirk American comics. "Dude, I can't believe your parents let you read some of these," Izuku said, admiring Shinso's bookshelf. "I mean, my mom would kill me if she caught me reading something like Punisher Max." Hitoshi shrugged while sitting on his bed and stroking the purple Cornish Rex napping next to him. "My parents trust me and blood and gore just doesn't freak me out. You can partly thank Beerus the Destroyer here for that. You have no idea how long it took for him to stop drawing blood when me or my parents went to pet him." Speaking of blood, Hobo-sensei and Clown-sensei are bringing the bloodsucker home today, right? Katsuki asked without looking up from the Immortal Hulk TPB he was reading. "I don't think she'd appreciate being called a bloodsucker, Kaken," Izuku dryly said, trying to decide between a Batman or Superman trade. "Fine, are they bringing home Fangs today?" Katsuki corrected, rolling his eyes. "Yeah, they were supposed to bring her home yesterday, but Uncle Sho said one more night at the hospital would be for the best after her meltdown in the courtroom," Izuku said with a sour expression. "I still can't believe her parents were bad enough to trigger a panic attack at the sight of them. I still can't believe Aizawa-sensei and Ms. Joke are a thing, let alone going to be raising a kid together," Hitoshi said, not pausing his petting of Beerus as he continued reading an old issue of Radiant Black with one hand. "I was more surprised he was the one who asked her to marry him," Izuku said. "Anyway, Uncle Sho said he wanted us to wait till tomorrow to officially introduce us so she can spend today settling in. I'm also not allowed to ask her about her quirk yet, so I'm counting on you guys to stop me from going into a mutter storm." "Like either of us have any chance of stopping you from doing anything," Shinso muttered under his breath. "Makes sense, I guess," Katsuki shrugged from his spot on the floor. "I mean, we all saw her freaking out about her quirk while Baggy Eyes was pinning her to the ground. Do I prefer Baggy Eyes to Cottonhead?" Shinso wondered to himself until he heard a crash. "The F-dash?" Katsuki exclaimed. "Damn it, Kampa, that better not have been the treat jar again," Shinso tiredly muttered to himself as he got up to check on the noise. As the now awake Beerus glared at the two remaining boys like he would destroy them if they approached, Izuku looked up from his Batman to smirk at Katsuki. "That's another 10, Kaken." "Damn it," Katsuki grumbled, getting into position. He was regretting telling his friends about his challenge to do 10 push-ups for every swear. Just as he was finishing his set, Shinso came back carrying another purple Cornish Rex, though this one was rather overweight. "Either of you guys want a cat with an eating disorder?" Shinso dryly joked, plopping Kampa down on the bed and sitting between his two cats before they could do more than make annoyed noises at each other. Himiko still couldn't believe this was her life now. After almost 6 years of trying to suppress her urges to avoid upsetting her parents the Togas, it was so surreal to not only be allowed to drink blood, but even encouraged to. Now, she was gulping down blood bags like Aizawa gulped down those gross jelly pouches. "You okay back there, kiddo?" Emi asked from the driver's seat of her totally cute Jokeswagon. "Why yeah," Himiko responded, pausing her chewing on the ear of the green bunny stress toy she was given so she would stop making her bottom lip and cheek bleed. "Just, a little anxious." "That's only logical," Sho said with a nod, eyes closed and arms crossed. "Your life has changed so much in such a short amount of time. I'd be more surprised if you weren't a little anxious." This past week has been like a dream," Himiko said, before shuddering slightly. Except for yesterday. I just keep feeling like I'll eventually wake up locked in that room with an aching head. Don't worry, kiddo, Emmy said, confidently as she tightly gripped the wheel. I promise, yesterday was the last time you'll ever have to see the togas. I hope so, Himiko said quietly as she continued to absent-mindedly gnaw on the ear. Tell you what, how about we spend tonight getting you comfortable and we can have a girls' day out tomorrow to buy some decorations for your room, Emmy proposed, to which Himiko excitedly nodded and grinned, fangs on full display. Sho smiled to himself. A relaxing night before his patrol sounded nice. Meanwhile, at the on-campus residence of Aizawa Shota and Fukukado Emmy. Artiste, is the banner finished? Mike called out. Finished and handing up, Blondie, Yue's visual art teacher declared with a thumbs up. Looking up at her work, Mike grinned and returned the thumbs up. Perfect. Now, all we need is Lunch Rush to bring the dash. Behind ya. Hot. Lunch Rush said, carrying a large pot and being followed by several robots carrying different dishes. 2 minutes, 17 seconds, Yamada, Nizu cheerfully announced from the couch where he was tracking the Jokeswagon on his phone and petting a one-eyed, white kitten with a scar like his own named Nettie. I think we're all set, Zashi, Midnight said as she and an out-of-costume 13 finished tying balloons to a banister. Mike grinned and clapped his hands. Places, people. Let's give this kid a plus ultra UA welcome. Yeah. God damn it, Hizashi, Sho muttered under his breath as they exited the car. Standing outside his and Emmy's new house and grinning like idiots was almost the entire staff of UA in civilian clothes. Welcome home, Himiko, everyone shouted, matching the large, colorfully animated banner hanging above them. I thought you told them no surprise parties, Emmy whispered a little nervously as Himiko's grip on her hand tightened. I did, Sho said, glaring at Hizashi and Nemuri. Meanwhile, Himiko was eyeing the approaching blonde and Violet with caution. Emmy, who are these people? Himiko whispered, moving a little closer to her guardian. These are some of our co-workers, Emmy calmly explained. We were planning on introducing you to them after you were finished settling in, Aizawa said, still glaring but now activating his quirk, but it appears our irrational friends had other plans. You never said no parties, Mike said, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. Just no surprise parties. How is this not a surprise party? We didn't all yell surprise? Come on, Sho, Midnight said, smiling kindly at Himiko. You can't blame us for being excited to meet such a cutie. That made Himiko blush. You really think I'm cute? She asked, smiling hopefully. Of course we do, lil listener, Hizashi chimed in. Especially that beautiful smile. Now come on. Lunch Rush has been dying to meet you. After all, it's not every day he gets to experiment with blood-based dishes, Nemuri said with a wink. Seeing the girl sniff the air and begin to drool, Emmy chuckled and gave her a nudge towards the two heroes. Go ahead, sweetie, Emmy said. Sho and I will be right behind you. Grinning even wider, Himiko excitedly took Nemuri and Hizashi's hands and the two led her inside to introduce the girl to their friends. As the couple started emptying the car, a red convertible pulled up and a large man with gray hair and prominent bottom canines hopped out of the driver's seat. Sorry I'm late, Vlad King apologized, holding up a bandaged palm. Had an emergency while walking Jabba. You two need any help? No, but thanks, Can, Emmy said, she and Sho holding up 2 bags and the green rabbit Himiko had dropped in her excitement. Himi didn't really have a lot she wanted to bring. Poor kid, Ken said, shaking his head and walking with the couple. It never ceases to amaze me how closed-minded some people could still be in a world of quirks. And just so you know, I was against the party but was outvoted. Didn't stop you from showing up, Aizawa said, to which Vlad chuckled, guiltily. Well, Lunch Rush asked for a few of my mom's old recipes, he said. She had similar dietary requirements to Himiko that I fortunately didn't inherit, but I still miss those dishes from time to time. Her Taiwanese blood cakes were out of this world. I'll take your word for it, Sho said dryly. Oh, no you don't, Emmy immediately said, playfully bumping up against him. We made a promise to support her and if I gotta eat bloody pancakes to do that, so do you. Blood platter, Vlad dreamily said, liking his lips. Smothered in homemade lingonberry jam and served with venison, the perfect way to start the day. That okay, I might not be that daring, Emmy nervously chuckled while Sho rolled his eyes. Inside, while the less adventurous staff members were enjoying the more traditional dishes Lunch Rush brought, others like Hound Dog and Snipe were enjoying the various blood sausages while Himiko was happily slurping a bowl of soup. "This duck blood soup is super yummy, Mr. Lunch Rush," Himiko exclaimed, liking her lips. "I still think I liked that Teak stuff more though." "Glad you like it," Lunch Rush said with a smile in his voice, next offering her what looked like fried bars on sticks. "My favorite part about working at UA is catering to all the different needs of the students, and it's been a while since we had anyone with your unique requirements. Here, try a blood cake next." "We'll take 3, a gruff voice said. Himiko turned around to see Emmy and Sho approaching with a big guy in a red t-shirt. She was about to tell them how good the food was when she suddenly froze at the strong scent of fresh blood coming from the big guy. Passing 2 blood cakes to his coworkers, who still looked apprehensive, Vlad King was about to take a bite when he noticed Himiko staring up at him. He gave her a friendly smile and kneeled down in front of her. "Hello, little Himiko," he said, not bothered by her staring at his bottom canines and scarred cheek. "It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. My name is Ken Sekijiro, aka the Blood Hero, Vlad." "King? B Blood Hero?" Himiko questioned in awe. "Yup," Ken smirked, opening the bandage on his palm. The cut opened and Himiko watched in fascination as blood started rising out of it like the goo in a lava lamp, hardening and taking different shapes before returning to liquid and back into his palm. "I can control my blood to make different shapes and weapons to capture villains." Pointing to what looked like a port in his neck, he continued. "I normally have support equipment that I plug into here to access my blood so I don't have to constantly cut myself." "Pretty cool, huh?" Himiko nodded excitedly. "That's super cool. Are you an underground hero like Shota?" "Nope," Vlad said, puffing out his chest. "I'm proud to be ranked the 166th hero in Japan." Himiko's jaw dropped. But that's so high. Don't people think your quirk is gross or creepy?" "Some do, yeah," Vlad shrugged, "and that's probably one of the reasons I'm not higher ranked. However, the people I save with my quirk rarely care, and that's what being a hero is all about. It's a person's actions that make them a hero or villain, not their quirk." "Do you think I could be a limelight hero?" Himiko nervously asked. "And my quirk is dash." "I know what your quirk is," Vlad kindly said, ruffling her hair, "and I think it can help you be an incredible hero, limelight or underground." Suddenly, Himiko found herself tearing up and Ken pulled her into a hug. While Emmy looked on with a smile, Sho finished his blood cake and threw away the stick. "I'll have another," Sho said to Lunch Rush. "Well, that was fun, huh?" Emmy said, starting the dishwasher. "It could have been worse," Sho said, walking out of their bedroom with his hair tied back and in full costume minus the boots. He gave Emmy a kiss on the cheek before heading over to Himiko, who was in her pink pajamas and nodding off on the couch in front of the TV with Nettie purring on her lap. "Come on, kid," he said, picking her up while Emmy grabbed the now mewing kitten and her stress toy. "Time for bed." Emmy followed as Sho carried the girl to her still barren room and she helped tuck her in. After she got comfortable, Nettie jumped up and curled up next to her. "Sleep sweet, kiddo," Emmy said, kissing her on the forehead. "Sleep sweet, mama." Himiko yawned and began to doze off, hugging her green rabbit. "Good night, daddy." After closing the door, Emmy jumped into Sho's arms and started quietly bawling her eyes out. "SSH Shu." I happily sobbed. She called you's dash." "Yeah, I heard," Sho said, smiling and rubbing soothing circles into her back as his fiancée absolutely drenched his shoulder. "I wonder if she's somehow related to Inko." After changing his shirt, Eraserhead began his patrol. So far, it was a slow night. An electronics store robbery, 3 muggings, 2 bar fights, 2 home invasions, and a few everyday cases of dumb kids trying to get away with illegally using their quirks. Let them off with a warning. He was halfway through his route when he spotted a familiar white cape billowing in the wind at the edge of a roof. "Sensei, Eraserhead greeted as he landed on the roof and approached his old teacher. Scruffy, Big Green returned without looking at his old student. Something I can help you with? Shouldn't that be my line? Aizawa asked with a raised eyebrow. After all, this is my patrol route. Fair enough, Big Green shrugged, gesturing to the old building he was watching. Got a tip on a local gang selling trigger and I'm waiting for their boss, Kragura, to return. Figured I'd do you a favor and take him down for you. Aizawa scoffed. I think I can handle a few gutter punks. Be my guest, Big Green smirked, nodding at the large snapping turtle mutant walking into the building with a briefcase. Did I forget to mention they're all mutant types? Aizawa smirked back and adjusted his goggles. Like you taught me all those years ago, no hero is a one-trick pony. Eraserhead then jumped and used his scarf to swing across the street and sneak in through an opened window while Piccolo continued watching and listening. He heard Eraserhead quietly choke someone out, then saw the building's lights go out. Soon enough, there were gunshots, glass shattering and shouts of pain. He then heard a distinct "p" sound and a roar before he saw his student being violently thrown through a window. Not even a second later, the leader of the gang burst out of the building, larger and using flames shooting out of where his arms and legs were to fly. Kragura! The villain roared into the sky, flames shooting out of his mouth. You need some help now, Big Green called down. Maybe a little, Aizawa groaned as he narrowly avoided the giant flaming shell. Leaping down, Big Green landed an axe kick on the villain's head. Though seemingly unaffected, this did get Kragura's attention and allowed Eraserhead to gain some distance to use his quirk. The flames suddenly died and Kragura came crashing down. While the monster was confused, Big Green charged in and began delivering powerful energy strikes to his plastron while avoiding Kragura's claws swiping at him. When Aizawa had to blink, he wrapped his scarf around the villain's beak to avoid him using his fire breath, and with Big Green's help, the two pulled and slammed his head into the pavement. After repeating this process a few more times, they finally succeeded in knocking the villain out and watched him shrink as the trigger wore off. Thanks, Aizawa said, readying his hair back. If you want to thank me, feel free to handle the paperwork, Green said, walking away as they both heard sirens approaching. See you tomorrow, kid. And by the way, congrats on your engagement and the kid. I expect a good seat at the wedding. Aizawa watched as his mentor stretched one of his arms to the top of a building and swung around a corner. That he's so cool, Sho couldn't help muttering to himself. I like food 'cause it is yum-my. I will put it in my tum-my, Emmy hummed to herself. She had just finished setting the table and had begun plating her family's breakfast when she heard Himiko walking behind her. Good morning, sweetie, Emmy cheerily called as Himiko made her way to the table. How'd you sleep? All right, Himiko yawned, hair a mess and Nettie in her arms. Emmy wasn't sure whether she was lying or not, given what Hound Dog told her about night terrors. What's for breakfast? It's called a full English, Emmy explained, setting the plate down in front of her before opening a can of wet food for Nettie. Bacon, sausage, scrambled eggs, grilled tomatoes and mushrooms, baked beans, toast, black pudding, ike, breakfast blood sausage courtesy of Lunch Rush, and a tall, cold glass of orange juice mixed with pig's blood to wash it all down. Himiko had put Nettie down and was practically drooling, trying to decide what to eat first when she suddenly covered her nose. Emmy realized why when the front door opened. Morning, Sho tiredly greeted as he kicked off his boots. What smells so good? You. Definitely not you, hun, Emmy said, joining their daughter and pinching her nose shut. Sho sighed. I had to chase a villain through the sewers, he explained, putting his capture scarf in a special washer by the door. He tried to kiss his fiancée on his way to the coffee machine, but Emmy blocked him by making an X with her arms. Nope. No kisses or coffee until after your shower, mister. Emmy commanded with Himiko rapidly nodding in agreement. Can I drink my coffee in the shower? Sho half-heartedly asked, trying to mimic Izuku's kitten eyes. He got his answer when Emmy's eyes narrowed and she stamped her foot while pointing towards the bathroom. He then shuffled past her, shoulders slumped and head hung in defeat. And don't forget to empty your utility belt before throwing that uniform into the incinerator, Emmy called back, putting on a rubber glove before picking up his boots and throwing them into the metal trash can with a fire symbol on it. After closing the lid, a red light on the can turned on, and within seconds, the boots were nothing but ash and the light turned green. This and that special washer for his scarf were the best requests to Higuri I ever made, Emmy said, smiling as she sat down to eat across from Himiko. Hey, Emmy dash, Himiko started, but was interrupted by Emmy. You know, you can call me and show Mom and Dad if you want, Emmy said, smiling at the now blushing girl. It's totally fine if you don't want to, but we won't mind if you do. All right, Himiko said. When we go out today, can we get a Vlad King poster? Of course we can, Emmy said. I know just the store and I bet Kim would even be willing to sign it for you. You really liked him, huh? What did you think of the rest of our friends? Well, Himiko started, taking another bite of her black pudding as she considered her answer. All okay. I liked Kayama and Tsukuru and thought Nizu was funny and kinda cute, but Yamada was kinda loud. Inui was nice, but Ken's definitely the coolest. He doesn't care what people think of him or his quirk. I wish I was like that. We'll work on your confidence with Inui, Emmy said. Now eat up. We've got a big day ahead of us and a UA credit card to max out. Not long after both girls were finished eating, Aizawa came out of his bedroom wearing pink sweatpants and a ratty black shirt with the faded words, "My Hero Costume," written on it and carrying a disposable bag. There was a time I could have been covered in week-old fish guts and I'd still have to beat her back with a stick, he grumbled to himself as he dropped the bag containing his old uniform into the incinerator. Oh yeah, I remember that mission, Emmy said, kissing him and handing him his plate while he poured his coffee. That was one of your first assignments while interning under His Purple Highness, right? That restaurant was a front for that villain with a shrinking quirk. What was his name? Captain Pipsqueak, Sho said after taking a gulp of coffee. And it wasn't a front. The restaurant was a legitimate attempt at trying to retire from villainy. Too bad chum isn't considered an FDA-approved ingredient for those without special quirk needs. Yeah, you'd think someone who claimed to have gone to college would know something like that, Emmy chuckled. Anyway, Himi, why don't you go take a shower and then we can get going? Okay, Mom, Himiko said, skipping to the bathroom as Nettie followed. Mom, huh? Sho smirked behind his mug at Emmy, getting misty-eyed. Shut up and eat your bloody breakfast, Sho, she said, wiping her eyes with a crooked smile. Damn it, why can't I get them right? Himiko grumbled in front of the mirror as she undid her hair for the 10th time. This used to be so dim and easy before Dash. You all right? Sho asked, making Himiko jump. She turned to see the underground hero leaning lazily against her door frame. Can you get Mom, please? She sighed, brushing out the knots. I need some help with my hair. I actually know a bit more about styling hair than Emmy, you know, Sho said, pointing to his own pulled back hair as he approached. What are you going for? I was trying to make my hair look like it did before the togas told me I was too old for the style, Himiko admitted. 2 messy buns with 2 bangs framing your face, right? Sho asked as he began fanning out her hair with his hands, shocking the girl. I remember seeing some pictures of you when you were younger. He then grabbed 2 clumps of hair and with a quick turn of his wrists, had flawlessly recreated her old, cute hairstyle. Himiko was speechless. Is that okay? Sho asked, a little nervous at her lack of reaction. Suddenly, Himiko jumped out of her chair and pulled him into a tight hug. It's perfect, she said, grinning up at him. Thanks, Sho. Call me Dad, Sho said, smiling as he returned. The hug and patted her head. Now, come on. Your mother's waiting for you and I need some sleep before the problem children arrive. After the 2 girls said their goodbyes, Sho collapsed onto the couch and Nettie jumped onto his back. Just like your namesake, you're a pain in the back, Nettie, Sho thought, wincing as Nettie dug his claws into his back, trying to get comfortable. Mom, who are they, problem children? Himiko asked. Is Daddy in a band or something? Emmy couldn't help snorting. No, sweetie, they're a group of kids Sho trains on Sundays, she explained. He calls them problem children because they have a habit of sticking their noses into situations that usually end with him talking to the police. Are they UA students? No, they're about your age. One of them is actually Sho's nephew and the other two are his friends. If we get home early enough, I'll introduce you. Do you think they'll like me? Himiko asked, nervously fiddling with her new chew toy. I mean my Quirk's dash. Bup. Emmy interrupted, wagging a finger at her behind her seat. None of that. These boys don't judge anyone based on their quirk. Sho's nephew loves all quirks and I'm sure he'll be positively giddy to learn all about yours. Himiko smiled before going back to chewing on her toy. By the way, did Nizu mention his plans for your education? Yeah, he said something about wanting to tutor me for the rest of the school year before returning to regular school a grade behind next year, Himiko said. I think I'd like that. The headaches made it hard for me to concentrate and I could use some help catching up. Good, Emmy said as she parked. Welp, here we are. Stan's place? Himiko questioned, reading the sign above the large red and blue building. The best place to get hero merch, Emmy explained with a grin. If we can't find any Vlad King merch here, we won't be able to find any anywhere. I even found a replica capture scarf and goggles for Eraserhead cosplays and you know how much your dad values his privacy. When they entered, Himiko's eyes widened. The store was 2 floors of everything hero-related, from several toy aisles to shirt racks littered throughout the first floor to a wall of autographed photos of varying prices. She even saw a life-sized midnight mannequin next to a purple curtain with the words, Adult Hero Fans Only, above it. Hi, welcome to Stan's place. A white-haired woman with green skin cheerily greeted with a wink and her hand in an OK sign. My name is Chilai Nana. Anything I can help you find? Hi, Chilai, Emmy greeted back. We're looking for some Vlad King merch, specifically posters. And some cute shirts, please. Himiko added. Chilai then took out a small notebook and as her eyes glowed, she wrote the name of the hero in it and then removed the page and gave it to Himiko. As soon as Himiko touched it, she saw several sections of the store start glowing green. Anything you see glowing is a product related to Vlad King, Chilai explained. My quirk allows me to locate certain objects related to whoever I write down and I can pass on that ability to others for a limited amount of time. Come find me if you still need help when the effect wears off. Thanks, Chilai, Emmy said as Himiko ran to a toy aisle. Grabbing a cart before following, she soon found Himiko with her arms already full of Vlad King figures, including the McFarlane Toys Gold Label, Blood Golem variant figure as well as a Vlad King plush and keychain. You know I was mostly joking about maxing out that card, right, sweetie? Emmy nervously questioned. However, at Himiko's disappointed look, she sighed. Okay, how about you put one figure back and pick out one more plush before we check out the clothes? Ugh, fine. Himiko relented, choosing to put back the cheapest of the figures and exchange it for a hound dog plush. Soon enough, the cart was full of Vlad King shirts, figures, posters, and even a comforter bedspread set, as well as a few other hero products like a present mic alarm clock and midnight brand pajamas as well as various stickers and pins. As the two were finishing up, a van with a blue, red, and yellow triangle painted on the side crashed through the front door. 3 men with wolf mutations then jumped out of it. Listen up, ya hero-worshipping dogs. We are the Trio de Dangers and this is a robbery. The large, blue-furred one called out, brandishing a gun as the red and yellow ones ran in different directions. As the leader started barking out orders, Emmy and Himiko ducked inside a round shirt rack. What are we gonna do, Mom? Himiko nervously asked. You are gonna stay here, where it's safe, Emmy said as she pulled her brass-knuckled gloves out of her purse and gave Himiko a confident grin. Mama's gotta go kick some butt. And while my brothers are completing their collections, you're gonna dash, Bergamo, the leader, continued barking at Chilai before he suddenly started laughing. He was suddenly laughing so hard he dropped his gun and was struggling to remain on his feet. Basil, the yellow brother paused his shopping spree, arms full of expensive merch as he stared down from the second floor at their brother having a fit. What's wrong with Bergamo, Lavender? The red-furred brother asked. I dunno, Lavender said, looking around until he spotted a woman with seafoam green hair running up to and knocking out Bergamo with one punch before cuffing him. It's Miss Joke, he called, dropping his loot to blow his toxic breath on his palms before jumping down to engage the hero. Watching as Joke effortlessly dodged Lavender's poison punches while giving him a few quick jabs of her own and activating her quirk, Basil decided it might be in his and his brother's best interests to take a hostage. Luckily, he spotted a blonde girl poking her head out of a shirt rack to watch the fight. Grinning, Basil used his strong legs to jump down and sneak up behind her. However, before he could grab her, he felt a knife cut his cheek, and before he could make a sound, his whole body suddenly went stiff. Himiko jumped at the noise of a body hitting the ground. Turning and peeking through the other shirts, she saw the red brother on the floor with a tall man with long black hair wearing an all-might cap standing over him and smiling while he liked a knife with his long, bumpy tongue. He then slammed his boot down on the red brother's head, knocking him out. He looked ready to stab the villain when he seemed to spot Himiko watching. The man gave her a tight smile and put a finger to his lips before pocketing his knife and silently making his escape. Soon enough, Lavender had joined his brother on the ground, cuffed, knocked out and waiting for the police. Emmy was about to go search for the third brother when Himiko came running up to her. "Himiko, I told you to dash." I know, Himiko interrupted, panting, "but the red one tried sneaking up behind me but some other guy knocked him out before running away and dash." "All right, calm down, Himi," Emmy said, placing her hands on her shoulders. "Now, are you sure he's knocked out?" Himiko nodded. "All right, I'm gonna go grab him. Chilai, can you watch Himiko for me?" "Yes, ma'am," Chilai answered, cheeks turning a darker shade of green. "Can I have your autograph? When you get back, I mean." Ms. Joke gave her a grin and a thumbs up before heading to the shirt rack Himiko had been hiding behind. "Dude, your mom is so cool," Chilai said to Himiko, who nodded proudly. "She's the coolest," Himiko agreed with a wide, fanged grin. Joke was dragging Basil over when the police finally arrived. After giving their statements and posing for a couple pictures, the manager of Stan's place tried to give them a 50% discount on their order, but Emmy, knowing he wouldn't let them pay full price, talked him down to a 10% discount instead. Well, that was fun, huh?" Emmy joked when they got to their car. "So, do you want to keep shopping or?" "I think I'm ready to go home," Himiko said, a little tired due to the adrenaline wearing off. Nodding in understanding, Emmy started the Jokeswagon. "Was that your first villain attack?" she asked. "Yeah," Himiko nodded. "The Togas never really took me anywhere they didn't have to." "Do you want me to call Inui or maybe someone outside of UA?" "No, I think I'm good waiting to talk to him on Monday," Himiko said, smiling. "Actually, I've made up my mind about something." "Oh?" Emmy asked. "And what's that?" "I want to be a hero like you, Mom." "And like Vlad King, right?" Emmy asked, feeling a sense of pride in her daughter. "Of course." Himi said, "I want to be a kick-ass limelight hero who's proud of who she is and can inspire others like her." "Well, if you're serious, you should know Sho's gonna want you to join his problem children for training and he won't go easy on you. Think you can handle it?" "Hell yeah." Himiko cheered, raising a fist with a big, pointy grin. "Let Daddy do his worst." "You're gonna regret saying that," Emmy thought with a grin. "Begin," Aizawa called out. At Aizawa's signal, Katsuki threw his signature right hook that Hitoshi had finally learned to block. However, he wasn't ready for the knee Katsuki delivered into his stomach. Falling backward, Hitoshi rolled to avoid Katsuki's axe kick and was soon back up. Quickly getting back into his stance, Hitoshi and Katsuki continued trading blows until Hitoshi tried a kick of his own. Unfortunately, Katsuki caught it and soon had Hitoshi in a wrestling cradle, forcing him to tap out. "All right, that's enough," Aizawa said as Katsuki helped Hitoshi up. "Shinso, good effort, but your kicks need some work. That's gonna be our main focus today. Bakugu, nice takedown, but you need to break that habit of opening with a right hook. Overall, you both did good but have plenty to work on. Take 5 before going off for your solo lessons." "Thank you, Sensei." Both boys panted and bowed as Izuku walked over carrying towels and water bottles. As the 3 boys sat down, Emmy kicked the P door in. "Hiya, boys," she happily greeted. "Hey, Fukukato-sensei, Clown-sensei," Hitoshi and Katsuki tiredly answered as Izuku got up to hug his future aunt. Izawa, however, sighed and crossed his arms. "Alright, what happened?" he asked. "What happened?" Emi innocently repeated as she hugged Izuku. "Why, whatever would make you think something's happened, Shoyuta darling? For starters, you're wearing your hero gloves, which appear to have a few specks of dried blue dash," Izuku pointed out before Emi slapped a gloved hand over his mouth. As she began to awkwardly giggle while Sho just looked at her with a raised eyebrow, there was a loud gasp, making everyone turn to the door where Himiko was gawking at them. "Why you guys are the problem children?" Himi questioned, shakily pointing at them in disbelief. "I hate that name," Katsuki muttered before taking another drink. "Welcome to my friendship with you," Shinso dryly said under his breath as he got back up and reached for something in his backpack. Izuku, meanwhile, was so excited to officially meet the girl that he completely forgot what his uncle had said about questioning her and had on an excited grin as he made a beeline to her. "Hello minimize Midoriya Izuku, it's nice to final immediate notically already met but tweeted really detachin talk speaking gof which do you mind if I ask you a few questions sabudi our kutich?" Izuku jumped nearly 10 feet in the air as he was interrupted in his ramblings by an air horn in his ear. "What the hell, Hitchan?" Izuku asked after crashing back down and glaring at the boy holding the air horn. "You told us to make sure you didn't go into one of your mumble storms," Hitoshi shrugged. "Had to do something to get your attention." Looking back at Himiko, Izuku winced at how uncomfortable she looked. Sorry," Izuku apologized, bowing low. "My name is Izuku Midoriya and it's nice to finally meet you, Himiko." Shinso waved with a slight bow and pointed a thumb at Bakugu as he joined them. "And this happy little firecracker is Bakugu Katsuki." "Sup, Fangs?" he nodded. After an awkward pause, Shinso spoke up. I'm sorry if I hurt you when I off." Himiko suddenly surprised all three boys by pulling them into a tight hug. "Thank you," she whispered, letting them go and bowing deeply, tears hitting the floor. "I'm sorry for attacking you guys, but I'm glad it happened." Don't worry about it," a blushing Midoriya said as he looked at a similarly red and nodding Hitoshi in the middle and a shrugging Katsuki on the left. "Yeah, it's not your fault the togas were Quirkist pastiches." Izawa then cleared his throat. "As glad as I am that you four have finally met, you can talk more later, Himiko. The boys need to get back to training," he said. About that," Himiko said, nervously approaching Izawa. "Do you think I can join them? But you looking to become a hero like me?" Sho smirked, but then felt a sting of disappointment and a bit of confusion when Himiko shook her head with an excited grin. "Nope. I want to be a hero like Mom and Vlad King," she excitedly declared. "I want to help people like me see that they're not defined by their quirk." Sho sighed, but hid a small, proud smile behind his capture scarf. While he thought her quirk was better suited to underground work like his and Shinso's, he couldn't help but admire her determination. "You do realize I won't go easy on you just because you're my daughter, right?" "Bring it on, old man," Himiko cried. "That's my girl," Emi yelled, wiping a tear from her eye. "All right," Izawa nodded before turning to his fiancée. Do you think you handle her physical? I need to help Shinso with his kicks." "Can do, hun." Emi grinned with a wink and a thumbs up. "Come on, kiddo. Let's get you a gym uniform." As Himiko excitedly followed her mom, Bakugu and a slightly disappointed Midoriya left for their own lessons while Shinso prepared himself for his own one-on-one lesson with Izawa. "Now then," Izawa began, bringing over a standing punching bag. "Let's start with a front kick." "It is time," Kaizome thought to himself as he zipped up his black and red jumpsuit. Today was a sign, divine providence. Had I not gone to that den of fake-worshipping garbage to find that rare all-might pin, that poor girl would have suffered a terrible fate. He then put on a flak jacket with 6 foldable knives on the front. After 10 years of honing my skills, destiny has called to me, telling me the time is right to begin my crusade. This society needs someone willing to do what needs to be done, to do what even All Might cannot. Finally, he donned a V-shaped half-red, half-black mask and strapped a katana to his back. "It is time for Stendhal to make his debut," he declared, grinning wildly under his mask. While tying his hair back as neatly as he could, Shoyuta pondered how he got here. He had spent most of his adult life trying to avoid relationships that weren't strictly professional. Oboro's death had hit him hard, and he sought to avoid repeating that pain by keeping his friend group small and at a distance and focusing all of his time and energy on hero work. It seemed logical at the time. Then, his nephew got his quirk and his whole world changed. If not for Izuku, he'd have never joined UA or been forced into therapy. If not for Izuku, he'd never have realized just how illogical he had been living for so long. If not for Izuku, he wouldn't be here today, trying to figure out his bow tie and thinking about how lucky he was to be marrying the most wonderful woman he'd ever met. He was brought out of his musings by a knock at the door. "Come in." When Sho turned around, he was greeted by the wobbly smile of his beanpole of a brother. Like his son, Hisashi had diamond freckles on his cheeks and his hair was even more wild and shaggy than Izuku's used to be. However, unlike Izuku, he was rather skinny and almost sickly looking. The irises of his round, tired eyes were black and beady and his once solid black hair was beginning to pepper. Shoyuta remembered how surprised he was last night to see Hisashi joining Zashi, Inui, Kan, and Snipe in kidnapping him for his bachelor party. After all, being I-Island's top quirk analyst meant having little time for family. Though, in Hisashi's defense, the man wasn't willfully neglectful of his wife and son. He called them regularly and constantly reminded them they could call him any time they needed. He blamed his excitement at being offered the contract by David Shield himself for not realizing until after he signed it that it was a 13-year exclusivity contract. Thankfully, Inko was a kind, understanding woman. Hisashi's childlike energy and impulsiveness was one of the reasons why she loved him and was content to remain in Japan and wait out the contract with their son. Izuku was also fine with the arrangement so long as Hisashi continued to bring him autographs of international heroes whenever he did visit. "May I?" Hisashi asked, attempting to help with the tie only to have his hands smacked by Sho. "No. I've seen what you've done to normal ties." "Fair," Hisashi said, sweat dropping and rubbing the backs of his hands. There was another knock at the door and this time, it was Inko in her emerald green bridesmaid dress. She rolled her eyes at seeing the state of Sho's tie. "Honestly, Hisashi, what is it with the men in your family and ties?" she sighed, using her quirk on Sho's mess of a tie and forcing him to lean forward so she could fix it. "I have a theory that one of our ancestors was hit with some hereditary anti-tie quirk at the Deku," Hisashi joked, popping a throat lozenge. "For the record, I know how to tie a normal tie," Sho said dryly. "Of course you do, sweetie," Inko said, rather patronizingly in Sho's opinion. When she was done, Sho looked himself up and down in the mirror before turning to his brother and sister-in-law. "How do I look?" he asked, not really caring about their answers. "You clean up nice, little bro," Hisashi complimented with a thumbs up. "You really should have let me cut your hair," Inko said, sighing dramatically. "At least you had the decency to tie it back properly and shave. Welp, we better get going." Actually, can you give us a minute, hun?" Hisashi asked, leaning down to kiss her. "All right, but make it fast, you two," Inko said, leaving the room. Once she was gone, Hisashi shuffled a little in place. "Look, Shoi-dash." "Thank you," Shoyuta interrupted. What? Hisashi asked, dumbfounded. "For having Izuku. If not for him, none of this would be happening. Thank you." After a moment of silence, Hisashi couldn't stop himself from awkwardly chuckling. He said to himself, rubbing the back of his neck. "And here I am trying to thank you for being a better father to him than I'd ever been." "Please," Sho scoffed. "He's done far more for me than either of us have or will ever be able to do for him." "Still, thanks for being there for him and Inko when I couldn't," Hisashi smiled. "Don't mention it," Sho smiled back, patting his shoulder and leading them towards the door. "Now, come on. Like Inko said, we need to get going and we don't want to make her angry. I happen to like having all my teeth, thank you." As the processional began and Sho followed Emi's adoptive and birth mothers to his place at the altar, he observed everyone gathered. While he would have been fine just buying a marriage license at a courthouse, he and Emmy agreed on a small ceremony with only their closest friends and family. He of course recognized his fellow heroes and teachers out of costume but couldn't quite place Tsukuru's +1. The tall blonde definitely looked familiar, specifically the big, yellow eyes and wide smile, but Sho just couldn't place a name to the face. Shrugging, Sho continued, nodding at Shinso, whose hair was combed back, sitting with his parents and did a double take at seeing Bakugo sulking next to his father. His hair looked like it had a ridiculous amount of product in it and was combed to the side. It took all of Sho's self-control to stop himself from laughing at the annoyed look the boy gave him. Taking his place, Sho saw his parents sitting to the left. His and Hisashi's mom was dabbing her eyes and his dad, who was a stoic salaryman, was smiling and gave his son an approving nod. He then watched as he was joined by his groomsmen and Emi's bridesmaids. Hisashi, his best man, walked with Namuri, Emi's maid of honor, Hisashi with Inko, and Kan with Bakugo Mitsuki. Next, Izuku, the ring-bearer, was followed by Fukukado Himiko, his daughter and flower girl. While 10 years old was pushing it for a flower girl, Himiko didn't care and he was proud to see her so happy. She's really come a long way in the past few months and her seafoam green hair with 2 black buns really suited her. Finally, it was Emi's turn, and Sho couldn't quite keep the smile off his face as she was being escorted down the aisle by her father. Fukukado Mushi was a large man with a pillbug mutation, and while he would normally cut an intimidating figure, he was at this moment curling in on himself, antennae drooping and twitching as well as his mustache as he was trying his best not to turn into a blubbering mess. Finally, upon lifting Emi's veil and seeing his daughter's wide, excited smile, the man broke down, hugging his daughter tightly as he began bawling his eyes out like a Midoriya. As his wife gave him a handkerchief and rubbed calming circles into his back, the man did his best to compose himself before giving Sho a trembling smile and a thumbs up, which Sho returned. As the small woman led her husband back to their seats next to Emi's birth mother, Nizu popped up on a podium. As it turned out, the weasel was a court-ordained minister. "Hello, everyone," Nizu cheerily greeted. "While I would normally ask what you think I am, that does not matter. All that matters is that I am happy to officiate the marriage of Fukukado Emi and Aizawa Shoyuda. Now, while I would be delighted to share with you my own philosophical beliefs and thoughts on the abstract concepts of love and marriage, I sadly promised Aizawa I'd stick to the script, as it were." After giving everyone a chance to laugh and Sho to roll his eyes, Nizu continued. "Aizawa Shoyuda, do you take Fukukado Emi to be your lawfully wedded wife? Will you honor and cherish her, love, trust, and commit to her, through joy and pain, sickness and health, and whatever life may throw at you both, until death do you part?" "I do," Sho said. "And do you, Fukukado Emi, take Aizawa Shoyuda to be your lawfully wedded husband? Will you honor and cherish him, love, trust, and commit to him, through joy and pain, sickness and health, and whatever life may throw at you both, until death do you part?" "You bet your furry but I do, boss," Emi said. "Now, the bride and groom shall exchange their vows." Sho cleared his throat and looked Emi in her eyes. "Emi, when I first met you, I thought you were the most annoying and illogical person I've ever met, well, second only to Zashi." He paused as everyone chuckled, apart from Hisashi, who was making a face and clutching his chest in mock hurt. I'd never been a social person, so to say I was uncomfortable when the hero intern next door asked me to marry her before even telling me her name would be a gross understatement. The worst part was that no matter how blunt or rude I was, you just wouldn't take a hint and leave me alone. In fact, it only seemed to make you more determined. Taking a deep breath, he looked down at his feet as he continued. Then, something happened. My friend, Shirakumo Oboro, was killed by a falling building during our work study and I didn't handle it well. He felt Hisashi squeeze his shoulder. I retreated into myself, deciding that the most logical thing to do was to dedicate myself to my work. I thought the best way to avoid reliving that pain was to keep my relationships professional and my friends and family at a distance. He looked up at a wet-eyed Emi and smiled. Thankfully, neither you, nor my friends, gave up on me. You always held out hope that one day I'd realize how illogical I was living and give you a chance. Give us a chance. It took me a while, years in fact, but when I was finally ready to start moving on with my life, I decided that maybe a romantic relationship wasn't as illogical as I always believed. I decided to finally call your bluff, and I'm glad I did. Sho then took one of the rings and slid it onto Emi's finger. With this ring, I thee wed and promise that no matter what life throws at us, to always have your back, in the field and in life. I promise to always come home to you and our daughter. And most of all, I promise that no matter how many bad jokes you tell, I will always love you. After wiping the tears from her eyes with an already drenched handkerchief Inko had passed to her, Emi began reading her vows. Shoyuta, the first time I saw you I thought two things. First, this guy could use a few laughs in his life, and second, this guy looks like he'd be fun to tease. And wouldn't you know it, I was right. The face you made when I first asked you to marry me was priceless. You were just too perfect a straight man to not have fun with. Realization seemed to dawn in Shuta's eyes, but Emi continued. You also had a drive and dedication to helping people that I couldn't help but admire, and, soon enough, I started to genuinely fall for you. I became a hero because I wanted to help make people smile, including my fellow heroes. After your friend died, I knew I had to do my best to distract you and make you smile, if only from exasperation. She squeezed Sho's hands, rubbing a thumb on them. I never gave up hope because I knew, despite all of your logical arguments to the contrary, that you enjoyed our banter. I could tell you were developing feelings for me over the years but were too afraid to act on them. I knew I just had to wait until you either realized the truth or someone finally called you on your so-called logic and forced your butt into therapy. She waved and called out to one of the guests. By the way, thanks, Inui. Hound Dog chuckled awkwardly and waved her off from his seat as the crowd laughed. After giving everyone a chance to compose themselves, Emi picked up the remaining ring and slid it onto Shuta's finger. With this ring I thee wed. I promise to always be there for you, as your wife and as a fellow hero. Even when you're at your lowest, I will be there to pull you back up. And most importantly, I promise our life together will be one of cost and laughter. Sho rolled his eyes but smiled at that last part. Nizu then clapped his paws together with a large, genuine smile. Now that vows and rings have been exchanged, by the power vested in me by the Shizuoka Prefecture, I am happy to pronounce you husband and wife. You may key dash. Nizu hadn't finished the last word before Shoyuta had pulled Emi into a long, passionate kiss, taking her by surprise as everyone clapped and cheered. That wow, Emi said with a wobbly smile, blushing as Sho looked at her with a sheet-eating grin and led her down the aisle and out to the jokes wagon. It took a while, but after finally fitting all of Emi's dress in it, they led everyone back to UA for the reception and the beginning of the rest of their life together. Oh, lighten up, Kaken, Deku said, lightly elbowing his moping friend on their way to lunch. It's only a centimeter. Quit being irrational. Whoever said a lack of sleep stunts your growth was irrational, Katsuki grumbled, tightly gripping his bento with a sour expression. Seriously, how was he the shortest out of the three of them? He always went to bed at 8 o'clock sharp while Baggy Eyes spent his nights watching cat videos and the nerd spent days awake researching which heroes preferred boxers over briefs. Hey, don't blame yourself, Cat, Shinso shrugged. It's not like you could train or study to not be so short. Not helping, Hitchun, Izuku muttered as Kaken's bento cracked in his grip. Not trying to, little green, Hitoshi smirked. Hey, you've only got 4 centimeters over me and I'm in the middle of a growth spurt. And I still won't be the shortest by the end of it, Shinso smiled as he ducked Katsuki's swipe at him. What's the number for taking a swing at me again, Cat? 15 if it hits, 20 if you duck, Baggy Eyes. Katsuki growled as he slammed his cracked bento on their table and took off their school uniform jacket and tie. At least I'm the most muscular looking, Katsuki thought to himself as he got down on the floor and began his sit-ups. Hey guys, Himiko cheerily greeted as she broke off from the rest of her class and skipped over to their table. Hey, Himiken, Izuku greeted while Shinso lazily waved his chopsticks as he chewed. She paused mid-skip and looked down, raising a brow at the blonde muttering death threats while doing sit-ups. Swing and a miss? Swing and a miss, Hitoshi and Izuku answered in unison. What brought it on this time? Himiko asked as she sat down. The nurse measured and weighed our class, and Kaken was not happy to learn I'm now a centimeter taller than him. Hitchan decided to poke the Pomeranian, Izuku answered, thumbing Hitoshi before taking a bite of his plain chicken and rice. As Katsuki got up and began aggressively eating his lunch, Himiko pushed a container towards him. Don't worry, little Kohai. Here, have some of my mom's famous happy plums. Himiko said, patronizingly. First, I am not your Kohai, bunhead, Katsuki almost growled. You may be older, but we're all in the same grade. Second, I'm still taller than you. Third, he paused, before scowling and grabbing the container. Did Clown-sensei remember the sour cream? Smiling, Himiko slid the packet over to him. After emptying its contents, Katsuki took a bite and suddenly had a dreamy expression on his face as he chewed the baked fruit. So, did Mori-sensei hand out those high school applications to your class, too? Himiko asked as she dipped her cat head-shaped onigiri in a cup of blood. Yup, and ours are already filled out. Izuku nodded as all three boys held up their applications. While Shinso had a few different high schools filled out just in case, all three had UA High School Hero Course as their top choice. Just gotta hand them in to sensei, Shinso said. Oh, Ketsubutsu's a good second choice, Himiko said after reading Shinso's sheet. Mom's still friendly with some of the staff and she said Gunhead's a great teacher. Hey, none of us are going to Ketsubisu or Shiketsu or any other second-rate hero school, Katsuki stated as he slammed the empty container down. You extras know it's UA or bust. Hey, I'm just being logical, Shinso said, hands up defensively. UA teachers can't sponsor students for the recommendation exam, and everything I've read about UA's heroics practical says it involves fighting robots. So? Just fill out the paperwork for support items, Himiko shrugged. That's what I'm doing for my knives, and I'm sure they'll let you bring a bow staff or a sledgehammer or something. Or you can do what Uncle Sho did and go into Gen Ed until you can show off at the sports festival, Izuku chimed in. Once again, Bakugu slammed his fist down. He's not going anywhere near the Gen Ed course, Deku, 'cause he's gonna ace the fraggin' heroics exam, Katsuki said, eyes narrowed at Shinso. You're stronger than you think you are, baggy eyes, so quit doubting yourself. Izuku smiled and held out his fist over the table. With her signature fanged grin, Himiko soon joined him, followed by Katsuki with a small determined smile. Finally, after rolling his eyes, Shinso added his own. Yeah, go Team UA or whatever, he said with a lazy smirk. Alright, class, I'm assigning pages 28 through 35 for tonight, and don't forget, those high school applications are due before the end of the month, Mori-sensei announced after the final bell. As Izuku was putting his books away, two of his classmates approached him. Hey Midoriya, did you finish those notes on our quirks? The one with black, spiky hair asked. Flipping through his notebook, Izuku tore out a few pages and handed them to his classmates. Here you go, guys. Hope this helps you get into a hero course, he said. You guys know where you want to go? Shinso asked. Yeah, we're aiming for Seijin, the other boy who had a head that looked like an orange said as he paid Midoriya. Whoa, I never would have thought to use hair gel like that, the black-haired boy said, staring at his page in awe. Yeah, and look what he came up with for my toenails, the orange boy said, pointing at one particularly gross yet brilliant idea Izuku was quite proud of. Oh, gnarly, the other boy said, shoving his friend towards the door. Let's go before I puke. Thanks for the help and future nightmares, Midoriya. Anytime, fellas, Izuku said as he pocketed his pay. I still can't believe it took you so long to realize you could get paid for your analysis, Katsuki said. Hey, I need the money for that all-might belt buckle I saw at Stan's place. Izuku shrugged, getting up and checking his phone. Hime says to go home without her. She's going to karaoke with her friends but says we can join if we dashed. Nope. Hell no. Yeah, same. Izuku nodded, texting his cousin back as all three boys approached Mori-sensei's desk. Something I can help you boys with? Sensei kindly asked, looking up from his phone. Just handing in our applications, Sensei, Izuku said. Mori-sensei looked surprised. Already? He asked, flipping through the applications. We know what we want, sensei. Katsuki nodded with a smirk and his arms crossed. Very well, Mori smiled. I'll take care of these. If even half of what my uncle has said about your training is true, I have no doubt you'll all make it into UA and make marvelous heroes. Thank you, sensei, the three boys said, bowing. So, you guys want to do anything? Shinso asked as they boarded their train. Nah, I'm planning on walking around the shopping district near my house, see if I can find a gift for my folks' anniversary, Katsuki said. I'm feeling a little pent up, so I'm gonna get off at the next stop and free run the rest of the way home, Izuku said while reading about a fight this morning between Kamui Woods and a villain with a gigantification quirk. Shrugging, Shinso put on a pair of headphones with cat ears on each of the ear cups and closed his eyes as he leaned against a pole for support. At the next stop, Izuku waved goodbye to his two friends and began jogging until he spotted a fire escape. He then took off his uniform jacket, tie and dress shirt, storing them in his backpack. Now wearing a tank top that showed off his lean yet muscular arms, he sped up and jumped, shimmying up the wall to reach the ladder. Grabbing it, he pulled himself up and onto the landing and began climbing up the levels until he reached the roof. Izuku walked to the edge of the building to gauge the distance he'd have to jump to reach the next one. Taking a few steps back, he popped in his earbuds and hit shuffle on his kick-ass music playlist, smiling as Kickstart My Heart played as he started his running leap to the next building. He continued leaping and flipping from building to building until he came to a jump that he couldn't make without using his quirk. Opting to be safe rather than sorry, Izuku climbed down and continued on his way home on the ground. After a while, he looked up from his phone and noticed he was passing by what used to be Aldra Middle School, where he and Kaken would have been had the quirkist BSRDS succeeded in corrupting them. They wanted the future heroes that came from their schools to be thugs with licenses to discriminate and use their quirks to assert their will on others. Thankfully, they had people like his Uncle Sho and Ma-sensei and Principal Nizu to keep them on the right path. And, of course, they had All Might as the gold standard for the kind of hero they wanted to be. With his earbuds still in and playing Real American, Izuku didn't hear a manhole cover shake as he let out a triumphant laugh like All Might's while walking through a tunnel. However, he did notice the shadow looming over him and quickly dodged as something green narrowly missed him. He quickly turned around to see a villain that appeared to be made out of some kind of green slime or sludge leering over him. Din, you're quick, the villain said as multiple tentacles of slime lashed out and Izuku did his best to dodge and stay out of reach. Unfortunately, he soon lost his footing and was caught by a wave of slime crashing down on him. Come on, kid, don't be difficult. It'll all be over in less than a minute, the villain said, trying to pry open Izuku's mouth as the teen continued to struggle. He then growled. Fine. The mouth is quicker, but I can get in through your nose just fine. Izuku's eyes widened in horror and disgust as slime shot up his nose and began flooding his insides. The villain was saying something, but Izuku wasn't listening as he kept struggling. He always knew that even at his strongest and most invulnerable, he still had a major weakness. He still needed air. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't get a grasp on the liquid villain to pull him out. As the world started to go black from lack of oxygen, Izuku saw the villain's cruel eyes widen in horror before turning around. There's no need to fear, a booming voice called out. But, because I am here. Texas Smosh. Suddenly, the villain was dispersed in a burst of pressurized air and as Izuku passed out, the last thing he saw was a large silhouette that resembled All Might, was Izuku's last thought before the world went dark. All Might sighed in relief. The boy may have passed out again after coughing up all that sludge, but he was breathing. Thank Kami for CPR. All Might was about to call an ambulance when he noticed some of the sludge that made up the villain was beginning to move. Quickly, he scooped up as much as he could, including his eyes, and stored it in an empty soda bottle. With the villain safely tucked in his pocket, and after double-checking the boy was still out and no one else was watching, All Might disappeared in a puff of smoke and Yagi Tashinori began violently coughing. No point wasting what little time I have left, he thought as he wiped the blood from his lips and pulled out his phone to call that ambulance. After giving the address of the tunnel they were in, Yagi noticed a backpack and thought he'd pull out the kid's notebook and give him an autograph. It's the least he could do after putting him in danger. He pet an eyebrow at what was written on the cover. Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 20? After jotting his signature across 2 empty pages, Yagi decided to skim through the rest of the book and was amazed at the detail in the drawings as well as the notes themselves. This kid could probably give Nizu a run for his money. Hearing the boy start to cough again, Yagi put the notebook away and went over to check on him. "Easy, kid," Yagi said, rubbing and patting his back as he sat up and coughed up some more sludge. "You'll be all right. Think you got it all out now?" I think so," Izuku shakily nodded as he gagged at the taste. "Wait, taste? How long was he out?" "A little over 15 minutes, I'd say," the skeletal man who was comforting him said. He really needed to work on his muttering habit. "I'm sorry, mister." "Yagi," the man greeted. "Yagi Tashinori. I saw what happened and I told All Might I'd wait with you for the ambulance dash." "All Might?" the boy shouted, tired eyes now wide and teary. I was saved by All Might? The #1 hero in all of Japan saved me? And I passed out? Without even getting an autograph? Quite an emotional child, Yagi thought, sweat dropping as the tunnel began to flood. I think I saw All Might sign your notebook," Yagi said, pointing towards the yellow backpack. Suddenly, the tears ceased and the boy was digging in his backpack until he found his notebook and flipped until he came across the 2-page signature. "All Might's autograph," he whispered in awe, looking like he was holding some form of holy text. Then hugged the book to his chest and began rambling over it, becoming a sacred treasure and family heirloom. He was brought out of his reverie by the sound of Yagi's chuckling. "You seem to be quite the fanboy, young Dash." "Midoriya Izuku, sir," Izuku said, blushing. "And how can I not be? He's the greatest hero in all of Japan, if not the world, and one of my 3 biggest inspirations." "One of 3? Yagi questioned, a small sigh of relief escaping him as he sat down against the tunnel wall. "May I ask who the other 2 are?" "Well, one of them is the Dragon Warrior, Big Green," Izuku said, putting the notebook away and picking up his backpack to take a seat next to the man. "Me and my friends have always admired him and his determination to use his amazing quirk for good despite who his father was." Yagi nodded. That was one of the things he'd always admired about his old friend as well. It's one of the reasons why he brought him into his inner circle to help take down AFO and also let in on the secret of Ofa, despite Mirai's objections. "And the other?" At this, Izuku rubbed the back of his head. How much should he reveal about his uncle to this stranger? "My uncle." He had a small smile on his face. "He's an underground hero and he's done a lot to help train me and my friends. People don't give undergrounders enough credit, in my opinion, although, I suppose that's how they prefer it," Yagi chuckled. "So, I take it you're planning on going pro, too, young Midoriya?" "That's always been the plan," Izuku said with a tired smile. "My friend and I made a promise to become the strongest heroes. With my strength quirk, I could probably become the next All Might." "You don't sound too sure at the moment," Yagi observed. "Well, I have recently been having my doubts," Izuku said, suddenly waving his hands in front of himself. "Don't get me wrong, I still want to be a hero. I don't think I want to be the next All Might, the next symbol of peace. I just want to help people by being the best hero I can be." "There's nothing wrong with that, young Midoriya," Yagi said, a tired sigh escaping him. "The symbol of peace is a large and heavy responsibility. To be honest, I've recently started to feel like All Might may have made a mistake in becoming the sole pillar propping up Japanese society. Instead of shouldering all of society's burdens for so long, he should have helped create multiple pillars to eventually help each other support the weight once he was no longer able to. After all, despite what everyone thinks, he's still human." Yagi then smiled at Izuku. "Honestly, the hero you want to be sounds like the kind of hero the world needs more of, and I look forward to seeing what you and your friends will do, young Midoriya." Izuku couldn't help smiling at this. However, their talk was cut short by the sound of an ambulance. "Welp," Yagi said, grunting as he got up and dusted off his baggy clothes before offering a hand to Izuku, Looks like my job is done. Nice talking to you, young Midoriya. You too, Mr. Yagi, Izuku said, waving as he walked toward the ambulance. See you around. Oh, and cool belt buckle. As soon as Midoriya began talking to the EMTs, Yagi started walking away, and as soon as he was around the corner, he turned back into All Might. Time to get you to the police, he thought, patting his pocket before leaping into the air. Unfortunately, the bottle wasn't as secure as All Might thought, and he didn't notice it fall out of his pocket halfway to the Mizudafu Police Department. Come in, Inui called out to the knock at his door. Looking up from his computer, he was surprised to see Bakugo looking a bit more subdued than usual, head hanging as he entered. Bakugo. Hey, Mutt, Bakugo tiredly said as he took a seat on the couch, finally looking up at the counselor with bloodshot eyes. Mind if we talk? Had a rough night. Sure, but, Inui said, checking the time. Shouldn't you be in school? Katsuki scoffed. My folks called the school and told them I'd be out the rest of the week. That's the minimum amount of time for someone to recover from a villain attack. Inui's eyes widened. So, the sludge villain yesterday dash. Yeah, Katsuki said, lying down on the couch. That was me. And I was having such a good day before that. Katsuki wasn't having a good time. Nothing was good enough for his parents' 17th anniversary. Sure, the old man was a wimp and the hag was a loudmouth, but they were still his parents, damn it. He had to get them something good. He was ready to call it quits for the day when he heard a commotion coming from a nearby alley. Looking down the alley, he saw 3 boys around his age ganging up on a little girl with large, teary black orbs for eyes and a gaunt face resembling an alien's with no nose and what little hair she had tied into pigtails. Mutant freak. Makes me sick. Who the hell would let something like that out in broad daylight? Must have escaped from its cage. We'd better make sure it dash. Hey! The 3 boys jumped and turned around to see a blonde boy looking absolutely livid. Wait, Bakugo, one of the boys shouted in surprise as he grew his finger to point at the blonde stalking towards them. Recognition seemed to dawn on the other boys' faces, and the one with rocks on his fists smiled. Hey, long time no see, pal. Wanna join us in showing this freak its peach? Boulders for Brains was cut off by Katsuki punching him in the face, breaking his nose. Yeah, Katsuki recognized these extras from Aldera, and it was obvious they hadn't changed. Guess the damage was already done, or their parents were Quirkists, too. Clutching his nose, the rocky bastard got back up, his one fist coated in rocks as he took a swing at Katsuki. Easily ducking the punch, Katsuki grabbed him by the shoulders and kneed him twice in the stomach before clasping both fists together and bringing them down hard on his hunched form. And that's what I can do without using my fraggin' quirk? Katsuki said, looking down in disgust as the bastard ummed and struggled to breathe on the dirty alley floor, clutching his gut and bleeding nose. Looking up, he felt a sense of satisfaction as the other 2 jumped at the look in his eyes. Quirk is trash like you makes me sick. Grab your friend and get out of here. Now, he said, using his quirk to emphasize the last word. Fingers grabbed Bodlers and dragged him away as fast as he could while the third with long, orange hair just ran. After taking a few deep breaths to compose himself, he turned back to the little girl and adopted a kind smile as he slowly approached her. He hoped all his practice in the mirror had paid off. It's gonna be okay now, he said in a soft, calm voice, kneeling down in front of her and offering a handkerchief. I'm here. What's your name? I'm Maggie, she answered in a timid voice as she accepted the hanky and wiped her eyes. That's a very pretty name, Katsuki said. Are you okay, Maggie? What happened? I got separated from my mommy and daddy, the little girl sniffed. I was looking for them and one of the boys said he found them. I followed him here and then one of them pushed me and then they started saying mean things to me and then you came and dash. Suddenly the girl jumped forward, tightly hugging Katsuki as she began crying. Please thank me, mister, she said as he rubbed soothing circles into her back. It's no problem, Maggie, he said, picking her up and walking out of the alley. Heroes help people, no matter who they are or what they look like. Now, can you tell me what your mommy and daddy look like or where you saw them last? It didn't take too long to find the kids' parents, Katsuki said, arm over his eyes as he listened to Hound Dog writing something down. I'll admit, part of me was worried they abandoned the kid due to her looks, but one look at their worried faces and relief at getting her back convinced me it really was an honest mistake. And how did it feel to reunite a family? Inui asked. Honestly, Katsuki began, removing his arm as he smiled up at the ceiling. It was the best feeling in the world. Even better than taking out my anger on those Quirkist pastiches. Yes, well, while I should be more upset that you beat up that boy, I'll admit I'm impressed you showed enough restraint to not use your quirk. Inui said. So, what happened next? Next, Katsuki shuddered slightly and let out a tired sigh as he closed his eyes. Next, things turned to sheet. Waving goodbye to the family, Katsuki smiled as he turned to walk home. However, his good mood was interrupted by a bottle falling on his head. Oh, Sanuva dash, he rubbed his head as he heard the bottle smash against the ground. All right, who's the dead bastic who threw that? He yelled, palms sparking. I swear to Kami I'm gonna dash. Katsuki was interrupted in his angry rant as a wet laugh echoed behind him. Katsuki quickly turned around to see a giant villain made out of green sludge growing out of the remnants of the smashed bottle. Nice quirk you got there, brat, the villain said, a disgusting grin on his face as he seemed to eye Katsuki hungrily. Meanwhile, Izuku was on his way to the shopping district. One of the paramedics had a quirk that drained what little sludge remained from his lungs and was quickly given the all-clear to go home. However, he wanted to see if he could run into Kaken to rub his new autograph in his face. Checking his watch, he saw he still had about 7 minutes before his quirk took his senses away again and decided to just enjoy his walk. After all, it wasn't often he got to experience these simple sensations so late in the day. He enjoyed the breeze on his exposed arms as cars passed him by. He took a deep breath through his nose, enjoying the smell of the chicken restaurant he was passing. However, he was thrown off by the smell of smoke and jumped at the sound of multiple explosions. Recognizing the unique smell and sound of those explosions, Izuku followed the smoke he saw looming over a one-way street. Pushing his way through the crowd, Izuku suddenly found himself frozen in shock. He saw the surrounding buildings. And street was on fire and, in the center of it all, the sludge villain from earlier was somehow making explosions like Kaken. How was this possible? Did he somehow escape All Might? How was he? Izuku then gasped in horror at seeing the top half of Bakugu's head poking out of the sludge. Looking into his oldest and closest friend's eyes, he saw something in them he rarely saw from Kaken: fear. Looking around at all the heroes gathered, he noted how, while some were actually helping the situation, like Backdraft and Kamui Woods who were targeting the fires and rescuing civilians, there were many who weren't doing anything, like Death Arms. However, none of them were even trying to free Kaken, who was obviously suffocating. He even heard the muscular hero say something about none of their quirks being a good match. Bullshit. They just didn't want to get their hands dirty. Hang in there, kid, Death Arms said to himself. I'm sure someone'll be here any kid. Get back here. Instinctively dodging the massive hand of the hero, Izuku found himself running towards the villain, almost like his body was moving on its own. Damn it, it can't end like this, Katsuki thought, desperately struggling to fight off the oncoming darkness. I can't die yet. I need to become a hero. People need saving. Villains need beating. And I need to finally beat Deku? His eyes suddenly widened as he saw the nerd running at him at full speed. What the you again? The villain shouted, trying to hit Izuku with an explosion. As he was dodging, Izuku grabbed his backpack and flung it at the villain's eyes, making him shout in pain as a pen hit its mark. While the villain was distracted, Izuku began clawing away at the sludge near Katsuki's mouth until he was able to cough up enough to take a few breaths. Deku? What are you dash? Later, Deku cut him off as he was digging out one of Kaken's arms. Aim for the eyes. Right. Damn it. That hurt, you little ditch. The villain suddenly found himself blinded and in pain once again, this time due to a large explosion in his face. As Deku pulled on one arm, Bakugo used his other arm to blast the sludge away. Soon enough, both boys were free and found themselves tumbling on the ground. However, as Bakugu continued to hack up sludge, the villain, one eye now blackened, was once again angrily towering over them. Before either boy could react, they felt a strong breeze and suddenly found themselves behind the police line. Looking up, they saw the hulking form of All Might smiling down at them. "My apologies, boys," the hero said. "I didn't notice this villain had slipped away until I was already at the police station. I should really get a new pair of pants. Now, allow this old man to fix his mistake." Suddenly, in a burst of wind, All Might was right in front of the villain, fist ped back. "And you, All Might," the villain shouted as it attempted to attack the hero. However, All Might easily dodged and with a shout of "Detroit Smas," he delivered a mighty punch with enough force to not only disperse the villain but also put out the fires and even change the weather, making it rain. Both boys just stared in awe as the crowd began to cheer for All Might as he raised his fist in victory. "Come on, Kaken," Izuku said, bringing the boy back to reality and offering him a hand and a tired smile. "Let's get you checked out. That sludge can really cling to your lungs." Coughing again, Katsuki reluctantly took Deku's hand and allowed him to lead him over to a nearby ambulance. "So, then get this," Katsuki said, sounding annoyed. "While I'm being checked over, a bunch of the bastiches who were just standing around the whole time start praising me for my quirk and freeing myself, like the nerd didn't do anything. Meanwhile, Popeye and Woody are trying to tell Deku off for doing their job. Can you believe that sheet?" Luckily, Deku's no pushover and shut them up by listing off all the different ways they and all the other lazy bastiches could have done to help me, even bringing up a bunch of team-up options. He even said he'd be sure to let the Weasel know they could use some remedial lessons and to expect an invitation to UA they couldn't refuse. "And did he get in trouble?" Inui asked. "Nah, Popeye tried to give him a warning, but Deku showed him his quirk ID and All Might backed up his story about his quirk not working at the time, so we both got away scot-free." "I see," Inui said. "So, did anything else happen?" After a brief pause, Katsuki sat up. "No," the teen lied. "After he was done tearing those fakes a new one, me and Deku went home and the old man and the hag tackled me into a hug. Thankfully, they backed off when I told them I was still feeling weird about being touched. Of course, Baggy Eyes and Fangs called to make sure I was okay. But, see, the main reason I wanted to see you was, like I said, I didn't sleep well." Katsuki was now hugging himself, rubbing his arms and looking more vulnerable than Inui had ever seen the hot-headed teen. I was so DMN helpless and every time I try sleeping I blew up my pillow. I haven't done that since I was 9. I need help, Inui-sen." Getting up, Inui made his way over to Katsuki. "May I?" he asked, hand hovering over his shoulder. At the teen's nod, Inui gave the kid's shoulder a squeeze to help ground him. He then kneeled down to look the traumatized teen in the eyes. "Listen to me, Kat. I've known you since you were 4 and I'd like to think I've gotten to know you pretty well. I know you prefer to do things on your own, so to see you ask for help is a big step and I'm proud of you for taking it." After offering Katsuki some tissues, he went over to his desk and grabbed a card. "This is the number for a trauma counselor. I'll always be here to talk, but she has a quirk that I believe will help you and your parents much better than I can." "My parents?" Katsuki asked, looking at the number on the card. "Believe me, kid, I'm sure they need help dealing with this just as much as you do." After thanking Inui for everything, Katsuki left, thinking about what really happened while he and Deku were walking home. "That I still can't believe All Might let that slimy bastard get away," Katsuki said, breaking the awkward silence. "Hey, nobody's perfect, not even the symbol of peace," Izuku shrugged. "Unfortunate but true, young Midoriya," All Might said as he slid in front of the surprised teens, striking a pose. "All Might?" Izuku stuttered while Katsuki just stared up at the man in awe. "What are you doing here? And how'd you ditch the vultures?" Katsuki asked, trying not to sound nervous questioning such a legend. "'Twas fairly easy, young Bakugu," All Might said, flexing. "For I am all my blargle." Suddenly, in a puff of smoke, the greatest hero of all time was replaced with a skinny guy in baggy clothes coughing his lungs out, as well as a concerning amount of blood. "The what the F dash?" Katsuki asked, so stunned that he cursed. "Mr. Yagi," Izuku questioned. "What the F dash?" Katsuki questioned louder. "With the hair, the baggy clothes, the eyes?" Izuku started mumbling before his eyes suddenly widened comically. "What the F dash? You're really All Might? I talked to All Might? I know All Might's real name? What the fuck?" After finishing his coughing fit, Yagi shook his hands in front of himself, frantically. "Please boys, calm down," he said as he spat out a final glob of blood. "Look, just allow me to explain." After finding a more secluded spot, Yagi showed the boys his scar and explained his gaunt appearance and time limit were due to an injury he sustained while fighting a powerful villain that cost him his stomach and a lung. The boys just listened in stunned silence. "So that's why you waited with me as," Izuku said, gesturing with his hands at All Might's current form. "Correct, young Midoriya. So, now that you know this, I have two things I need to do," Yagi said, surprising the boys even further by giving them a low bow. "First, I'd like to apologize to both of you, especially you, young Bakugo. I was almost late in saving you both and it was due to my carelessness that allowed the villain to escape. For this, I am truly sorry." "Don't worry about it," Katsuki said, still stunned as Deku rapidly nodded. "Second, I have a question to ask," Yagi began, looking at Izuku. "Young Midoriya, what were you thinking when you ran in to save young Bakugo?" To be honest, I really wasn't," Izuku said, looking at his feet. "It was almost like dash. Your legs moved on their own?" Yagi finished, to which Izuku nodded. "I thought so," Yagi said, smiling before his face became serious and he pointed at Izuku, making the boy jump. "Midoriya Izuku, I deem you worthy of inheriting my power." "What?" was both boys' response. "You see," Yagi began, looking down at his open palm with a steely look in his sunken. "My quirk, my true quirk, is called One for All and it is a stockpiling quirk that has been passed down since the dawn of quirks. As it is passed from user to user, the power grows, ensuring each user will be more powerful than the last. As I've explained, my time as All Might is nearing its end and I believe I have found the perfect successor in you, young Midoriya." Taking a deep breath, Midoriya stepped forward, bowing. "Thank you for the offer, All Might. I'm truly honored, but I must decline." At All Might's look of surprise, Izuku continued. "I'm sorry, but I just feel like I don't need your quirk to be the kind of hero I want to be. You should find someone who wants to be more than just a great hero. Instead of the next symbol of peace, you need to find someone willing to inspire and help build up others as a new symbol, one of hope." "I suppose that's understandable," All Might sighed. "Still, I hope I can count on you boys to keep this a secret." "Of course you can," Bakugo said, scowling. While he knew he'd have rejected the offer too, it still hurt a little that he wasn't considered. "Besides, who'd believe us?" Izuku smirked. "Fair enough," All Might said, smiling and waving the two young men goodbye. He was looking forward to seeing them at UA. Hopefully they'd help him find his true successor there. Letting out a tired sigh, Inui was getting ready to go home when his phone rang. "What is it, Principal?" he answered. "My apologies, Inui-san, but would you please join me in Detention Center Omega? Miss Himiko made a friend yesterday that I believe can be a valuable asset to us if we can help him overcome his troubled mental state," Nizu said. "Yeah, I'll meet you there," Inui said, another tired sigh escaping him as he left his office. "Any idea what's wrong with him?" "He appears to suffer from a form of did. Split personality, eh? That might be a little out of my league, boss. Couldn't you bring him to a professional?" "Unfortunately, that won't be possible," Nizu answered. "You see, we find ourselves in a rather delicate situation as he is a wanted villain dash. And you let him on school grounds?" Inui angrily questioned. "Trust me, he is not a threat currently and is quite secure. I truly believe he's a good person who's had a rather lousy run of bad luck. All I ask is that you meet him." "Fine," Inui answered as he got in his car. "I'll be there in 5 minutes and if I think he's a threat, I'm dragging him to the cops myself." "Excellent," Nizu chirped. "See you then." Upon reaching the smaller building they thankfully rarely used, Inui saw the principal standing at the door. Upon entering, he was led through a hallway of one-way mirrors until he came to the last room, which had the mirror wall blacked out. His reflection upsets him, Nizu explained. Looking through the smaller window on the door, he saw someone with a paper bag over their head sitting on a bed and muttering to themselves while smoking. "Are you ready?" Nizu asked. At Inui's nod, Nizu unlocked the door, making the man inside jump. "Geez, rat. Are you trying to give me a heart attack?" the man said, dramatically gripping his chest before saying in a joyful tone, "I'd happily welcome death." Taking a deep breath, Inui entered. "Hey, get out of here, fleabag. I'm allergic to dumbass," the man rudely said before sticking out his hand and speaking in a slightly deeper, friendlier tone. "Puther, new best friend. Name's Babaigawara Jean, but you can call me twice." "Oh, this guy was gonna be a headache. 10 months till exams. Either of you guys know why Sensei wanted us to meet at a beach?" Hitoshi asked as he walked with his friends. After taking a long sip of his coffee, he continued. "Or why we have to be there so early?" "I might have an idea," Izuku said, scratching his cheek nervously. "Have you ever been to Takoba before, Hitchan?" "No, why?" "Because it's a dump, baggy eyes," Katsuki answered. "Don't exaggerate," Hitoshi said, rolling his eyes. "It can't be that bad." 5 minutes later, "How is it this bad?" Hitoshi shouted in disbelief. The beach was literally a dump. Piles, mountains of old appliances, furniture, and various other forms of trash dominated the landscape. Hitoshi even thought he spotted a car or two. "Told ya," Katsuki shrugged. "It started with trash floating in from the sea before me and Deku were even born, and people just kept adding to it." "Still doesn't explain why we're dash." Hitoshi's eyes suddenly widened in horror. Before he could get confirmation of his suspicions, the Jokeswagon pulled up. "Hey boys." Himiko cheerily greeted. She was wearing a red and white polka dot bikini and carrying a towel and beach umbrella. "Who's ready for some food dash?" Her cheery mood, as well as her jaw, suddenly dropped upon seeing what was supposed to be a beach. "Daddy!" Himiko cried while Aizawa gave a sheet-eating grin. "Sorry, kiddo," Aizawa said, pulling a Vlad King gym bag from the trunk and tossing it to his pouting daughter. "You know I can't resist a good logical ruse. Now, get changed and I'll explain what we'll be doing once my assistant gets here." As Himiko muttered death threats under her breath as she stamped her way towards a changing room, Aizawa handed a bag to each of the boys containing rubber boots, gloves, and overalls of the boys' preferred colors. "So, who's this new assistant, Uncle Sho?" Izuku asked as he slipped on the green overalls despite not needing any extra protection. "Are you going to be getting a TA?" "Actually, Ma-sensei's getting a TA, but I'm babysitting today," Aizawa said before giving Izuku a pointed look. "Before you ask, he's retired and would prefer you not ask about his past as a pro hero." "Don't bother the has-been, got it?" Katsuki said, sliding on his orange and black boots. As Himiko approached the small group in her all-pink protective gear over an old Put Your Hands Up radio t-shirt, an old, white pickup truck parked near the entrance of the beach. Izuku and Bakuga's eyes widened at the skeletal blonde stepping out of the driver's seat. "Everyone, this is Yagi Tashinori," Aizawa announced as Yagi approached with a friendly smile. "He will be starting at UA next year as TA for the first-year heroics class." This project was his idea and Nizu and I agreed it would be a good opportunity for him to gain some teaching experience. "Thank you, Aizawa," Yagi said. Before he could say any more, his eyes widened as he recognized two of Aizawa's personal students. "Why young Midoriya and Bakugu?" Yagi questioned, blood flying out his mouth in surprise. "All Might?" Izuku yelled. He then slapped both hands over his mouth. To his left, Kaken slapped his forehead in annoyance. To his right, while Hitoshi looked between him and Yagi with a raised eyebrow, Himiko just stared in morbid fascination as Yagi tried to control the waterfall of blood pouring from his mouth. All the while, Aizawa's eyes narrowed between the three. "Yagi," Aizawa said in a calm voice that sent shivers up the old hero's spine. "Come with me." Grabbing Yagi's ear, Aizawa pulled him behind a pile of junk. Alright, how the hell do you know my nephew and his explosive friend? Wait, young Midoriya is your nephew, Yagi questioned in surprise. I thought for sure the boy in purple was he. He was interrupted by Aizawa tightening his scarf around Yagi's throat and activating his quirk. Focus, Yagi, Aizawa said in a threatening tone. I met them the other day after I saved them from the sludge villain, Yagi quickly explained after Aizawa loosened the capture scarf. I apologized for my mistakes in handling the villain and then offered young Midoriya one for all. I thought he'd be perfect after learning of how he boldly ran to save his friend without a second thought. However, he declined and we went our separate ways. Aizawa sighed in both exhaustion and a bit of relief. After he and the rest of the staff were introduced to and let in on the time limit secret of All Might, Aizawa and Vlad King had been asked to wait behind. Neither had expected to be led in on the even bigger secret of an ancient, powerful quirk that can be passed on and how the number one hero, the current holder, asked for their help to find a worthy successor in the first-year hero course. While Vlad was quick to agree, Sho wanted to know more about the history of the quirk. After hearing about the quirk's accidental creation and confirmation that the legendary quirk boogeyman was real and had been killed by All Might, Aizawa finally agreed to help. He also agreed that a first year going through a quirk awakening would be the best cover story. He had briefly considered suggesting Izuku, but didn't want to put that kind of pressure on his nephew. Okay, Aizawa said, pinching the bridge of his nose and fully releasing Yagi. How do you want to play this? Do you want to tell the truth or just play it off as Izuku recognizing you as All Might's secretary? Are they trustworthy? Yagi asked. At Aizawa's nod, Yagi walked back to the group of teens. While the other three teens were just waiting for the adults to return with an explanation, young Midoriya still had his hands clamped over his mouth with a mortified expression on his face. Standing in front of them, Yagi took a deep breath and disappeared in a puff of smoke, replaced by the smiling visage of All Might, causing the purple-haired teen's tired eyes to widen dramatically and the girl's jaw to drop. Finally, young Bakugo shook his head in embarrassment as young Midoriya removed his hands from his mouth and began frantically waving them in front of himself as he began uttering a stream of desperate apologies before being cut off by All Might's mighty laugh. Calm yourself, young Midoriya. All is forgiven. Just dash. In another puff of smoke, Yagi reappeared. Work on not blabbing my hero name when you see me like this in public. When I'm like this, it's Yagi-san or Mr. Yagi, okay? Yes, Yagi-san, all teens said in unison. So, Himiko began, casually raising her hand. Are we allowed to ask questions? 'Cause I got a lot of questions. Well, to answer what I assume is your first, Yagi said, raising his baggy shirt to show off the ugly scar that marred nearly half his torso. I wasn't always like this. It wasn't until a fight 5 years ago that cost me most of my respiratory system and a lung that eventually turned me into the bag of bones you see before you. I can channel my quirk through my body to bulk up as All Might, but there's a time limit that's getting smaller every day. He then gave the kids a serious look. My time as the symbol of peace is coming to an end, and that is why I chose a job at UA. Not only will stepping away from heroics to teach help ease the public into my eventual retirement, but it gives me the chance to pass down what I've learned over the years and help nurture the next generation of heroes. How long have you two known about this? Hitoshi asked, his and Himiko's eyes still wide over the revelations they've just heard. Since he saved us from that sludge bastic the other day, Katsuki said coolly while Izuku frantically nodded. Now, can we please move on? The sooner we start, the sooner we finish cleaning this fraggin' dump. Of course, young Bakugo, Yagi said with a nod and a smile. Between you four, I have no doubt you'll have this beach spotless by the time of the entrance exams. That snapped Himiko back to reality. Wait, we're really gonna be cleaning this whole beach? Himiko practically whined. I thought it was just gonna end up being another logical ruse. Logical ruse, Yagi wondered to himself, not noticing Aizawa hiding a smile behind his scarf. Shaking his head, he turned to face the girl he knew was Aizawa's daughter. Young Aizawa dash. It's Fukukado, Yagi-san, Himiko nervously interrupted. But you can call me Himiko. And our violet friend here is. Shinso Hitoshi. Hey, Shinso said, nervously waving. Well, young Himiko, while I'm well aware of the training you four have gone through since you were children, the reason behind this training is to both strengthen your bodies and to rediscover the roots of heroism, Yagi explained, a bit of pride in his voice. Back before Quirks, heroes were those who gave back to their community. By restoring this beach to its former glory, you will also be taking your first steps to becoming like the true heroes of old. Even without being in his hero form, the teens were hanging off Yagi's every word. Alright guys, let's do this. Izuku called out, only to be stopped by Aoyagi placing a hand on his shoulder. Actually, young Midoriya, your training will be a bit different, Yagi said. Rest assured, you'll be joining your friends later, but for now, I want you to take a nap. This confused Izuku. But then I won't be able to use my quirk. That's the point, Izuku, Aizawa said, creepy grin on full display while holding a green sleeping bag under his arm. The point of your training is to increase your base strength. You'll nap, work for 30 minutes, then repeat. Got it? Yes, sensei, Izuku said, taking the sleeping bag. The rest of you, get to work, Aizawa ordered. Start making piles, appliances in one, furniture in another, and 2 more for miscellaneous trash and recycling. Take the smaller appliances and load them onto Mr. Yagi's truck so he can take them to a recycling center. Yes, sensei, the other 3 called back. As the others got to work, Izuku dozed off. It seemed like he just closed his eyes when he was suddenly woken up by an air horn, causing him to violently thrash around inside his bag while Himiko was rolling on the ground. Thanks for the wake-up, cuz, Izuku said through gritted teeth. Anytime, Izukin. Himiko laughed back. Now, get to work, sleepyhead. Izuku looked up at the truck he'd been sleeping near and saw how it was already nearly full. After setting his watch for 30 minutes, Izuku pulled on his green gloves to get to work. He had a limited amount of time and he was going to make the most of it. 8 months till exams. These kids sure are hard workers, Yagi said as he and Aizawa watched Izuku and Shinso try to pull a refrigerator while Himiko and Katsuki pushed. It had only been 2 months and already these 4 have managed to clear a large portion of the beach. They do have an annoying tendency to go plus ultra, Aizawa said, passing the man a cup of hot water before taking a sip of his coffee. So, how are the classes going? Fine, I guess, Yagi said, rubbing the back of his head. Gotta admit, though, there's more to teaching than I thought. Amen to that, Aizawa said, tapping his cup to Yagi's before they both took a drink and continued watching the kids struggle until Izuku slipped and fell on his face in the sand. Alright, time to call it, Aizawa said, nudging Yagi. Go let them. No, there's nothing wrong with admitting defeat or something like that. Nodding in understanding, Yagi approached the group that was laughing as Izuku continued coughing up sand. 5 months till exams. Kimoda! Katsuki shouted as he blew a couch in half. No, his 3 friends, said in unison as they picked up the remains. Katsuki was finally starting to enjoy himself. Now that they've cleared most of the small stuff, he was told to use his quirk to destroy some of the bigger stuff. However, there was one thing that kept him from truly enjoying himself. He just couldn't find the right battle cry. Mazas, he shouted as he blasted the fridge they could barely budge all those months ago several meters towards the beach entrance. Nope. Blatherskite. Hot soup. Hey, you stole that from that kung fu movie we watched last week. Bunhead annoyingly pointed out. For months till exams. Hey Jean. Himiko happily greeted her bag-headed friend as she placed 2 bento boxes with a picture of Lunch Rush giving a thumbs up on them on the table. After showing signs of improvement, Babaigawara had been moved from the detention center to a less secure private residence near the Aizawas. While Shoyuta was still a little weary of him, Emi and Jean became fast friends. While still restricted from interacting with the students, Himiko was the exception as she would always visit for lunch after cleaning the beach. Hello, Fukukado-san, Jean politely greeted with a stiff bow before switching to a more energetic tone. Hey Ahimi. How's it Hanjin girl? It's going pretty good, she replied, opening her lunch. Today, she was enjoying a pork blood porridge while she brought Jean some sweet and sour pork. We're close to finishing up the beach. Still sounds like a waste of time to me. Good for you kids. You're really making a difference. Thanks, Jean, Himiko smiled. How's therapy with Inui-san going? The mutt don't know nothing about nothing. He's so wise and says I've made a lot of progress. I still feel like I'd tear apart without this stupid bag though. Oh, by the way, I made something for you. For me? Jean gasped dramatically. But it isn't my birthday. Gimma. I don't need your charity. Himiko giggled as she pulled something blue from her bag. I thought you might like this better than those old paper bags. Underneath his bag, Jin's eyes widened. It was a blue mask that resembled Yue's gym uniform, with the white letters outlined in red. Suddenly, tears had started to ruin his bag. I've never really didn't have to thank you so much, Jin finally uttered as he desperately hugged the mask. For once the other voice seemed to be just as shocked. Can you help me put it on? Please? Sure, Jin, Himiko kindly said. Gently, she peeled the dirty bag off and realized this was the first time she saw his face. He had messy blonde hair and no eyebrows over his tightly shut eyes that were still leaking. However, his most striking feature was the large scar running down the middle of his forehead. She then helped Jean pull the mask down and adjust it. How do I look? Jean nervously asked, eyes still glued shut. See for yourself, Himiko said, pulling a small makeup mirror out of her bag. Finally, Jean opened one of his eyes and soon opened the other. Wow, I'm hideous, he said, before adding with a thumbs up and wink to Himiko, thank Cammy this mask does a great job at covering it up. 2 months till exams. Yagi couldn't help gawking. The beach, the whole stinking beach, was clean. Instead of sleeping over at young Midoriya's like they told Aizawa, the 4 teens had spent last night finishing up the job and then sleeping on the beach. Holy, stinking, super crap, he said, finishing his exclamation as all might. Looking at the final pile outside the entrance, Aizawa, despite his frustration at them for completing the project without their supervision, couldn't help but smile. As he already knew, these kids were something else. So, got anything else for us to do? Hitoshi lazily asked from his purple sleeping bag next to a snoring Izuku while Katsuki and Himiko were already rolling up their orange and red sleeping bags, respectively. Just get this last pile loaded onto Yagi-san's truck, Aizawa said, nudging Izuku awake. Aye, Pops. Himiko energetically said. He seriously had no idea how she was so peppy in the morning. Here, young Shinso, Yagi said, passing Hitoshi a cup of coffee. You've more than earned this. Thanks, Mr. Yagi, Hitoshi said after taking a large gulp of the holy nectar. I've actually been meaning to talk to you, Yagi said, sitting down next to the young man. Have you found a sponsor for the recommendation exam? Unfortunately, no, Hitoshi sighed. I'm just gonna have to fill out the paperwork and see if my tonfa can be considered support equipment. Not necessarily, Yagi said with a smirk. How would you feel about being sponsored by All Might? Yagi couldn't help his snort as young Shinso spat out the drink he and Aizawa considered as sacred as Nizu considered tea. But you're a UA teacher, Shinso finally coughed out. Technically, I'll be a TA and won't be until next year, Yagi said. I've already gotten the go-ahead from Nizu. All I need is for you to accept. But why me? Why not offer to sponsor Zuku or Himi or Kat? Because none of them would have accepted. Aizawa told me you weren't as confident in your abilities to take on robots as your friends, and while I think you would do fine, I understand your apprehension and want to do what I can to help you achieve your dream. In a puff of smoke, a grinning All Might offered a still-stunned Shinso a hand up. So, what do you say, young Shinso? Finally, Shinso took his hand. I gladly accept, sir. Haha, excellent. All Might exclaimed before turning back into Yagi. Now, go help your friends load up the truck and then we'll talk about the study schedule Niza gave me. After all, the written portion of the recommendation exam is much more difficult than the normal entrance exam and takes place a month before. We've got some serious cramming to do, young Shinso. That maybe I should just take my chances with the robots, Shinso thought as he approached his friends. Hitoshi smiled as he read the group chat. Dadzawa's problem children. Lord_Explodo, show those entitled bastiches what you can do at Insomnicat. You got this by each butt. Small Might, gif of cartoon All Might giving thumbs up. He then put his phone away as he took a deep breath. You can do this, Toshi, he said to himself as he stood staring up at UA's front gate. He had walked through it hundreds of times over the years for both his training and just to hang out with his friends at Himiko's house. So why was it suddenly so hard to move? Are you nervous too? A female voice said from behind him, making him jump. Spinning around in a defensive stance, he quickly dropped it as he saw a beautiful, slightly blushing girl with her black hair in a ponytail. Behind her was an older man wearing a monocle and whose gray hair was slicked back into a low ponytail. The guy dressed and held himself like a stereotypical butler, even wearing white gloves. Apologies, the girl quickly said, bowing. I didn't mean to startle you. My name is Yaoyorozu Momo and it's a pleasure to meet you. This is my sponsor, Dornez Walter. A pleasure, young sir, Walter said with an accent in a pleasant tone as he bowed as well. Shinso Hitoshi, Hitoshi bowed back. And it's fine. Like you said, I'm a little nerve dash. Hitoshi was cut off by a loud laugh as All Might, in an ugly, yellow pinstripe suit landed near them. Ha! I am here to escort you to your exams, young Shinso. Oh, hello there. Shinso pinched the bridge of his nose in embarrassment while Yaoyorozu just stared at All Might with a shocked expression and Walter's eyebrows merely raised a bit higher before smiling and approaching the number one hero. Good morning, sir, Walter said with a bow. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. My name is Dornez Walter, and I am the Yaoyorozu's personal butler and bodyguard as well as a retired hero and sponsor to young Miss Yaoyorozu. The pleasure is all mine, Mr. Dornez. All Might happily bowed back before putting his thumb and forefinger under his chin, as if studying the man. Given your accent, I assume you were a European hero, possibly British underground? Indeed, sir, Walter said, impressed by the deduction. Well, shall we escort our young charges to their exams? Of course. Come, young Shinso. Your future awaits. Groaning into his hands as he covered his face in embarrassment, Hitoshi's reluctance to move forward was seemingly forgotten. However, with his eyes covered, he failed to notice the loose piece in the walkway and tripped. As he was preparing himself to tuck and roll to avoid injury, he suddenly felt many thin strings wrapping around himself and was pulled back onto his feet. Opening his eyes, he saw what looked like fishing line wrapped around himself and following it back to its origin, his eyes widened to find they came from Walter's fingers. Careful, young man, Walter said, smiling as the wires disappeared. Are you all right, young Shinso? All Might asked as Hitoshi just stared at Walter, who was still smiling kindly. The angel of death, Garrote, Hitoshi said in a stunned whisper. He remembered hearing about him from Aizawa and how he was a big inspiration to him, including inspiring his capture weapon. Impressive, Walter said, a glint in his eye as his kind smile suddenly turned sharp. I must admit, I'm surprised someone so young is familiar with my former alias, let alone recognized me by my quirk. Suddenly, his features softened and the polite smile was back. Well, come along then. We mustn't be late. As both the former and current heroes continued walking and began discussing the differences between Japanese and European hero systems, Yaoyorozu gently nudged a still stunned Shinso. Are you all right, Shinso? Why, yeah, he answered as they both began walking. Just a little starstruck, I guess. I mean, the guy's a legend in the underground hero community. I know the feeling, Yaoyorozu said, face a little red as she looked at All Might. Given how knowledgeable you are, I take it you're looking to go underground as well. So, how do you know All Might? If you don't mind me asking, I mean. Not at all. Honestly, I just got lucky, Hitoshi said, remembering the half-truth cover story he, Aizawa, and Yagi came up with. His secretary was checking on a community project me and my friends took part in and he recommended me to his boss for a sponsorship. I don't exactly have a combat quirk like my friends and he thought this exam would give me a better chance of passing the practical portion than the normal one. It's the written portion that's got me worried, though. I'm sure you'll do fine, she said. Wow, she had a pretty smile. So, tell me a bit about this project. They continued to talk until coming to the exam room they were both assigned to. Well, kids, this is where we take our leave, All Might said with his signature smile and thumbs up. Best of luck to you both. We'll see you again before the practical portion of the exam. Walter said, shooting Yaoyorozu one last smile. I've no doubt you'll pass with flying colors, Miss Yaoyorozu. Thank you, Walter, Yaoyorozu said with a blush. After you, Shinso said, opening the door. With a grateful smile and nod, she entered with Shinso following behind. Good to see the boy knows his manners, Walter commented to himself once the door closed. Looking up at All Might, he continued, Shall we join our fellow sponsors? Apologies, my friend, but I'm afraid I have a rather important meeting with Principal Nizu, All Might said. Of course, Walter nodded. I know from experience not to keep my old friend waiting. Well, see you at the practical portion, Yagi-san. At this, All Might's eyes comically widened and it took all of his willpower to keep his signature grin and not cough up blood like a geyser. While Walter lightly chuckled to himself on his way to the waiting room, All Might booked it to Nizu's office to wait out the exam and question the principal about what he knew of his new acquaintance. Kami, my head, Shinso groaned, rubbing his temples as he exited the locker room wearing a purple tracksuit. I knew I should have taken my chances with the robots in exchange for the slightly easier written portion. I found it enjoyably challenging, Momo said, surprising Shinso to see her waiting for him with that cute smile and wearing a red tank top and sweatpants that exposed her flat belly and emphasized her curves. It took every bit of self-control he had to stop himself from staring. You'd definitely get along with my friend, Shinso joked as they headed to Gym Delta, one of the few areas of UA Shinso hadn't been allowed in. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of a bunch of the applicants and some of their sponsors crowding All Might for pictures and autographs. Endeavor was scowling off to the side with a boy with heterochromia and half red and white hair with a nasty-looking burn scar over his left eye who was staring at All Might. Behind the group, Shinso saw what looked to be an obstacle course. Okay, this doesn't seem too bad, Shinso thought with an analytical gaze. I've been doing parkour since I was 9, so that should give me an advantage dash. There you two are. All Might called out, breaking free of the crowd as he and Walter approached the two. The group then broke out in whispers and Endeavor turned his heated glare on them with the boy who Shinso assumed was his son also taking an interest. I must admit, I was a little worried with how long you were taking, Walter said with a playful smirk, making both kids turn red. All right. Present Mike called out. Now that everyone's here, it's time for the practical exam. You'll all be divided into groups of 5 and use your quirks to race to the finish line. Now, go see my lovely coworker, Midnight, to get sorted into your group and wait for my call. As Yaoyorozu walked over with the rest of the group to Midnight, Shinso was taking deep breaths to try to calm himself. Sensing the young man's tension, All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey, he said in a softer tone. You're going to do fine, young Shinso. But what if I don't win? Shinso asked. Let me let you in on a little secret, All Might said, moving in front of the boy and crouching down. If I know anything about Principal Nizu, it's that he takes many factors into account when making a decision. If I were to guess, I'd say the point of this race isn't merely to win, but to show off what you can do and how well you're able to adapt to the situation. Just do your best and remember that this isn't the final part of the exam. With a small smile, Hitoshi nodded and headed over to Midnight while All Might went off to find a good seat to watch. Pinning the number 13 to his chest, Hitoshi was walking over to join the other students waiting on the sidelines when a rather large boy with sharp eyes and the number 41 on his chest spotted him and ran over, waving and grinning. HY, he enthusiastically greeted. You're the kid All Might is sponsoring, right? Man, you must be pretty passionate to get the symbol of peace's attention. My name's Yurashi Inasa and I hope we can be great friends. Shinso, a well-known introvert, was at a loss how to react to the energetic boy in front of him. After a few moments of awkward silence, Inasa's eyes slightly widened and, without losing his smile, he bowed so low his head hit the floor with a loud bang, making Shinso even more uncomfortable as he and several others watching jumped in surprise. My apologies, Inesa loudly said. It's just that I'm really passionate and hot-blooded about so many things, especially heroics, and I sometimes get overexcited. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable. It's fine, big guy, Shinso said, stepping back a few inches with his hands raised. I'm just not very, social. That's partly why I'm aiming to go underground. Inesa quickly rose from his bow, still grinning as blood leaked from his forehead. Really? That's awesome. I'm aiming for limelight myself. Yurashi, you got a little, Shinso trailed off, pointing to his forehead. Upon touching his forehead and seeing the blood, Inesa just laughed it off. It's fine, he said, wiping his forehead with a handkerchief. I've got a pretty tough head. Come on, let's join the others. So, what group are you in? As his new, loud friend continued to talk, he couldn't help noticing the others looking at him specifically and whispering to each other. In hindsight, he really should have seen this coming. After all, it's not every day All Might takes enough interest in a student to recommend them to UA. Hell, for all he knew, he was the first. Shinso! Yaoyorozu called, walking over with a number 6 on her shirt. She gasped at the sight of Inesa's still bleeding forehead. The palm of her hand then glowed and a bandage and a small tube of ointment materialized in it. Both boys' eyes widened. Whoa, Shinso almost whispered while Inesa was silent as they both looked on in awe. Come here, Yaoyorozu said, gesturing for Inesa to lean forward. Once he did, she wiped away the excess blood with his handkerchief and applied the ointment before covering the cut with the bandage. Wow. Thanks, Yaoyorozu. Inesa said, Hitoshi and Momo both stopping him before he could bow again. So does your quirk allow you to make medical supplies? If so, you'll be Recovery Girl's favorite student in no time, Shinso joked. It's not just medical supplies, Momo said, the top of her head glowing as a matryoshka doll. Popped up and she tossed it to Shinso. I can convert my body's lipids into anything non-living from any part of my body so long as I know its atomic structure. Oh, I definitely need to introduce you to my buddy, Izuku, Shinso said, looking over the wooden doll and smiling upon realizing it resembled Yaoyorozu. Then, Present Mix voice called out. Those in Group A, please take the stage. Oh, that's me, Yaoyorozu said, waving goodbye to the two. Wish me luck. Nodding and waving back, Shinso pocketed the matryoshka doll. Quite the diverse group of candidates this year, the Dragoon hero, Ryukyu said from the sponsors' seats. The 50 heroes gathered were given a box seat to look over the track. While there were some like Ryukyu, who liked to sponsor a student almost every year, most were new to the experience like All Might. Indeed, All Might said as the race began. The amount of heroic potential down there is staggering. Endeavor rolled his eyes. His masterpiece has more heroic potential than any of the so-called heroes he's been forced to sit with. If he would only get over his ridiculous rebellious phase and fulfill his purpose. Speaking of potential, what made you choose to sponsor the Purple Kid, All Might? Ryukyu asked. I was impressed by his heroic spirit and tenacity. Young Shinso is one of 4 middle schoolers who cleaned Takoba Municipal Beach these past 7 months, All Might said, ignoring the gasps of surprise. I did some digging on them and found out while young Shinso's been training to become a hero most of his life, and by Eraserhead, no less, his quirk wasn't the best for taking on robots. I wanted to help give the boy a fairer chance, so I offered to sponsor him. Endeavor scoffed. Something you'd like to say, Enji? All Might said, emphasizing the use of the man's given name rather than his family or hero name. Endeavor scowled at the disrespect. If the boy's so weak he can't handle a few robots, he shouldn't be here. He practically spat, watching as the Yaoyorozu heiress created a grappling hook from her stomach to scale the rock wall. Actually, Endeavor, that's the exact reason why this exam exists and why I decided to sponsor Tokage, Ryukyu chimed in, with others nodding in agreement. Her quirk isn't combat-oriented but could be great for stealth and infiltration operations. If your kid's so strong, why is he taking a test meant for those who need a leg up? Endeavor just scowled and looked away. Their point made, All Might and Ryukyu bumped fists. Meanwhile, the hero who sponsored Yurashi was slightly sweating over his mistake. Group D, come on dun. present mic called. Welp, guess I'm up, Shinso sighed, finishing his stretches. Good luck, Shinso, Inasa said, accidentally patting his shoulder a little too hard. I'll see you at the finish line. See ya there, big guy, Shinso said, rolling his shoulders. Taking his place, he considered using his quirk on his competition, but decided against it. Not only would it possibly get him disqualified for using his quirk on them before the start of the race, he didn't want to sabotage anyone. He watched the lights above the starting gate, and the moment the light changed to blue, he was off, taking an early lead. Good start, one hero said. Does he have some kind of speed quirk? Nope, All Might said, grinning as he watched the young man running across the taut rope that others would have to hang from to get across. In fact, young Shinso isn't even using his quirk. What we're seeing is the fruits of good old-fashioned physical training. No wonder he wants to go underground, Endeavor thought with a sneer as Shinso quickly scaled the side of a wall to bypass a few obstacles. Probably has a weak mental quirk. Ducking his head under the waterfall, Shinso picked up speed and leapt across the gap to the other side and tucked into a roll. Quickly getting up and seeing the finish line, he put on one final burst of speed. While he could hear someone gaining on him, he didn't look back and just kept running. He dived and slid over the finish line as he heard someone yell, "Barbara Ho," and something whizzed past him. And applicant number 13 secures the win, followed closely by number 26, well, part of her, but it still counts. Grinning and panting heavily, Hitoshi rolled onto his back with his eyes closed as the other contestants passed him as they finished. He did it. He got first and didn't even have to rely on his quirk. "Hey," a female voice said. "Need a hand up?" Opening one eye, he soon opened them both upon seeing a floating hand waving at him. Taking it, he looked to where he heard the voice and saw a green-haired girl with sharp teeth grinning at him and waving a stump as he was pulled up. Once on his feet, he watched as the hand floated back and reattached to its owner. "So you were the One Piece fan who nearly beat me?" Shinso asked as he walked over to a cooler to grab a water bottle. Yup, the girl said, grinning as her head and both hands as well as pieces of her arms about the size of tuna steaks detached and floated from her body towards him to grab a water as well. "Name's Tokisetsuna and my quirk's called Lizard Tail Splitter. I can split myself into a bunch of pieces that float around like Buggy." "You a One Piece fan too?" "My dad has the complete run of the manga and I grew up watching the anime, including filler." Hitoshi smirked as her body walked over and reattached its missing pieces before taking a drink. Same, Setsuna laughed. They continued talking about the pre-quirk phenomenon as they made their way to the students' waiting area. "Well done, young Shinso." All Might loudly cheered, much to Endeavor's annoyance. Then again, the man's very existence annoyed him. "Woo! Way to go, Tokaige," Ryukyu also cheered. Walter, however, simply smiled as he took a sip of his tea. He had expected nothing less from a personal student of his former. In turn, "Congratulations, Shinso," Yaoyorozu happily greeted. "Thanks," he said, smiling and going red. "You too, second place is nothing to sneeze at." "Agreed," Setsuna chimed in, detaching a hand that grabbed and shook a mortified Momos. "Tokaige Setsuna, nice to meet ya." "Yaoyorozu Momo," she nervously said, getting a laugh out of Setsuna. "Relax, girl. I don't bite," she said, wiggling an eyebrow and continuing with a devious smile. "At least, not without permission." After laughing at a suddenly red Yaoyorozu letting out a nervous eep, the three sat down, joining the others to watch the other races on a large screen. As they watched, all Shinso could think about was Izuku crying over missing out on seeing all the unique quirks on display. "And now for the finale. Will Group J please step up?" Shinso noticed Inasa's grin was looking a bit forced as he took his place next to the stoic peppermint-haired kid. At the sound of the beep, Inasa was off with a tornado blasting him forward and blowing those around him away. Some kind of wind control, Shinso thought as the stoic kid began catching up to Inasa using a path of jagged ice to shoot forward. "I guess we know why those two were placed in the last group," Yaoyorozu said as she watched the two powerhouses fly through the course much faster than anyone else before them. "Thank Godzilla we weren't in their group, Shinso," Tokage asked while sweat dropping. Yeah, we wait, Godzilla. Hey, you worship what you want to and I'll worship what I want to, she joked. Shaking his head, Shinso watched as Inasa and the other kid crossed the finish line with Inasa kicking out his foot to reach the end first. Whoa! Number 41 wins by a hair. And 3 minutes faster than average. Shinso smiled as the big lug started cheering, but his smile fell when he saw Inasa approaching the stoic kid, who he assumed to be Endeavor's kid. Oh, this is not gonna end well, he said to himself and was quickly proven right. While he couldn't hear what was being said, he watched as Inasa's bright grin turned into open-mouthed shock, horror and maybe even anger at what the other boy said. As the other boy walked away, Shinso kept watching as Inasa, his face now blank but clenching his fists, approached Present Mic. While the hero looked surprised at what he said, he allowed Inasa to leave. What do you think happened? Yaoyorozu asked worriedly. He tried to befriend the wrong person, Tokage said, eyes narrowing it. You can see it in his eyes. He's not here to make friends or connections with future heroes. He's just out for himself. Hitoshi nodded in agreement, hoping the big guy would be okay. Sure, he was a bit loud and annoying, but the guy obviously had a big heart and would make a great hero. All right, Present Mic announced to get everyone's attention. Now that the practical portion is over, it's time for the final part of the exam, the interview. So, this is why we're wearing numbers. Shinso thought with a sigh, waiting for his number to be called. Yaoyorozu had already gone, and while she offered to wait, he waved it off but got hers and Setsuna's phone numbers to stay in touch. What worried him was that Inasa was still Mia. Number 13, the voice of the principal called as a kid with brown hair sticking up in the front exited his office. Taking a deep breath, he got up and, as Setsuna wished him luck with 2 floating thumbs up, entered the office. Hello, young Shinso, Nizu cheerily greeted. Well, given how we are already well acquainted, what do you say I skip my usual introduction? That would be appreciated, sir, Shinso said, sighing in relief but wrinkling his nose at the tea placed in front of him. With all due respect, sir, would you happen to have any coffee? I'm a little sick of tea after all of our study sessions. This made Nizu chuckle. To quote one of my favorite shows, sick of tea? That's like being sick of breathing. That got a snort out of the young man. Didn't peg you as a TLA fan, Shinso said. Of course, Nizu chirped as he swapped the boy's teacup for a cup of coffee, which he gratefully accepted. However, we can discuss pre-Quirk American cartoons at a later date. For now, let us begin the interview. Taking another sip of coffee, Shinso nodded. Excellent, Nizu said, folding his paws on his desk. Normally, I'd go over your file and ask you questions about yourself, but given our unique relationship, I am already well aware of you and your grades, so let's skip to the important part. Nizu leaned forward a bit, beady black eyes seemingly judging his soul. Shinso-kun, why do you think you deserve a recommendation spot? What makes you different and more desirable than the other 48 students gunning for one of the 4 spots? Shinso's eyebrows crinkled in confusion. Wait, 48? Don't you mean 49? Sadly no, Nizu sighed. While I won't go into detail, Yarashi Inasa has decided not to attend UA. Shinso's eyes widened. DMN, he whispered. Indeed, Nizu nodded. Anyway, back to the question. Why do you deserve this spot? Shinso looked into his coffee, thinking hard about his answer. Well, like you said, you know me and my skills. You know how much time and energy Aizawa-sensei and my friends have put into training me. They're the main reason why I want to go to UA. Sure, I can apply to other schools, but it just wouldn't be the same without them. Even if you decide to give this spot to someone else, there's always the practical my friends are taking. If I fail that too, I can wait till the sports festival to show my worth. He looked up and into Nizu's eyes with an eraser-head-worthy grin. Make no mistake, Principal Nizu, I will join UA's hero course. The when and how is up to you. After a brief pause, Nizu let out cackle. Well said, Shinso-san, the mammalian principal said. Well, that's all I needed to hear. Your letter of acceptance or rejection will be mailed before the end of the month. Now, since we still have a few minutes left, why don't I freshen up your coffee while we discuss our favorite episodes of Avatar, The Last Airbender? Personally, I've always thought The Great Divide was an underrated gem. After several minutes of debating whether or not The Great Divide was an enjoyable waste of time, Shinso finally exited the Weasel's office and sat back down next to Tokage. So, how'd it go? Setsuna asked, clearly a bit nervous. Shinso said, waving his hand in a ASO motion but smiled. Shinso was satisfied with his performance, and that was all that mattered. All he had to do now was wait for the Weasel's decision. I failed, Shinso muttered into the cushion as he lay face down on Aizawa-sensei's couch with Nettie curled up on his back and Nimpuri, a black mane Sien, liking his hand hanging off the couch. It's been 3 weeks since the exam and, despite Yaoyorozu and Tokage getting their acceptance letters, Shinso still hasn't gotten his. Knock it off, Hichan, Izuku said while playing Hero Brawl 3 with his cousin. I'm sure you got in. Yeah, the Weasel's just messing with you, Himiko said, sweating with her black buns a mess as she just barely dodged All Might's Detroit smash and countered with Ms. Joke's side-splitting combo. Or it's one of Uncle Show's logical ruses. Izuku smirked as All Might caught a kick and spun Ms. Joke around until throwing her off-screen, much to his cousin's rage as she threw her controller in the same direction, scaring Nimpuri away. Damn it, Izukin. Quit always playing as All Might. He's too dimming up. Himiko angrily ranted as she stamped indignantly. Hey, I've beat you with other characters. Hell, I beat you as Nizu while you played as All Might, Izuku said, smirking as he leaned back with his hands behind his head. Not my fault you refused to admit defeat. Out of curiosity, how long have you been awake? Himiko asked in a sickly sweet voice as she spun a butterfly knife. It then glowed green and was pulled out of Himiko's hand and into the hand of a frowning Inko at the front door. Himiko, what have your parents and I told you about threatening to stab your cousin? She asked. To not to, Himiko sighed. Under her breath, she added, it's not like it'd even hurt him. That's not the point, Inko sighed, crossing her arms. Now, Himiko, come help me set the table. Izuku, go take a nap. Everyone's going to be here soon. Peeling himself off the couch so Izuku can get some sleep to enjoy the meal, Shinso went to the small kitchen where Ms. Joke was frying up carriage chicken, his favorite. Anything I can do to help, sensei? He asked. Zuku took my moping spot and I could use something to do. First, when I'm at home, it's Fukukado-san. Second, if you want, you can prepare the cucumbers for the sesame salad, Emi said with a smile. Thanks, kiddo. Nodding, Shinso went over to the cutting board and began peeling cucumbers. He had begun chopping them when the front door opened and in walked the Bakugus. Before Mrs. Bakugu could loudly greet her friend, her husband covered her mouth and pointed to the sleeping form of their nephew in all but blood passed out on the couch with Nettie curled up on his stomach. Rolling his eyes as Fangs hugged his parents, Katsuki went into the kitchen. Hey Baggy, he said. What the hell do you think you're doing? Chopping cucumbers, Hitoshi tiredly said. They're all uneven, you fraggin' clod, Katsuki almost yelled, grabbing a knife and apron and pushing Hitoshi to the side to correct his mistake. Watching the blonde quickly and effortlessly chop a new cucumber into thin, even slices, Hitoshi tried copying the technique but ended up cutting himself. Damn it, Shinso said as he iced his finger. Sighing, Katsuki got the first aid kit. Thanks, Hitoshi said, putting on a bandage before going back to cutting the cucumbers more slowly. Don't mention it, Katsuki said. So, you still didn't get your letter? Shinso shook his head, to which Katsuki shrugged. Well, you know how dramatic the Weasel and Hobo-sensei are. They wouldn't build up suspense like this for no reason. Yeah, I know, Shinso tiredly said. I just can't help but worry. I mean, did not using my quirk to give myself an advantage hurt my score? Did taking that shortcut disqualify me? I was just trying dash. Hey, Katsuki said, flicking him on the forehead. Enough with the self-deprecating muttering and pass me the sesame oil and vinegar. Hitoshi watched Katsuki mixing the dressing when the front door opened again and Shinso was surprised to see his parents. What are you guys doing here? He asked. It's not like it's a holiday or anyone's birthday, so why was everyone here? Hey, now, Is that any way to greet your parents, Lil Sho? Emmy joked. Please stop calling him that, Aizawa yawned as he walked out of their bedroom. Oh, it's fine, Emmy, Shinso Nikoshi said, scratching the pink stubble on his chin. I think Aizawa's lessons on situational awareness have just made him a little paranoid. Yeah, we're just here to judge whether your chicken recipe is better than mine, Hitomi joked. Oh, it is on beach, Emmy declared. While everyone else was enjoying the meal, especially Izuku, Hitoshi kept picking at his chicken until he couldn't take it anymore and slammed his chopsticks down. Alright, seriously, what's going on? He asked, narrowing his eyes and pointing towards Aizawa. And don't tell me I'm being paranoid, because it's never unfounded when it comes to you and Nizu. While his parents were reprimanding him over his rude behavior, Hitoshi didn't take his narrowed eyes off Sho as he calmly and slowly wiped his mouth. Oh, that reminds me. Nizu asked me to give you this, Aizawa boredly said as he pulled a slightly crumpled envelope out of his pocket and tossed it to a suddenly wide-eyed Hitoshi, who only managed to catch it out of instinct. Seems he accidentally forgot to mail it with the others. Hitoshi stared down at the surprisingly heavy envelope. He only looked up when he felt his dad's hand on his shoulder and saw the older man with matching tired eyes and his pink hair in a bun smiling at him. On his other shoulder, his mom, tears gathering behind her sunglasses, stood with the same kind smile. No matter what's inside that letter, we're all proud of you, Toshi, Nikoshi said. Looking around the table, everyone was smiling at him. Well, except for Katsuki. Damn it, will you just open the DMN thing so we can say we told you so already? Katsuki said, rolling his eyes, to which Mitsuki lightly smacked the back of his head. Shut it, brat. This is Toshi's moment, Mitsuki growled back. Sighing, Shinso looked up and into Aizawa's eyes. For the record, no matter what this says, I hate both you and the weasel, he said, to which Aizawa just nodded with a small smirk. Hitoshi then tore open the envelope to find a holodisc inside. Suddenly, it turned on and the holographic image of Nizu grinning and sitting behind a comically large desk in front of red curtains appeared in front of them. Hello, Mr. Shinso, Nizu greeted in his usual cheery tone. Am I a rat, a bear, or a dog? It doesn't matter since, as you and those I'm sure are gathered with you all know, I'm the principal of you. After a pause to, theoretically, giving his audience the chance to laugh, Nizu continued. Now, on to your exam results. For starters, you passed the written portion. Hitoshi sighed a bit in relief. Out of the 50 applicants, you placed 9th, and as your tutor, I am quite proud of you. As Hitoshi's jaw dropped and his mom and dad hugged him excitedly, Fukukato let out a low whistle. Wow, the top 10. Congrats, kid, she excitedly said while Sho, without looking up from his food, gave Hitoshi a nod and thumbs up. Now, onto your practical performance. Nizu continued with several squares showing footage of Shinso's performance playing behind him. While surprising that you decided against using your quirk, you were not penalized, nor would you have been had you decided to. That being said, I, as well as my fellow judges, were impressed by your physical prowess as well as your quick thinking and tenacity. You're the first student in years to actually notice the footholds in that wall and the first student ever to use it to successfully skip a whole quarter of the course. Raising his paws, fireworks effects and stars suddenly went off over Nizu's head as he proudly grinned. It is for these reasons and more that it is my pleasure to announce you have earned one of 2 recommendation spots in 1A's Heroics course. Welcome, Shinso Hitoshi, to your Hero Academia. Once the hologram disappeared, Hitoshi just sat there in silence. He did it. He really made it into the hero course. He was going to be in Aizawa's class with Yaoyorozu. As the adults were congratulating him, his mom and Mrs. Midoriya nearly drowning. Him in their tears, his 3 friends stood up and, in unison, pointed at him and shouted, "Told ya so." Yeah, Hitoshi sighed with a tired smile, waving them off as he picked up a piece of chicken. I get it. Now, can you please let me enjoy my meal in peace? Shoto was lying on his bed, staring at his ceiling as he was trying to understand what Principal Nizu meant in his rejection letter that his father had crumpled into a tight ball and burned without finishing reading it. The letter mentioned nothing about how powerful his quirk was or how fast he finished the race, losing only because that loud guy was taller. The reason he was rejected was because his attitude was not befitting of a recommendation, whatever that meant. Sighing, Shoto closed his eyes. It didn't really matter. He knew he'd easily get first in the normal practical exam. All that mattered was his vow. 3 weeks. That's how long Izuku's been up, and he's finally starting to feel the effects. Thankfully, while he was tired, he wasn't slurring his words and could still focus, which was good news for his written exam. Yawning, he looked to his left to see Kaken fiddling with his school tie as they made their way to. He still couldn't believe he had to slightly look down at his friend. I hate this stupid thing, Bakugo grumbled. Thank Kami the UA ties are optional. At least you didn't have to ask your mom to pre-tie all of yours for the past 8 years, Izuku tiredly said. Maybe his dad was right about the males of his family being cursed. No matter how many videos he watched, no matter how many times he practiced, his ties always looked like a short, knotted mess. Hey boys! Himiko excitedly waved from the front gate as they made their way through the waves of students here for the same reason they were. You ready to do this, bunhead? Katsuki asked with a confident smirk and a raised fist. Born ready, Kaken, she answered with a wide, challenging grin and bumping his fist with her own. Shaking his head at the two of them, Izuku continued forward, a determined smile on his own. He was ready to take his first steps to becoming an official her. Oh, looks like they didn't get around to patching that crack Shinso mentioned. However, instead of cracking the walkway further with his face as he expected, Izuku was surprised to find himself suddenly floating mid-fall. Are you okay, dude? A female voice asked. Looking to his left, Izuku's eyes widened and face slightly reddened when he saw a cute brown-haired girl with pink blush marks on her cheeks smiling at him. So bright, he thought as she continued to smile and rubbed the back of her head in embarrassment. Sorry I used my quirk to remove your gravity without permission, but I figured it'd be bad luck to trip before the exam. She apologized in a cheery voice as she helped readjust him. Once his feet were on the ground again, she deactivated her quirk by pressing her fingers together, which appeared to have pink pads on them, and saying release. Izuku was just staring at her, mouth agape as she waved and wished him luck on the exam. All he could do was stand there, not even thinking about her quirk and instead focusing on how cute she was. He was broken out of his trance by Bakugo making an explosion in his face. Snap out of it, nerd, Katsuki said, pushing him forward. We've got an exam to ace. Meanwhile, Himiko was looking at him with a teasing smile while humming Everybody Loves Somebody as they made their way to the check-in station. Aside from ectoplasm having to stop him from muttering once or twice, Izuku thought he did fairly well on the written portion of the exam, even asking for additional paper for his essay. Meeting up with Katsuki and Himiko, the three of them made their way to the auditorium. It was finally time for the practical portion. While Izuku, now wide awake, and Himiko were practically vibrating in their seats, Katsuki was much more subdued. However, much to his annoyance, he couldn't stop bouncing his leg. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait long as Present Mike strutted onto the stage with a large screen displaying UA's logo behind him. What's up, UA candidates, he loudly announced. Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. Can I get a yeah? Yeah. Himiko and Izuku both stood up and cheered, pumping their fists while Katsuki just pinched the bridge of his nose while everyone else was silent. Thank you for the energy. Present Mike grinned, pointing to the two kids who he knew wouldn't let him down. For those keeping it mellow, that's all right too. You're gonna need all your energy for the exam. Are you ready? Thankfully, a few more students joined his two secret favorites. Yeah. Let's go. Woohoo. Bossa Nova. Get the frag on with it already. Mike had to stop himself from crying before continuing. Pressing a button on his remote, the screen behind him displayed a large overview of a city and the 3 silhouettes of the villain bots the students would be fighting. So, here's the dealio. You kids will be divided into groups and taken to testing areas in the form of mock cities where you'll have 10 minutes to earn as many points as you can by smashin' and bashin' 3 kinds of robots. Looks like they separated those from the same schools to avoid team-ups, Izuku muttered, noticing the exam site on his exam ticket was different from Kaken's. Are you really surprised they're splitting us up? Katsuki quietly scoffed. Just the two of us would clear the whole city within less than half the time limit. Yeah, they've got to give the others at least a small chance to earn some points, Himiko joked. Each of the bots is worth between 1 to 3 points based on difficulty, so make sure to choose your targets wisely. Oh, and it should go without saying, but attacking or harming your fellow examinees is a no-no that you will be penalized for. Excuse me, I have a question. A tall, serious-looking boy with dark blue hair and glasses, who Mike recognized as Tensei's brother, interrupted with a raised hand. Lay it on me, Mike said, spotlight now on the boy. The printout we received lists 4 faux villains, yet you have only mentioned 3. If this is a misprint, you should be ashamed. Man, this kid is way too intense about this, Present Mike thought, sweat dropping as Ida continued ranting. And you 3. Ida suddenly turned and chopped an arm up at the tiresome trio. You have been muttering to each other and distracting the rest of us since before the presentation. If you're not going to take this seriously, then dash. Shut up and mind your own business, ya blue-haired bastic. Katsuki angrily yelled back, shaking his fist and making Ida jump with a shocked expression on his face. Yeah, we're not the only ones talking, Himiko chimed in, arms crossed and eyes narrowed at the gaping examinee. If you're too distracted by a couple whispers to pay attention, you'll never make it as a hero. How dare you insinuate dash? Hey, you have no right to be offended by my cousin when you're the one who started making wild accusations against us first, Izuku tiredly pointed out, smirking as the boy started sputtering. Besides, we're not the ones who rudely interrupted Present Mike-sama before he was finished with his presentation. Alright, everyone, let's all bring down the volume, Present Mike said, a 4th silhouette of a robot with a 0 next to it appearing on the screen behind him. Like examinee 2234 said, I wasn't finished explaining. There is a 4th villain bot, but it's more of an obstacle or gimmick, not worth any points. If I were you, I'd do my best to avoid it. I see. I apologize for the interruption, Ida said, bowing at a stiff 90-degree angle before sitting back down. Tensei really needs to have a serious talk with his little bro about loosening up, Mike thought. It's all good, he said out loud with a grin. Now, before I let you go, I'd like to share with you all a quote from General Napoleon Bonaparte. A true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. The screen behind Mike once again changed to show the school's motto and he raised a fist. Now, get out there and go beyond. Plus ultra. This time, Mike couldn't stop the tears of joy as, for the first time since he started teaching at UA, the entire auditorium answered him. Cammy, if that blue-haired bastic is at my site, I might just risk the penalty, Katsuki grumbled, punching his fist into his other hand with a small explosion. Yeah, who the hell does he think he is? Himiko said, coming up to the 2 boys in green and black tank tops and sweatpants. She was wearing a red and white Vlad King-inspired tracksuit and was tying to her hip a red-sheathed Ikuchi-style katana with a white hilt wrapped in red with a small, pink heart near where the tsuba would be on a normal katana. So, you got permission to use that thing, Izuku said, pointing at the sword. With a wide, excited grin, Himiko unsheathed her early birthday present from Uncle Majima. The blade was a beautiful shade of crimson red. Yeah. Isn't she cute? Himiko happily said, admiring her sword and giving a few quick twirls and slices before sheathing the blade. I call her the Crimson Cutie. Of course you do, both boys said. Hey, Deku, wanna make a bet? Katsuki asked as the 3 started making their way to the buses. Depends, Izuku answered with a raised eyebrow while Himiko rolled her eyes at her boy's competitive antics. If you score higher than me, I'll buy you that belt buckle you want. And if you score higher, Izuku asked, almost dreading the answer. You give me your platinum holographic all-might trading card, Katsuki answered with a wicked grin as Izuku's half-lidded eyes widened. But you already have one. We got ours the same day. Yeah, but if I had yours, you wouldn't anymore and that would destroy you. You're really sick, you know that, Kaken? Izuku said in a dry tone while Himiko laughed. So, is it a bet? Katsuki asked, smirking with a hand out. After a few seconds, Izuku took it and after an explosive handshake, the three parted ways. Exam Site B. As Izuku was stretching, he decided to check out his competition. He began quietly muttering to himself about the obvious quirks on display as well as theorizing others until he caught sight of a familiar face with permanent blush marks. The cute girl from the entrance looked to be doing breathing exercises to calm herself. While Izuku was trying to decide on whether or not to try talking to her, his hand suddenly shot up on instinct. "What the dash?" a shocked voice said. Turning around and letting go, Izuku found himself face to face with the stern kid from before, who had a look of shock on his face as he rubbed his wrist. "Oh, it's you," Izuku tiredly said. "Look, I don't know what your problem is, but can you please leave me and everyone else alone? Just focus on yourself and stop acting like you're one of the proctors." "I wasn't dash," the blue-haired boy sputtered while spastically chopping his arms like a malfunctioning robot as Izuku turned his back to him and, taking a deep breath, approached the girl. "Hey," Izuku said after clearing his throat to alert her of his presence and making her jump slightly. "Oh hey," she smiled and waved at him. Did her blush marks get darker? "Wow, what are the odds we'd end up in the same site?" Yeah, Izuku said, nervously rubbing the back of his head. "And my name's Midoriya Izuku, by the way." "Uraraka Achiko," she answered with a bow. He returned. Don't stare at his muscles, don't stare at his muscles, don't stare at his lean, toned arms, don't stare at his six-pack and pecs barely hidden under his tight tank top dash, Uraraka thought, getting redder by the second. I couldn't help but notice you looking a little nervous." "Yeah," she said looking away in thought. "My parents sacrificed a lot just to get me this far. I just don't want to let them down, you know?" "I'm sure you'll do great with such a cool quirk," Izuku said, pointing to her hands. "You said you took away my gravity, right? You can turn just about everything in the city into a weapon." Achiko's eyes widened. "Hey, you're right," she excitedly said. "I was just planning on making the robots float high enough and release them to come crashing down, but your idea is way better. Using my quirk on smaller objects won't make me as nauseous as the robots would." "Thanks." "Don't mention it," Izuku stuttered, blushing as Uraraka started excitedly describing how she'd throw a manhole cover like a frisbee. Exam Site F. Himiko was excitedly bouncing on the ball of her feet with her hand on the hilt of the sword strapped to her waist as she waited for the exam to start. She couldn't wait to give the crimson cutie her first taste of blood, even if it was technically oil from a robot. She was ready to go full Samurai Jack on their metal buttes. "I hope you have permission to use that, ribbit," a nasally voice said. Turning, Himiko smiled at the girl with large eyes and hands with her long, green hair tied into a bow. Yup, Himiko said, fangs on full display as she grinned and unsheathed the blade, getting sounds of awe from those around her. "My parents filled out the paperwork and my uncle gave it to me just in time for the exam. Her name's the Crimson Cutie, but you can call her CC for short." "My name's Azui Tsuyu, but you can call me Tsu," the other girl said. "Fukukado Himiko, and only if you call me Himi." "Ribbit," Tsu said with a nod and slight smile. "Too cute," Himiko thought with a slight blush. "Hey, do you want to team up?" she said out loud. "Is that allowed?" Tsu asked, tilting her head and putting a finger to her bottom lip. "There's no rule against it," Himiko said, shrugging. "We might even get bonus points for it. A big part of being a hero is being able to work with anyone. Besides, what's more heroic than helping someone?" After a few moments of consideration, Tsu finally nodded. "All right, Ribbit," she said. "Awesome," Himi grinned, pumping her fist in triumph. "So, what's your quirk? I assume it's frog-related." "Whatever gave you that impression, Ribbit?" Exam Site A. "This'll be too easy," Bakugo thought, smirking as he hungrily watched the gate to the exam site and cracked his knuckles. It was finally time for all those years of training with Hobo-sensei and Big Green-sensei to pay off. As soon as that gate opened, he'd be off like, damn it, what am I doing here? Katsuki's eyes narrowed at a boy with black hair like curtains above his eyes and sharp teeth near him, sweating and practically trembling as he muttered to himself. He reminded him of Deku when they were kids. I shouldn't be here. Cammy, my quirk isn't strong enough to fight robots. I know I failed the written exam and now I'm gonna dash. Hey! The boy, as well as several others, jumped and turned to look at a scowling Katsuki. Quit muttering and stop putting yourself down, Katsuki said, pointing at the boy and making him flinch. Pass or fail, at least you had the ball to try. Just do your best and be proud of yourself for that, got it? The boy's eyes widened in awe and then grinned as his arms turned rocky and cracked and sparks flew as he punched them together. That was so manly. Thanks, man, the extra shouted. Scoffing, Katsuki went back to focusing on the gate. Exam Site E. If Shoto didn't know better, he'd have thought Endeavor had something to do with the letter of his exam site. However, he knew if his father had any connections with UA, he would have passed the recommendation exam and wouldn't be here. Still, it didn't matter. He was going to get first place using only his mother's ice. This test was all about power and he knew he had plenty of it. He just needed to destroy the most robots, and if there was one thing he learned from Endeavor, it was how to destroy. And go! Present Mike shouted. Looking at Uraraka, who was as stunned as the rest, Izuku gave her a gentle nudge before taking off with Uraraka following closely behind. Well, what are you waiting for? There's no countdowns in real life. Those two kids know what I'm talking about. Go, go, go. And with that, the exam began. Teacher examination room. Quite the promising crop this year, Midnight said, watching others follow Bakugu's smoke trail as the boy blasted off with a savage grin. Indeed, Nizu said, taking a sip of tea as he watched Izuku roundhouse kick the head off a one-pointer. He then proceeded to rip off one of its arms and handed it to Uraraka, who used it as a club against a three-pointer. He and All Might chuckled as she waved at Izuku with the arm before the two parted ways. Looks like Izuku and little Himiko have already made some connections, Vlad King pointed out as he watched the frog girl distract a two-pointer while Himiko snuck up on it from behind and sliced off its tail before stabbing it through the head. Big Green's eyes narrowed from his corner as he watched the Todoroki boy destroying robots by skewering them on large ice spikes or freezing large numbers in glaciers. Not a bad plan, but it was clear from the frost slowly forming on his right side that he wasn't using the other half of his quirk to counter it for some reason. Not only that, but the boy either had poor control over his quirk or just didn't care who was caught up in it so long as he got the points. NG, you moron, Piccolo thought with a scowl. Your dumbass obsession with surpassing All Might resulted in nothing but a colder, more reckless version of yourself. Suddenly, the doors to the dark room opened. Whoops, Ms. Joke said with a mock look of surprise on her face. This isn't the bathroom. But I might as well stay since I'm already here. That you were bringing popcorn to the bathroom? Ectoplasm dryly questioned as she sat on her husband's lap, only to be rudely pushed off. Woohoo! Go Himi! She shouted from her spot on the ground, ignoring her coworker as they watched Himiko slice a leg to knock the three-pointer off balance while Tsu finished it off with a kick. Hey, watch out! Bakugu shouted, blasting off the pile of robot corpses he was on and blowing up a large piece of debris that almost crushed a small boy with purple orbs on his head. Cammy, why did so many people here have such shitty situational awareness? This was the third dumbass extra he had to save. HIIYH. Himiko yelled as she sliced a three-pointer vertically down the middle. I think that makes 54 for you and 51 for me, Tsu pointed out before wrapping her tongue around a one-pointer and flinging it into a wall. 52 ribbit. What dat tongue do? Himiko thought with a blush. Shaking her head, she refocused on the incoming herd of robots. 68, 71, 74. Izuku mentally took note as he threw a two-pointer into a group of three-pointers. F43, he heard Uraraka weakly say as he turned and saw her impale a one-pointer with a stop sign. Well, shall we begin the real test? Nizu asked with a grin, uncovering a large red button. Oh, but can I do it? I love pushing buttons. Ms. Joke excitedly begged through a mouthful of popcorn. You don't say, Sho dryly said. Be my guest, my dear, Nizu smiled. Jumping up and spilling popcorn everywhere, Emmy excitedly pressed the button. The That should be more than enough, Todoroki thought, shivering slightly as he froze a three-pointer. Suddenly, the entire site started to shake and Todoroki started to run. Whatever was happening wasn't his concern. Sue, Himiko asked as she tried to keep her footing as the shaking got worse. Do you feel that too? Ribbit, Sue answered as a massive shadow began looming over them. Finally, Bakugo said, looking up at the giant robot with hungry eyes. You gotta be kidding, Izuku tiredly said as he looked up at the zero-pointer as it started tearing down buildings. Sighing, he was preparing to scale the thing to try taking it down when he heard a cry of pain. Looking down the street, his tired eyes widened as he saw Uraraka pinned and struggling under some debris. Quickly forming a plan, he grabbed the blue-haired boy as he was running past. What do you think, yo dash? Shut up. I need your help. Izuku interrupted the scandalized boy and pointed at Uraraka. I need you to grab her and run to the exit. But the exam dash. Do you want to be a hero? Then forget the exam and FAC like one. The boy's eyes widened. After adjusting his glasses, the boy's expression went from stern to determined. Right, he said with a stiff nod. I will assist however I can. By the way, my name is Ida Tenya. With a quick nod and introduction from Izuku, both boys ran to where Uraraka was attempting to free herself. Brubuus. Having the time of his life. Come on, you fraggin' pile of scrap. You almost got me that time, he yelled as the zero-pointer tried and failed to swat him out of the sky as Bakugo flew around and blasted it like an annoying bug. While trying to damage it, his main goal was to distract it to give the others a chance to run to safety before taking it down. Come on, he thought, flying above the robot. Where's the... Finding what he was looking for, Bakugo landed on its head. Despite it trying to shake him off, Bakugo succeeded in opening a maintenance door and, after rubbing his palms together to collect enough sweat, he grinned and unleashed a massive double explosion into the robot while shouting, Freundleben. The massive explosion leaked out several exhaust ports and the red eyes exploded and sparked as the robot slowed and began to topple over. Unfortunately, Bakugo forgot in his excitement how such a large explosion would make his arms numb and useless. Hobo-sensei's gonna kill me for this, he thought as he ran across the falling villain bot to try to jump to a building. Just before jumping, he slipped and began falling. Bakugo yelled as he tried to land in a way that would only end up with his legs broken. However, someone saw him falling and was able to jump and catch him just in time to break the fall, so both boys only suffered minor injuries. While both boys ummed in pain on the ground, Bakugo saw it was the boy from the entrance. The hell did you think you were doing, shark mouth? Bakugo asked weakly. I dunno, man, the other boy said, a shaky grin on his face. I saw you falling and it was like my legs had a mind of their own. After a few seconds of staring at the boy, Bakugo started chuckling, which turned into full laughter. Sue, we need to stop this thing before someone gets hurt, Himiko said, dodging and slicing through falling debris. Ribbit, how do we do that? Sue asked as others ran past them. Himiko started, blushing. I have an idea, but I'm gonna need some of your blood. At Sue's head tilt, she continued. If I drink someone's blood, I can become them and I can use the quirks of those with mutations, so dash. Without letting her finish, Sue stuck out her arm. At her nod, Himiko liked her lips and closed her eyes before biting down. She felt Sue flinch and proceeded to drink just enough for a quick change. After liking the bite marks, her saliva having antibacterial properties to help the wound close, she let go and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes, it took her a minute to get used to the wider range of vision of the other girl's larger eyes. All right, Himiko said in Sue's voice. Time to take this monster down. Before she could jump, the real Sue lightly elbowed her and stared expectantly. Ribbit? Himiko said hesitantly. At Sue's nod, Himiko, sword between her teeth, jumped and began climbing the zero-pointer using Sue's sticky. Meanwhile, the real Sue started jumping around and chucking debris at it to keep its attention. What the hell does she think she's doing? Emmy cried as she and Sho saw their daughter climbing the zero-pointer when she should be running from it. The whole room's attention was divided between Himiko's, Bakugu's and Izuku's exam sites. They're all trying to give us all heart attacks, is what they're doing. Present Mike said, sweating and chewing his nails. Shuta's eyes narrowed as Himiko started cutting a hole in the zero-pointer. Once this test is over, they'll all be grounded until the start of the school year, he said through gritted teeth. Climbing inside the zero-pointer, Himitsu took the sword from her mouth and began slicing away at its innards. Slicing through various wires and hoses to slow the behemoth down, she made her way up, around and over cogs, springs and pistons until she found the main fuel source. Grinning, Himitsu pressed the pink heart which activated the vibroblade function to make the blade sharper and stabbed what could be considered the heart of the robot. Unfortunately, like Bakugu, she failed to consider the consequences of such an act and the explosion flung her out a gap near the shoulder joint. While her transformation took most of the damage and was mostly burnt and melting away, Himiko was not unscathed and was disoriented as she began falling. While trying to clear the fog from her brain and ringing in her ears, a long tongue wrapped around her waist and pulled her into the arms of a leaping Tsu. "You okay, Ribbit?" Tsu asked as they landed on the roof of a nearby building. "Better now," Himi tiredly said, snuggling closer to the now slightly red frog girl while they watched the zero-pointer burn. "Are you all right?" Izuku asked as he quickly threw the pieces of building off Uraraka while Ida helped pull her out. "Why, mostly," she answered, leaning on Ida with a pained expression on her pale face. "But I'm at my quirk limit and I think my ankle's broken." "Do not worry," Ida said, crouching down and hunching his back. "With your permission, I will carry you to safety." "Okay," Uraraka said, face a little red as Izuku, his own face a light shade of red, helped her onto Ida's back. "Wait," Izuku said, before Ida could run off. "Uraraka, do you think you could use your quirk on me for 5 seconds?" I think I can manage that," she said weakly. "All right, start counting as soon as Ida starts running," he said with a grin as he crouched down. As soon as Uraraka touched him, Izuku cracked the concrete under his feet as he launched himself into the air. "Hold on tight and keep your head down," Ida said, the engines in his legs roaring to life. With her head down and eyes closed to try to stave off the nausea, Uraraka started counting down. Once she reached 1, she let out a quiet release and touched her fingers together as Ida made it to the exit. Meanwhile, Izuku was high above the mock city. He knew his gravity was back once he started to slow down and began falling. "Cammy, what I would give to be able to feel this," he thought, still smiling as he began to pick up speed and started flipping through the air. As he was getting closer to the zero-pointer, he clenched his fists together and yelled, "Lunaeus Maeus." The students at the exit of Site B watched in awe as the green meteorite caused the zero-pointer to fold in on itself and explode. "Whoa! No way! C'est magnifique!" "Incredible," Ida said. He turned to talk to Uraraka, but turned back around to give her some privacy as she threw up. Just then, a loud buzzer went off and Present Mike, sounding a little stunned himself, announced the end of the exams. Everyone gathered in the observation booth, aside from a cackling and applauding Nizu and a passed-out Emi being fanned by Nemuri, was stunned. After all, it had been a while since a single student even attempted to take on a zero-pointer, let alone 3 succeeding. "Holy sheet," Present Mike said in English. Despite knowing the Lil listeners for most of their young lives, he hadn't expected all 3 of them to succeed in taking down their zero-pointers. "These kids," Yagi whispered with wide eyes. "Yeah, these kids," Aizawa said, sighing and rubbing his temples. "That are gonna give me so many gray hairs this year." Izuku was laying in the crater he created around the wreckage of the zero-pointer. He was waiting for the world to stop spinning before even attempting to get up. Then again, he thought, smiling as his eyes slowly closing. The exam is over. And that was his last thought before falling asleep. As Izuku's eyes began to open, he recognized the white ceiling of Yue's infirmary. Looking around, he noticed 2 things. First, he was not wearing anything under his hospital sheet but his all-might boxers. Second, he wasn't alone. To his left, his cousin was still asleep with a bandage wrapped around her head and one on her cheek. To his right, Kaken, who had one of his arms in a sling, was sitting up in his bed and typing something on his phone when he saw Izuku moving out of the corner of his eye. "About DM in time, nerd," Kaken said, putting his phone down. "What the hell happened to you?" "Oh, nothing much," Izuku tiredly said. "Just took out the 0-pointer. No biggie." "You too, huh?" Himiko asked, waking up. As she stretched, she winced and rubbed her bandaged shoulder. "Damn it, I took out mine too," Katsuki huffed. "I thought it might give me some hidden bonus points." They were interrupted by Recovery Girl entering the infirmary with a kind smile, almost too kind. "Oh, you're all awake," she said, getting up on her chair. "Good. Now then dash." "OWIE. Ow, damn it. What the hell, Granny?" "Ouch. Okay, that's not as funny when you're on the receiving end." The sweet, frail old lady hit all 3 kids on the head with her cane with a speed that would put every hero who held the title of Ingenium to shame. "What the hell were you idiots thinking?" she angrily asked, waving her cane between all 3 and making them flinch as they rubbed their aching heads. "You know, Chiosen," Nizu said teasingly from an annoyed Aizawa's shoulder as they entered the infirmary. "For someone who constantly demands silence for her patients, you certainly don't, as they say, practice what you preach." "Well, can you blame me when I have to constantly deal with such reckless teenagers, you overgrown rat?" "Weasel," Izuku and Katsuki both corrected under their breaths. They once again flinched at the old woman's glare. "Oh, I understand completely, Chio-san," Nizu said, pulling a cup of tea out of Aizawa's scarf. "However, you cannot deny that while reckless, their performances were quite impressive." "Impressive?" Sho scoffed. 2 out of the 3 are only still alive due to being saved at the last minute and an explosion burned the others' clothes off. "That explains the scorch marks on my lucky boxers," Izuku muttered, getting a light chop on the head from Aizawa while he leveled all 3 with an angry glare. "The point is you kids were so focused on showing off that you failed to think your plans all the way through. Hell, none of you even considered the possibility of the emergency off switch near the base. None of them, not even Bakugu, could deny their teacher's words." Seeing his point was made, Aizawa sighed. "With that said, there were parts of your performances that weren't terrible. Bakugu, you did well to distract your 0-pointer while searching for its weak spot to give others a chance to flee. Himiko, you and Azui showed excellent teamwork, both during the exam and in taking down your 0-pointer. And Izuku, well, I'm just glad you didn't go commando today." Aizawa hid a smirk in his scarf as his nephew's friends laughed at his red face. Suddenly, everyone jumped as the infirmary door slammed open. "Where are my babies?" Emi yelled, a mixture of panic and rage as she practically foamed at the mouth with a tick mark on her forehead. "Well, Aizawa-san, we'd best be going," Nizu said, waving goodbye to the now shaking teens and grinning Recovery Girl. "Goodbye, children. You'll receive your letters within a couple days to a week." And with that, Aizawa left his kids to the mercy of his overly emotional wife. Dadzawa's problem children. Insomnicat, so, how'd it go? Thanks understood from memories. Grounded till the school year starts. Lord Explodo, same. Small Might, ditto. Insomnicat, wow. Ekuda? Insomnicat, well, now comes the fun part. Insomnicat, waiting and the existential dread and doubt. Partying face, partying face, partying face. Lord Explodo, please, I know I got the top score. Insomnicat, but do you? Insomnicat, do you RY? Face with raised eyebrow. Small Might. Fangs underscore memories. Lord Explodo. Lord Explodo, I hate you with all of my hate. Insomnicat, smiling face with horns. Izuku shook his head and smiled as he closed the group chat. He knew better than to let Hitchin's mind games get to him. There's no way he failed. 5 days later. I failed, Izuku thought, staring at his fish with glassy eyes. He was brought out of his trance by a knock at the door. I'll get it, Izuku said. Upon opening the door, Izuku was shocked to see a tall, skinny man with tired eyes and bushy, graying hair and stubble smiling at him. "Dad," Izuku finally said. "Hey, buddy," Hisashi said, awkwardly opening his arms. After a second, Izuku smiled and embraced the man, glad he took a nap before dinner. It had been too long since he felt his dad's hugs. "Who's at the door, sweetie?" Inko asked as she approached. Upon seeing her husband, Inko gasped before bursting into tears and joining her two boys in a group hug. "Why didn't you let us know you were visiting?" Inko tearily asked as Izuku broke from the hug to give his parents a chance to embrace. "Well, I wanted to surprise you," Hisashi said, smiling as he tried wiping the flood of tears from his wife's eyes. "Also, I'm not just visiting." "Why you mean?" Inko began, wet eyes widening. "That's right," he said, grinning. "I'm home for good, baby." Inko jumped and clung to Hisashi like a koala bear, and the two shared a passionate kiss that made Izuku look away. When Izuku looked back as his mom continued to flood the apartment, he noticed the letter in his dad's hand. "Damn it, what the hell's taking so damn long?" Katsuki thought as he angrily chewed his curry. "Oi, take it easy, brat," Mitsuki said. "You're gonna choke." Translation: Katsuki, are you alright? You seem upset about something. "Shut up, I'm hungry, damn it," Katsuki said. Translation: It's nothing I can't handle, Mom. Thanks for your concern. Before Mitsuki and Katsuki could continue their conversation in their special language, Masaru cleared his throat. Looking up, Katsuki grinned as his dad smiled and held up a thick-looking letter. "Well, it's about dimmin' time," both mother and son said at the same time, making Masaru chuckle. "When will this torment end?" Himiko thought as she screamed wordlessly into the couch cushion. She was then surprised by something hitting her head. Looking up to glare at whichever of her parents did that, her eyes widened when she saw her mom beaming down at her and her dad waving a letter with the UA seal on it. "Knock off your pouting and open the demon thing," her dad said with a lazy smile, sitting in his chair while Emmy sat next to him on the armrest. Grinning, Himiko grabbed the letter. However, before she could rip it open, her eyes widened. "Oh, I gotta get Jean," she said before running out the front door. Looking next door, she saw Jean smoking on his front porch. "Hey, Jean," she called, waving the letter. "I finally got my letter. Come on over so I can open it." "Be right there, kid." Jean smiled and waved back, taking a final drag of his cigarette before stubbing it out in the smokeless ashtray power loader made and pulling his UA mask back down before heading over. "I'm still not sure about Himiko. Hanging around that guy," Sho muttered to his wife. "Oh, relax, hun," Emmy said, giving him a light shove while Himiko greeted their guest. "Sure, he's still a little off, but you can't deny he's gotten better since Himi found him, and their friendship is a big reason why. They're kindred spirits. Besides, he's under constant surveillance by Nizu and surrounded by heroes 24/7. "Thanks for having me over, Aizawa-san, Fukukado-san," Jean respectively said, bowing. "Oh, it's our pleasure, Jean," Emmy smiled, waving him off. "You're demon right it is," Jean snidely replied before apologizing. While Sho grumbled in annoyance, Himiko and Emmy just laughed it off. Once everyone was settled, Himi took a deep breath and opened the letter. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to her, her cousin and their bombastic blonde buddy were doing the same. "I am here, as a projection," All Might proudly declared in a yellow pinstripe suit as Katsuki spat out the piece of envelope he tore open with his teeth. "As you and your friends are well aware, I'll be joining UA's staff this year as the Heroics T. And of course, I look forward to working with your father." Both Izuku and his mother looked at Hisashi, who promised to fill them in later. "Now, on to your results." Himiko grinned as they watched her slicing a three-pointer missile in half before throwing several knives into its weak spots to short-circuit it. Behind her, Tsu grabbed another missile with her tongue and redirected it into a two-pointer. "Young Fukukado, you showed great physical skill as well as a willingness to work with others to achieve a greater good. By doing so, you and your friend earned yourselves a total of 58 villain points each, tying for third." Bakugu had a cocky smirk while watching himself rocket through a horde of villain bots of various values like a living missile. "Young Bakugu, you showed quick thinking and great control over your quirk. Despite helping others between earning points, you still managed to earn the most villain points in your year. Your total was a whopping 75 villain points." "Hell yeah!" Katsuki yelled in victory. He couldn't wait to rub this in Deku's face. Izuku looked embarrassed as his mom held him close while watching her baby grab a 2-pointer by the tail and use it like a flail on a 3-pointer. Young Midoriya, you truly are a remarkable young man. You used your strength and speed to net the second highest amount of villain points, just one short of tying with young Bakugo. You earned 74 villain points. DMN, Izuku sighed. He was really going to miss that card. However, all three teens' eyes widened as All Might's smile grew even wider. Himiko grinned as her mom gave her a sideways hug and kissed her head as they watched her and Tsu working together to take down robots while also helping other candidates by alerting them to falling rubble and even helping them gain points. Masaru shook his head in amusement as Mitsuki laughed at their son's annoyed expression as they watched him yelling at a sheepish-looking girl who seemed to be on the verge of tears after saving her from a building she accidentally caused to collapse due to being reckless with her quirk. Inko hugged Izuku tighter and Hisashi proudly ruffled his hair as they watched him grab Ida and the two rescued Uraraka. What kind of hero school would we be if we focused solely on combat and didn't reward our candidates for acts of true heroism? That is why we have a secret point system called rescue points. Oh crap, Bakugo thought, his heart sinking. Young Fukukado, Himiko, you and young Azui made an amazing team who helped not just yourselves, but many others. As such, we saw fit to award you 45 rescue points, bringing your final score up to 103 and placing you at 4th place. Sorry, but young Azui saving you from the 0-pointer explosion broke the tie and put her ahead of you. Himiko couldn't care less. In her eyes, Tsu deserved 1st place. As I said, young Bakugo, despite your focus on villain points, you still took the time to help your fellow examinees when you saw they needed it. For this reason, we have awarded you 50 rescue points and 2nd place overall, ironically by 1 point. Katsuki's parents looked at him with worried expressions at his lack of reaction. Their worry only increased as Katsuki began to lightly chuckle as he stood up and made his way out the back door. They paused the recording and soon heard a giant explosion and their son shout, "Dian! Young Midoriya, Izuku, Kami, you really are something else. Before revealing your rescue point total, I'd like to show you something." Izuku's eyes widened as footage of Ida talking to present Mike appeared on screen. "Excuse me, but do you know an applicant named Midoriya Izuku?" Ida asked. "He's about my height with short, messy green hair with a white streak in it and dark circles under his eyes." Ida then lowered his gaze. I gravely misjudged him and would like to make up for my rude and rather unheroic behavior. Unlike him, I became so focused on the exam that I was ready to abandon someone in need of help simply because there were no points to be earned in helping them. As such, although I could not find anything in the rules about such a thing, I was wondering if I might be able to give him some of my points. "Me too," Uraraka said, running up to the two. "He helped save me. Even before the exam started, he helped me by just talking to me. Please let us repay him." Present Mike just smiled and shook his head. "Sorry kiddos, but there's no point sharing allowed," he said. Noticing their disappointed looks, Mike put a hand on Ida's shoulder and Uraraka's head. "Don't worry though. Take it from me, the lil listener scored just fine on his own. Truly, you are an inspiration to those around you," All Might said. As such, you were awarded 52 rescue points, bringing your total score to 126 and 1st place. Congratulations, young Himiko. Congratulations, young Bakugo. Congratulations, young Midoriya, and welcome to your hero academia. After Inko was finished smothering her son and nearly drowning him, she and Izuku turned to Hisashi. "So, about what All Might said about working with me," he began. Shoto was at a loss for words. His father was ranting and raving, but he wasn't listening. He wasn't first in the exam. He wasn't second. Hell, he hadn't even made the top 10 or even top 20. He was dead last. You know how? He couldn't understand it. Every penalty was shown and explained to you. He had gotten so many villain points. And 0 rescue points. It wasn't his fault they didn't tell anyone about a 2nd point system. He had done his best. Did you? Shoto's fist tightened and he glared at the name in 1st place. His placement didn't matter. What mattered was that he was in the hero course and he would show Midoriya, Izuku, and everyone else why he'd be the #1 hero. Do you have your pencil case? Yes, Mom. And your handkerchief? What about tissues? Yes, Mom, I have both. Are you sure you have everything? Inko worriedly asked as Izuku finished his breakfast. Yes, Mom, Izuku said with a tired smile. I double, triple, and even quadruple checked my dorm room had everything I needed. Besides, even if I did forget something, you're only a couple 100 meters away from the school. That is one of the perks of having a parent working at you, hun, Hisashi said, smiling wryly after taking a sip of his tea. Another is the parents being able to pop in on their kids unexpectedly and embarrass them in front of their friends. Dahidi. Izuku groaned, blushing at the thought of his mother bursting into the dorms and crying about him missing one of her calls. I know, Inko conceded, still wringing her hands. But it still feels like you're going to be so far away. Are you sure you wouldn't rather just live here? I'm sure, Mom, Izuku said, getting up and giving her a hug. Don't worry, I'll still visit you on the weekends. You'd better visit more often than that, Inko wetly chuckled, hugging her son tighter before finally breaking it off. I will, Izuku said before grabbing his book bag. Welp, I'm off. I'll see you tomorrow at orientation, son, Hisashi said, getting up and hugging a slightly confused Izuku. Doesn't Uncle Sho always skip orientation? Normally, yes, Hisashi answered with a wry smile. However, Nisa made it clear that all students and members of staff were to attend this year. You'll see why tomorrow. Nodding, Izuku gave both his parents a final hug and waved both of them goodbye as he went next door to get his cousin. Oh, I'm gonna miss you so much, my little mosquito, Emi cried, hugging Himiko tightly and rocking her side to side. Meanwhile, Himiko was dying of embarrassment. Her mom hadn't stopped crying since last night about her baby moving out, and she was fairly certain she could taste some tears in her blood platter. Come on, Emi, Sho said, rubbing his irrational wife's back in an effort to comfort her. She'll still be on the school grounds and we can visit her any time. But it won't be the same. Come on, she whined, trying to wriggle her way out of Emi's grip. Izuku's gonna be here any minute. Just then, as if on cue, Izuku opened the door. Looking his cousin in the eyes and seeing her mouth the words, "Help me," Izuku took out his phone and texted someone. After putting his phone away, he loudly cleared his throat. Upon noticing Izuku, Emi's grip loosened just enough for Himiko to make her escape. She quickly grabbed her book bag and kissed her dad on the cheek while he tried to hold Emi back. Thanks, Daddy. Sorry, Mom. Love ya both, she yelled as she and Izuku ran out the door. After finally breaking free of Sho's hold, Emi tried running after them to give them one final, rib-breaking hug. However, when she got to the door, Inko and Hisashi were standing there. The two women shared a look before they both broke down, hugging each other and crying about their babies leaving them. Meanwhile, Sho and Hisashi shared a look before Sho poured his brother a cup of coffee and both men sat on the couch, waiting for their wives to cry themselves out. Thanks, Himiko said when they were far enough away and began walking at a normal pace. Don't mention it, Izuku said, starting to vibrate with excitement. Kami, I still can't believe it. We get to be part of UA's first year as a boarding school. I know what you mean, Himiko said, grinning. I can't wait to start making friends. By the way, you remember your promise to text me when Sue arrives, right? After the number of times you've reminded me, how could I forget? Izuku tiredly replied. I never should have told you she was in my class. Hey, fair's fair. You're the one who hacked into the system just to see if Uraraka was in 1A, Himiko said, smiling at her cousin's blush. I also wanted to check for Ida, Izuku muttered. Even though they got off to a rough start, Ida seemed like a decent person and Izuku thought he could be a great hero if he could help him relax a little bit. Soon, they saw the large, brown and white building with 1A and the word, Alliance, above the door. Well, I'll see you later, cuz, Himiko said, waving and skipping down the path towards 1B's dorms. Upon entering the building, Izuku took off his shoes and noticed he was the first to sign his name on the sign in sheet at the Genkan. While he had seen the common area yesterday when he was unpacking, he still couldn't get over how big the place was and how comfortable it all looked. It kind of reminded him of the mansion from those really old X-Men movies. After dropping his book bag off in his room, he went back downstairs to wait for the rest of his classmates to arrive. While he waited, he decided to get started on his new notebook, titled Hero Notes for 1A, and started drawing Uraraka and writing questions and theories he'd like to ask her about her quirk. While it didn't feel like he was waiting very long, his first new classmate arrived an hour later as he began Ida's entry. Looking up, he was surprised to see Ida himself with 2 blue carry-on suitcases behind him and signing himself in. "Hey, Ida," Izuku greeted from his spot on the couch, surprising Ida and making him go ramrod straight and looking around both frantically and robotically. "Oh, hello, Midoriya," Ida said, relaxing slightly once he noticed him and began chopping his arm as he spoke. "I did not see you there. I must say, it's good to see a fellow student value punctuality as I do, if not more so. However, I can't help but notice you look almost as exhausted as you did the day of the entrance exam. Are you getting enough sleep? As a future hero, you should know it's important to get at least 8 hours of sleep." "Well, not for me," Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. "My quirk depends on how long I stay awake, and I can go on for almost a month without suffering from sleep deprivation. I've been experimenting with my sleep schedule recently, but I usually sleep on Sundays after training with my uncle." "Ah, I see," Ida said before quickly bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle like he did when apologizing to present Mike. "My apologies for prying into your personal life." It's okay," Izuku said, red-faced and frantically waving his hands. "Just, work on not jumping to conclusions so quickly." "We'll work on that," Ida replied a little awkwardly, straightening up but still looking at the floor. "Still, I must apologize for my behavior at the exam. I let my nerves get to me and I had no right to take out my frustrations on you or your friends." "Really, it's all right, Ida," Izuku said, smiling and patting Ida's arm. "You just need to learn to loosen up a bit. My uncle's an underground hero and he said that while heroes are meant to maintain order, they also need to be flexible enough to know when it's okay to bend or even break certain rules for a greater good. He told me he and your brother even worked with vigilantes to help save Narahata a few years ago." "Yes, my brother has warned me that—" "Wait." Ida's eyes suddenly widened. "How do you know my brother's a hero?" "Well, not only is your quirk similar to Ingenium's, but I've seen pictures and interviews of him with his helmet off. You look just like him pulling a Clark Kent." Sighing, Ida smiled and nodded. "It's true. My older brother is Ingenium. While I am proud of my family and its legacy, I was hoping to establish a name for myself without relying too heavily on it. That's why I declined my brother's offer to sponsor me for the recommendation exam." "I can respect that," Izuku nodded. "Don't worry, I won't spread it around. Anyway, need some help setting up?" "Thank you, but I should be fine," Ida said, grabbing his bags and making his way to the elevator with Izuku walking back to the couch. "Are you already unpacked or are you simply taking a break?" "Oh, I unpacked yesterday," Izuku said. "My parents and I had already been living on campus for about a month since my dad took a job here and Nizu said I could get my room set up early if I wanted." "I see," Ida nodded as the elevator door opened. Once inside, Ida looked back and chopped his arm towards Izuku. "Well, thank you for the advice, Midoriya. I will see you later." Waving back as the doors closed, Izuku was glad he was right about Ida. He was a little uptight, but a good guy with plenty of time to improve. He got back to his notes, but his next dorm mate arrived not too much later. This time, it was a tall girl with her hair in a ponytail and an older man carrying her luggage. "This must be Yaoyorozu." "It's a bit small, isn't it?" Yaoyorozu said, looking around before signing in. "Really, Walter, I can take my bags from here." "Nonsense, miss," Walter said. "As I've said, I will continue to serve you until you are settled." The butler quickly spotted Izuku and smiled at him. "Hello there," Walter said, bowing as Yaoyorozu also noticed him. "Oh, hello," she also greeted. "My name is Yaoyorozu Momo and this is Dornez Walter." "Midoriya Izuku," he replied, getting up and bowing as well. It's nice to finally meet you. Hitchens told me about you. Hitchan. Sorry, I meant Shinso Hitoshi, Izuku corrected, making the girl beam. Oh, you're the friend Shinso kept saying I'd get along with, she said, making the boy blush slightly. I like analyzing quirks, and from what he's told me, yours is really interesting and versatile. I'd like to ask you a few questions about it later if that's all right. Now, it was Yaoyorozu's turn to blush. Well, I don't know if it's all that impressive, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have. Great, he beamed. I'd ask if you needed help setting up, but I suppose you have all the help you need. Indeed, Walter nodded with a smile. However, the gesture is greatly appreciated. Well, shall we be off then, Miss Momo? At her nod, she waved to Izuku and she and Walter boarded the elevator. It was after this that Izuku put away his notebook for now and took out his phone. Dadzawa's problem children. Thanks and memories. Is Tsu there yet? Small might. No, and if you ask again I'm not gonna tell you when she is. Thanks and memories. Meanie confounded face, confounded face, confounded face, confounded face. Learn photo. Insomnicat. Dude harsh. Insomnicat. Is Yaoyorozu there yet? Lord_explodo. Really baggy? You too? Small might. Actually, I just met her. Small might. She thought the place looked small. Woozy face, woozy face, woozy face. Thanks and Dean. Thanks and How rich is this girl? Money mouth face, exploding head, money mouth face, exploding head, money mouth face, exploding head, money mouth face. Insomnicat. I'm sure she didn't mean anything by it. Small might. Yeah, I get the impression she was sheltered and didn't know she was humble bragging. Small might. She seems nice. Small might. You guys almost? Insomnicat. Just pulling up to the gate. Lord_explodo. Halfway there. Lord_explodo. The hag and old man wasted time nearly drowned me this morning. Face with steam from nose, face with steam from nose, face with steam from nose, face with steam from nose. Small might through. Fangs and trees. Oh, buyig mood. Insomnicat. Yeah, Beerus and Compa didn't look happy to lose their most loyal servant. Insomnicat. Surprisingly, my parents have been futfnfk. Fangs __ memories. Small might. Lord_explodo. Lord_explodo, you okay baggy? Insomnicat. Sray. Insomnicat. Mom and Dad yanked me into a group hug. Insomnicat. Just let me go and on my way to the dorms. Looking out the window, Izuku soon saw Hitoshi walking up carrying a WWP duffel bag and met him at the door. Sup, Green, Hitoshi greeted, bumping fists with his friend before signing in. Looking around, Hitoshi let out a low whistle. If this is small, I can't imagine what Yaoyorozu would classify as big, Hitoshi commented, dropping his bag of clothes and hopping over the back of the couch and letting out a comfortable sigh as he sank into it. I'd recommend not doing that when Ida's around, Izuku said, sitting on the love seat. Also, don't you need to unpack? I'll have time for that later, Hitoshi said, eyes closed and hands behind his head. Right now, I need a nap. It's 10:35 a.m. Hitchan, Izuku dryly commented. Besides, don't you have your trades to organize? Ugh, fine mom, Hitoshi said, rolling his eyes as he got up. Grabbing his bag, he went to the elevator. When it opened, he was surprised to be greeted by Yaoyorozu. Oh, Shinso, she said, beaming at him. It's great to see you again. Isn't this exciting? This'll be the first time I've been away from home for so long. Yeah, same, Hitoshi answered, turning a little red. Why was he getting so flustered? However, all color drained from his face when he noticed Walter standing behind Yaoyorozu. While his smile appeared friendly, the man's eyes reminded Hitoshi of a predator staring down its prey. Well, Miss Momo, if there is nothing else you require, I shall take my leave, he said, turning to her and bowing. Thank you, Walter, Momo said, giving the man a hug which he returned. She wiped her eyes before walking over to the love seat Izuku was on. As Izuku began asking her questions, Hitoshi started to board the elevator. He stopped dead in his tracks as he felt a hand on his shoulder and a string around his neck. A fair warning, young man, Walter said in a quiet yet friendly tone. Miss Momo trusts you and considers you a friend. Just know that if you or anyone else does anything to take advantage of or break that trust, not even Hound Dog will be able to find all the pieces. Understood? Feeling the string tighten as he swallowed, Hitoshi quickly nodded. Good, Walter said, dropping his quirk and taking his hand off Shinso's shoulder. Well, I must be going. Good to see you again, Mr. Shinso. It wasn't until the front door closed behind the butler that Hitoshi got the feeling back in his legs and he finally boarded the elevator. As soon as he got to his room, he collapsed on his bed. Izuku and Momo were so deep in conversation that they didn't notice the two people entering the dorms. One was a girl with pink skin and fluffy, pink hair with two horns sticking out the top, and her eyes were black scara with golden irises. The other, a boy with spiky, red hair, sharp teeth and a small scar on the upper right corner of his right eye. Holy crap! Look at this place, Kiri, Ashido practically squealed while bouncing on the ball of her feet. Yeah, it's amazing, Kirishima said, signing them both in. While he did this, Ashido zeroed in on the boy and girl on the love seat chatting intensely about something. Her shipping sense tingling, Ashido listened in. So, what about guns? Izuku asked, writing quickly. I mean, you'd need a license for a handgun or rifle, but you don't need one for a tranq or airsoft gun. We'd need to look into it, but you might be able to get away with rubber bullets and beanbag rounds too. Nodding along, Momo was writing in a notebook of her own. Yes, Walter has been training me in firearms since I was 10 and I plan on working with Snipe to earn a temporary license. However, I am under no circumstances allowed to create anything that can be qualified as a WMD. Alright, cool, Izuku said, crossing something off. Yeah, this was far from the rom-com dialogue Mina was hoping for. Before she or Ijiro could introduce themselves, the front door opened again with a slam, making everyone jump. Thank Kami, I'm finally free, Katsuki sighed in relief. Looking up, he saw Deku sitting with some girl with a ponytail, a pink girl with raccoon eyes and… Hey, it's you, the kid with weird red hair said, grinning as he ran over to him like an excited puppy. I knew someone as manly as you would make it in. After a few seconds, something clicked in Katsuki's head and his eyes widened as he suddenly recognized that pointy grin. Wait, Sharky? Yeah bro. My name's Dash. The F happened to your hair? That made the pink girl burst out laughing and Shark Mouth's face to turn almost as red as his hair. You know him, Kaken? Izuku asked. Kaken, huh? Mina thought, wondering if she was shipping the greenette with the wrong person. Yeah, Bakugu sighed. The idiot was at my exam site and Dash. And he helped me pull my head out of my butt, Sharky interrupted. I was close to giving up before the exam even started, but he reminded me a real man sticks by his decisions. Thanks to him, I ended up getting 6th place. My name's Kirishima Ijiro, by the way. And I'm Ashido Mina, but you can all call me Mina, the pink girl said to the room at large. Bakugu Katsuki, Katsuki said, pausing while Ponytail and Deku introduced themselves before turning to Kirishima. By the way, I never got to thank you for the save, he said, quietly as the others talked. Unfortunately, it wasn't quiet enough. Wait, save? Deku questioned, leaving the two girls to talk and not noticing Momo's face redden at whatever Mina said. But alright, you know how my arms were messed up in the infirmary after the exam, Katsuki relented. Well, when I blew up my 0-pointer, I put my arms out of commission and Shark Boy here saved me from breaking my legs, at the very least. Hey, it was no big deal, Kirishima said, putting up his hands in a placating manner. Like I told you, it was like my legs had a mind of their own. Izuku shared a look with Katsuki. Well, regardless, thanks for saving my reckless friend, Kirishima. Hey, who the hell are you calling reckless, Deku? Katsuki angrily questioned. The guy who smells like caramel every time he goes for a run, Kaken? Izuku smirked. Well, at least I can actually smell, yet two-sensed bastic. Angstiden teen. Insomniac adrenaline junkie. Short fuse. Du. After a stare-off, both boys snorted and shared one of their explosive high-fives, not noticing Momo and Mina sharing a look. That was one of the manliest things I've ever seen, Kirishima said, staring at his own hand. Come on, Sharky, Katsuki says, lightly elbowing him and adjusting his duffel bag. I'll hold the elevator while you grab Raccoon Eyes. Her name's Dash. Don't bother, Izuku said, shaking his head in mock disappointment with a hand on Kirishima's shoulder. He's terrible with names. Screw you, Deku. You know you're not my type, Kaken. As the elevator closed, Katsuki smirked and flipped Izuku off. The 10 sit-ups he had to do when he got to his room were worth it. Bokugu, Mina started in a teasing tone. For some reason, Ejiro smacked his forehead. I couldn't help but notice you and Midori seem to have a bit of tension going on. Maybe some unresolved romantic feelings. At this, Katsuki shuddered before turning to face her with a scowl, making the girl let out an eep. First, I may be a LGBTQ+ ally, but I ain't a member of the club. Second, even if either me or Deku were, we could both do better, especially him. Tell anyone I said that, and I'll blast you back to the fraggin' dawn of quirks. Third and most importantly, the guy's like a brother to me in all but blood. Got it? Ugh. Geez, Raccoon Eyes said, hands up placatingly as the elevator doors opened. Sorry, Baku bro, Sharky said as they exited, not noticing Bakugu ping an eyebrow at the nickname. Mina's always considered herself something of a matchmaker. Hey, I'll have you know I've helped set up plenty of couples in middle school, Mina defended herself. Yeah, well, don't bother trying to hook me up. I'm gonna be the #1 hero and that means I don't have time for a fraggin' relationship. You say that now, but you never know, Mina called in a sing-song voice as Katsuki stamped to his room. Mina, you do know your room is in the other wing, right? Kirishima finally asked. You're gonna have to go back downstairs and take the other elevator. Worth the trip, she happily said as she boarded the elevator again. After recovering from his brush with the Angel of Death, Shinso quickly unpacked and came back downstairs. He saw Izuku talking with a floating set of clothes and Yaoyorozu and who he assumed was Ida chatting with a tall, muscular guy with big lips and a plate of cookies. He was going to grab a few and introduce himself when he noticed someone signing in that he had hoped wouldn't be in his class. As Hagakure excitedly waved her sleeve goodbye, Izuku saw their new classmate and recognized him from Hitchin's description. As the red and white-haired boy walked towards the elevator without giving anyone else a second glance, Izuku thought he'd try approaching him. Hi, there, Izuku greeted with his best smile as the other boy continued to walk past him. My name's Midoriya Izuku. It's nice to meet you. That made him stop in his tracks and he turned to look at Izuku, analyzing him with narrowed eyes. Yep, he was definitely Endeavor's kid. Todoroki Shoto, he coldly said before turning and continuing towards the elevator where Hitoshi was leaning next to it with his arms crossed. As he approached, Todoroki's eyes narrowed and Hitoshi's mouth turned into a scowl. It wasn't until the elevator doors closed that Hitoshi dropped it. Well, it's official, Hitoshi said as he passed Izuku on his way to Yaoyorozu. That guy was not just an a-hole because of the exam. Guess so, Izuku said, wondering what he did to piss Todoroki off as he stared at the elevator. He was brought out of his train of thought by a soft gasp. Looking at the door, Izuku beamed at the sight of Uraraka. However, the girl in question's eyes were bulging and had begun swaying. He saw her begin to fall and his instincts kicked in, running and catching her in a dip. Uraraka, he said, worriedly fanning her. Are you okay? This place, she weakly said, head still spinning. It's a freaking mansion. Shaking her head to clear it, Achiko's face soon turned red as she looked into Izuku's worried eyes and realized he was holding her. Nice catch, Ribbit, another voice said. Looking up, they both saw a girl who Izuku knew must be Azui. He was about to introduce himself when he heard Uraraka nervously clear her throat, reminding him he was still holding her in a dip and causing his own face to redden as he propped her back up. Thanks, Midoriya, she said, looking to the side. No problem, Izuku said, looking the other way. Once the blush was gone, they both smiled at the other. It's great to see you again. Congratulations. Yeah, you too, she beamed back at him. Too bright, they both thought of the other's smile. They were broken out of their thoughts by the other girl letting out a small ribbit. "Oh, it's nice to meet you too, Azui," Izuku said, causing Tsu to tilt her head. "How do you know my name?" "My cousin told me all about you and how you saved her from the zero-pointer," he said, pulling out his phone and sending a quick text. "Oh, Himi's your cousin," she nodded. "That makes sense." "Yeah, I'm Azui to you, but please, both of you call me Tsu, ribbit." Uraraka Achiko, Uraraka happily greeted. Midoriya Izuku, he bowed. Before the three could say any more, Himiko came bursting through the doors and tackled Tsu in a tight hug. "Tsu!" Himi all but squealed. "I'm so happy to see you. I didn't get your number and I missed you so much. How dare they put us in separate classes?" "Ribbit." Tsu barely got out as her already large eyes began to bulge and her tongue began to stick out. Seeing Ida marching over, probably to demand Himi release Tsu, Izuku held out his hand to the other boy to stop him from getting even further on his cousin's bad side. "Himi, frogs need to breathe too, you know," Izuku pointed out as Uraraka quickly nodded in confirmation. Upon noticing her friend's face turning blue, Himi quickly released her. Sorry, Tsu," Himi said, red-faced and anxiously rubbing the back of her head. "It's all right, Ribbit," Tsu said, rubbing her ribs. "It's good to see you again too." As the two started happily chatting, Ida approached the two and bowed, surprising them while Izuku rolled his eyes. "Hello, my name is Ida Tenya and I would like to apologize for my behavior at the exam. You were correct that I should have focused on the presentation and filtered out all other distractions. I have already apologized to your cousin and I hope you will eventually forgive me as well." After a pause, Himiko snorted. "Dude, relax. We're cool," she said, patting his shoulder. "Just work on not being such a control freak, all right?" Once he straightened up, he gave her a smile. "Thank you. I will truly work hard to learn to loosen up, as your cousin put it," he said, adjusting his glasses. "Cool," she said, giving him a fanged grin before turning back to Tsu, grabbing her and pulling her to the elevator. "Come in, Tsu. I'll help you unpack." As both girls made a beeline for the elevator and Ida warned them about running indoors, Uraraka shook her head. "Your cousin's gonna eat that poor frog girl alive," she said, Izuku solemnly nodding before both burst into laughter. After they calmed down, Izuku pointed to Uraraka's rather beaten-looking duffel bag. Do you need any help setting up?" he asked. "Oh, no thanks," she said, readjusting the bag on her shoulder before heading for the elevator. "I don't have much, but I'll see you later." "Bye," Izuku waved back. As he made his way back to the couch with a content sigh, he didn't notice Mina smirking at him. This time, she was sure her shipping sense was correct. Later, after everyone had signed in and most had completely unpacked, Ida took it upon himself to gather everyone downstairs for the scheduled introduction of their homeroom teacher, as well as to shoo Himiko back to her own dorms for their own meeting. When she opened the front door, she was greeted by a tired-looking man in black with his hair tied back and wearing a long, gray scarf. "You're all here. Good," he said, looking around the room before looking down at Himiko and ruffling the seafoam green hair between the two black buns. "You better get a move on. Vlad's waiting on you." I'm going. "Shmeesh," she said with an eye roll before smiling and hugging the man, confusing everyone except for the original tiresome trio. "Good night, Daddy." "Good night, Himi," he said, hugging her back and kissing her head. After breaking off the hug, Himiko bid everyone else good night and started skipping back to her dorm. "And don't forget to call your mother before bed," the man called back. Dropping his small smile, he turned back around and leveled the room with a calculating gaze. "My name is Aizawa Shoyuda and I will be your homeroom teacher. I'm known for being tough, but fair. Just because you passed the entrance exam doesn't mean your seat in the hero course is safe. I have and will bump anyone I believe aren't doing everything in their power to live up to their potential down to Gen Ed. Understand?" "Yes, sensei," the whole room loudly answered. "Good," Aizawa said, his gaze softening slightly. "I may be a hard-ass, but trust me when I say I and the rest of the staff are here to help you. Whether it be with schoolwork, Quirk control, or any other personal problems, please, let us know." If I'm not around, mine as well as the principal's and several other members of staff's phone numbers are posted on the fridge. Speaking of, the fridge and cupboards are fully stocked and there are labels for those with special dietary requirements. You will be responsible for preparing your own breakfast and dinner, as well as doing your own laundry, with Lunch Rush providing lunch on school days, so let us know if we need to make an unscheduled food run. If you don't know how to cook or do your own laundry, ask for help. Curfew's at 9 p.m. and classes begin at 7:45 a.m. and I expect all of you in your seats before the final bell. Any questions? He sighed at the number of hands that shot up. Any questions that aren't about my home life? Several hands lowered and Aizawa nodded at Tsu. What's the school's policy for visitors, Ribbit? She asked. If someone wants to visit the school, they need to get permission from Nizu with enough time for a complete background check. We take the safety of you students very seriously. On that note, you are also required to let us know if you plan on leaving campus for any amount of time. As more hands dropped, Aizawa nodded at the boy with yellow hair with a black streak in it. Kaminari, if he remembered correctly. So, I know you're a pro, but I don't recognize you, he said. What's your hero name? And what's your quirk? Ashido added. My code name is the Erasure Hero, Eraser Head, Aizawa answered. The reason why most of, if not all of you, haven't heard of me is because I'm an underground hero, meaning I do my best to stay out of the spotlight and don't participate in the pageantry of the industry. As for my quirk, well, I'm sure you'll all see it in action before long. Once everyone else lowered their hands, he nodded. All right, you're all dismissed. See you tomorrow, he said as he left. He planned on getting enough sleep for the long day he was sure tomorrow would be. As usual, Sato woke up 30 minutes before his alarm was set to go off. Being the son of bakers, he was used to getting up earlier than most, and he thought it would be fun to use the free time before class to make breakfast for his new classmates after his morning workout. His favorite breakfast may have been American, but everyone likes pancakes, right? Maybe he'd also make some muffins if he had enough ingredients. After doing his push-ups and sit-ups, the only exercises from his routine he can do until he found out where the gym was, he showered and grabbed his mixing bowl and other baking equipment he needed before heading downstairs in casual clothes. He was surprised to see the friendly brunette, Midoriya if he remembered correctly, sitting at one of the tables and muttering to himself as he looked between his phone and the notebook he was writing in. Not wanting to disturb him, he quietly made his way to the kitchen and began brewing a pot of coffee and gathering ingredients for his great-grandma's pancake recipe. I hope you're not touching Hitchin's brew. Sato jumped and almost dropped the large bowl as he spun around to see Midoriya standing behind him. Sorry, Izuku said, hands raised. Didn't mean to scare you. It's fine, Sato said, nodding and blushing slightly at being so easily startled. Who's Hitchan again? Shinso Hitoshi, Izuku said, pouring himself a glass of water. He treats coffee like some holy nectar of the gods and pays extra for the good sheet, as he calls it. What you're up to? Well, since I was up so early, I figured I'd make everyone pancakes for breakfast, Sato shrugged, grabbing a carton of eggs and milk from the fridge. What are you doing? Oh, just some extra work for my mentor, Izuku waved off. You want some help? Sure, if you're offering, Rikido shrugged, his big lips turned up in a smile as both boys went to the sink to wash their hands. Tenya had just finished getting ready for his morning run and was on his way to the elevator when he smelled something delicious. His thoughts were quickly interrupted when the elevator opened to reveal Bakugo wearing a big green hoodie and black shorts. Looking up from his phone, he scowled up at Ida. Good morning, Bakugo, Ida said with an arm chop as he entered the elevator. Are you going for a morning run as well? Bakugo grunted with a nod before looking back down at his phone. Unfortunately, Ida didn't take the hint and just kept talking. That's wonderful. It warms my heart to see a fellow hero in training taking physical fitness seriously. Perhaps we should talk to Aizawa-sensei about forming an official morning run dash. He was interrupted by the doors opening again on the second floor and both boys were greeted by Shinso in a purple hoodie and paw print sweatpants. He was nursing a coffee and had his cat ear headphones around his neck. Morning, guys, he tiredly said as he boarded the elevator. Good morning, Shinso, Ida snappily replied. Baggy eyes, but Kogu nodded without looking up from his phone. Starshine, Shinso lazily said before donning his headphones, neither boy noticing the third boy struggling to keep his comments to himself about the informal exchange. When they all got downstairs, they saw Midoriya mixing something in a large bowl while wearing an all-might apron while Rikido was at the stove flipping pancakes. On the counter, he saw 3 plates of steaming pancakes, a plate of muffins stacked in a small pyramid, a large pan of scrambled eggs, a plate of bacon and sausage, and a large bowl of fruit salad. Oh, good morning, everyone, Izuku said, quickly looking up while pouring whatever was in the bowl into 2 muffin tins while Sato turned and waved his spatula at them. A timer then went off and Izuku was carrying the tins over to Sato. Last 2 batches behind you, chef. Izuku called to Sato. Heard, the larger boy responded, pausing his flipping and taking the 2 tins while Midoriya grabbed the 2 finished ones from the oven with his bare hands. Ida just stared as Midoriya gently pulled the muffins out and began another pyramid. Good morning, Midoriya, Sato, Ida finally said with a stiff nod as the other 2 went to one of the set tables and each grabbed a plate. What is all this? Oh, Sato wanted to make breakfast and I was up, so I decided to help him. Midoriya shrugged as he dusted off his hands before looking at the spread and going slightly red. I guess we went a little plus ultra, huh? Hey, I'm not complaining, Shinso shrugged, placing a banana nut muffin next to his eggs before grabbing 3 strips of bacon and 2 sausages. Yeah, so long as you pastiches didn't touch my stuff, I don't give a damn how much of what you make, Bakugo said, grabbing 3 different bottles of hot sauce before taking his seat across from Shinso. Ida, meanwhile, was feeling a bit overwhelmed. He had planned on simply grabbing a protein bar and filling up his bottle with orange juice and eating a bigger, nutritious breakfast after his run. This had been the schedule his family's physician had assigned him and he followed it religiously since he started middle school. He was ready to thank his classmates but informed them of his meal plan when he smelled and saw the final stack of pancakes Rikido placed on the counter. Are those blueberry? Ida asked, swallowing to prevent himself from drooling. Sure are, Rikido happily nodded as he removed his apron. Grab a plate and dig in. Well, perhaps deviating from his meal plan this once wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. 6:30 a.m. So yummy, Ochako dreamily thought with her pink cheeks stuffed full of strawberry pancakes. Yeah, this was way better than the toast and apple she had planned on making for herself. She had gotten used to smaller meals, so to say she was surprised by such a large spread would be an understatement. Looking around the room, she saw several of her other classmates enjoying their breakfasts with Todoroki being one of 2 students to make his own. Between bites of his lean salmon and rice, the scarred teen would occasionally shoot a look at Midoriya, the only other person not enjoying the meal he helped make. Instead, he was drinking something from a large, worn, all-might bottle while talking to Kirishima and a blonde with a black streak in his hair. Midori really is the full package, isn't he? Mina said to Hagakure as they sat down at the table near her. Though she did her best not to, Uraraka couldn't help listening in. I know, right? The invisible girl animatedly said as a piece of fruit disappeared into what Uraraka assumed was her mouth. I mean, he's tall, buff and has that bad boy look about him, but he's actually really nice and he can cook? Total catch. Ochako wasn't sure why her face was starting to heat up as she overheard the 2 talking about Midoriya like that. Yeah, he was cool and sweet and cute and totally her type, but, She was brought out of her thoughts when she felt Jiro's ear jack poke her. You okay, Uraraka? The girl next to her asked, ping an eyebrow as her jack retracted. Why yeah, sorry, she said, looking back at her breakfast as she got another fork full of pancakes. Just thinking about something. After a moment, Jiro shrugged and went back to talking to Yaoyorozu. Uraraka, meanwhile, tried to suppress those thoughts about the greenette and focus on her food. She was here to be a hero, not find a boyfriend. Besides, why would someone as cool as Midoriya settle for a poor, country bumpkin like her? Still, she couldn't help shooting quick glances at him and smiling at the cute way he looked on in awe as the blonde demonstrated his quirk by putting a phone charger in his mouth. She didn't notice Mina and Hagakure giggling to each other and high-fiving. 7:36 a.m. Remove your feet from the desk this instant. Well, there goes my hopes of a quiet first day, Sho thought from inside the sleeping bag behind his desk. He loved his wife, but he just needed a few minutes of peace in the morning. Poking his head out from the corner of his desk just enough to see what was going on, he sighed as he saw Tensei's brothers scolding Bakugo, whose legs were indeed on the desk. I thought you said you'd try to mind your own demon business, you elitist prick? Bakugo sneered at the boy, making Ida jump back in shock. Behind Bakugo, Uraraka was looking on at the scene next to Izuku, who looked done with them both. And behind Izuku, Shinso was resting his head on his desk with his headphones and a purple eye mask on. Aizawa was about to unveil himself. Early to tell his old and new problem children to knock it off when Izuku got up and stepped between the two. All right, guys, knock it off, he said, turning to Ida, who looked like he wanted to argue. Ida, I can understand your frustration. However, you are not in charge here and have no right to be making demands of anyone. Taking a deep breath, Ida nodded. You are right, Midoriya, he said before turning and bowing to Bakugo. I apologize for my rudeness. Will you please remove your feet from your desk? At Midoriya's look, Bakugo scoffed and rolled his eyes as he dropped his feet. Thank you, Ida sighed in relief. As Izuku sat back down to continue his conversation with Uraraka, he shot his uncle a quick smile and a wink. Not long after, the bell went off and Aizawa popped his head up just enough to peer over his desk, slowly scanning the room. While Kaminari was the last to get to his desk, the tiresome trio, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Shoji were the only ones to immediately notice him. He slowly rose until everyone had shut up and was looking at him standing behind his desk, still zipped up in his sleeping bag and sking on a mango-flavored jelly pouch. It took far too long for most of you to notice me, Sho said while unzipping and stepping out of his sleeping bag. We'll need to work on your situational awareness. As I said yesterday, my name is Aizawa Shoyuda and I am your homeroom teacher. Now, ordinarily I'd have you all skip the orientation ceremony in favor of a much more rational use of your time. However, Principal Nizu was quite insistent that I allow you all to attend this year. Sho did his best to suppress a shudder as he sat down and lazily rested his head in his hand. As such, we have 15 minutes before leaving, so I'd like you all to introduce yourselves to the class. Name, quirk, hobbies, etc. I don't care what order you go in. While several of his students raised their hands and started practically bouncing in their seats to go first, it was Ida who suggested they go by seat number. Aoyama got up and, rather flashily, introduced himself. As the introductions continued, Sho eventually decided to rest his eyes. No, he was not napping. He listened as Ishido talked about keeping fit through dancing and gymnastics, how Ojiro studied martial arts and was a graduate of the Kame School, Todoroki's preference for cold soba, and Tokoyami's explanation about his quirk, Dark Shadow, being sentient, and the quirk itself introducing themselves and explaining how they preferred male or gender-neutral pronouns. He smiled, knowing his nephew and brother were going to have a million questions for the both of them. Speaking of, after Bakubrat's spiel about becoming the #1 hero, it was Izuku's turn. He partially opened one eye and watched as Izuku approached the front of the room. He noted that, despite already introducing himself to his classmates in one-on-one interactions, he still looked a little shaky. He'd have to talk to Inui about how to help Izuku with his anxiety when it came to addressing crowds. After introducing himself and explaining his quirk and how he was a quirk nerd like his dad, he was about to go back to his desk when Azui raised her hand. Yes, sorry, Sue? Izuku nervously asked. Since Hime is your cousin, that would make Aizawa-sensei your uncle, right? The frog girl asked. There was a moment of silence before the class erupted into hushed whispers. Sho sighed and got up to address the room, silencing everyone. He nodded to the nervous-looking Izuku, who quickly made his way back to his desk, before finally speaking. Yes, Midoriya's my nephew, Sho tiredly answered. I've also helped train him and Himiko, as well as Bakugo and Shinso since they were kids. If you at any point think I'm showing any signs of favoritism, I implore you to report it to Principal Nizu. Seeing the class mostly satisfied, Sho sat back down and Shinso came up to the front. My name is Shinso Hitoshi and my quirk is called Hypnovoiced. 10:05 a.m. Okay, Sho was right, Hisashi thought, subtly passing his brother 2 yen. He hated to admit it, but this really was a pointless ceremony. He and other members of staff who worked closely with the first years were sitting behind Nizu, who kept shifting between explaining information important for the students that could easily be found in the school rules and going off on tangents about things such as proper oral hygiene. Now that we've gone over the different alarms, it's time to introduce you all to a few new members of staff. Nizu happily announced, getting his and everyone else's attention. First, let's welcome our new Quirk counselor and Quirk science teacher all the way from my island, Dr. Midoriya Hisashi. Standing up and adjusting his dark green suit jacket and the tie Inko picked out and tied for him and swallowing the lozenge he had been skiing on, Hisashi approached the podium as Nizu jumped off the box he was standing on. "Hello, everyone," he smiled, waving to the crowd. As Principal Nizu said, "I am a Quirk counselor. While I have no doubts you all have superb control over your quirks, there could be uses or even elements to them you aren't aware of, and it's my job to help you discover them. For example, I remember one young man who had a fairly simple quirk that turned his hair into seashells. However, what he and his family with similar quirks didn't know was that it caused them to suffer from a calcium deficiency which affected their memories as well as caused them muscle cramps and numb hands. All he and his family needed was a prescription for calcium pills, and they were better than before. So while Principal Nizu has made it mandatory for those in the hero course to attend at least one session with me, I suggest you all visit me and/or Recovery Girl just to be safe. No offense to your local quirk doctor, but UA has access to different resources and tests. Thank you." Hisashi bowed at the applause and got back to his seat. "Thank you, Midoriya-san," Nizu said. "Now, onto our two new foundational hero studies TAs. While I'm sure you know one, the other is a retired pro hero. Please, help me in welcoming All Might and Mr. Yagi Tashinori." The whole crowd broke into applause, with even a few members of staff joining in, as the number one hero marched onto the stage followed by an almost skeletal man, both wearing matching yellow pinstripe suits. "Hello, you!" All Might happily yelled, not needing a microphone. "I am here to learn to teach." "As am I," the thinner man said, getting close to the microphone as the applause died down. "Since you all know All Might, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yagi Tashinori and I am a former underground hero. I was forced to retire due to an injury resulting in my, admittedly, gaunt appearance and have spent many years as All Might's secretary." "Indeed," All Might said, patting Yagi's back a little harder than intended. "We've been friends for years and will be taking turns as Big Green's TAs. As such, I hope you'll show my good friend here the same respect I expect you'll show me as well as all your other teachers." "Thank you, All Might Yagi-san," Nizu said, getting back on his box. "Now, I believe that covers everything of immediate importance. All students not in the hero course may return to your classrooms. Classes 1A and 1B, please gather around your homeroom teacher to collect your gym uniforms. Oh, and welcome to everyone." As All Might waved goodbye as the crowd dissipated, Yagi walked off stage and, after making sure no one was looking, dipped into a staff locker room. Once inside a shower stall, their disguise began to melt away until Himiko was left in her UA uniform. As she finished washing away what was left of her disguise down the drain, someone else entered the locker room and Himiko happily hugged herself. "Hi, Himi," the first Himiko said. "How'd I do as Yagi-san?" "You were perfect, Himi," the other said, passing herself a gym uniform. "Welp, you better get a move on before our classmates get suspicious. You might even be able to sneak a peek at Sue." The first Himiko blushed and waved the other goodbye before quickly making her exit. The other Himiko then happily skipped into the same shower stall the other had used and, still grinning, snapped her own neck and quickly melted down the drain. 10:31 a.m. And, despite what our parents told him, he still comes home, arms covered in gauze carrying the annoyed-looking mama cat, a kitten on his head and 5 more clinging to his back. Vlad burst into laughter once Hisashi finished his story while Sho just grumbled as he redid his hair. "Wouldn't it be more logical to just get your hair cut rather than having to constantly tie it back?" Ken asked his fellow homeroom teacher after he was done laughing. What? And let my sister-in-law win? Shota scoffed as he finished retying his hair back while Hisashi shook his head at his brother's stubbornness. I may be logical, but I've still got some pride. Ken just chuckled at that. Yes, he understood all too well when it came to matters of pride. It's why he pushed the friendly rivalry between their two classes. It wasn't long before they saw their students approaching. Oh, come on, Midori, Ashido practically whined. You've got to have some idea what's going on. Ashido, it's rude to pester Midoriya for information about our sensei's lesson plans. Ida sternly said. Yeah guys, knock it off, Uraraka chimed in. We'll find out what's going on soon enough. Oh, you two are no fun, Hagakure scoffed. Come on, Midoriya. Give us a hint. Sorry, guys, my lips are sealed, Izuku apologized with a smug smile. Besides, the gym uniforms should be enough of a hint, Shinso lazily said to Yaoyorozu, who nodded with a small, knowing smile, and Tokage, who gave him a wink and a sharp grin. Hey, Midoriya, what's your dad doing here? Kaminari asked. Wait, so his uncle's the homeroom teacher and his dad's the quirk counselor? That's not fair. He has access to our class's quirks and can use that information to give 1A an advantage in the sports festival. Then again, he's also Fukukato's uncle, so... Kanzai twitched at Monoma's voice. Despite his own competitive nature, that kid took it to a whole other level and he already knew the loud blonde was gonna be his problem child, as Sho liked to call them. Oh, knock it off, Monoma, Kendo said, already tired of his attitude. Yeah, shut it, blondie. Himiko almost snarled at the blonde, making him flinch. My cousin doesn't need his dad's help to figure out our quirks, and I'm sure as hell not gonna ask my uncle to break any confidentiality rules to screw over my friends in 1A. Now, knock off the chatter, everyone, before my dad gives us all detention. At this, almost everyone turned to the tiresome trio, who all nodded in confirmation, and all chatter ceased. 8 minutes, 26 seconds, Aizawa finally said. While I can't speak for Kan, I expect better of my students in the future. Actually, I agree, Kan said, arms crossed and giving his students a stern look, cowing the few who looked smug at their sister class's embarrassment. It should take you all no more than 5 minutes to change into something as simple as a gym uniform. That said, now that you're all here, we're going to be doing a quirk assessment test. Before anyone could ask, Aizawa tossed a ball to Azui, you scored 3rd in the entrance exam. What was your furthest throw in middle school? About 55 meters, I think, ribbit. Aizawa nodded and gestured toward a circle on the ground. This time, try using your quirk. Anything goes so long as you stay within the circle. Tilting her head, Sue quietly croaked when Himiko gave her a light push. Go on, Sue, the vampire girl excitedly encouraged her friend. Yeah, show us what you can do, girl. Tokage cheered. At Himiko's grin and more. Cheers of encouragement from both classes, Sue nodded and quickly came up with a plan. Once inside the circle, Sue grabbed the ball with her tongue and then grabbed her extended tongue and proceeded to spin it like a sling before releasing the ball with a crack like a whip and watching it soar through the air. 345 meters. Aizawa's phone chimed when the ball landed. You will all be completing a series of physical tests you should all be familiar with, Ken announced, listing off the events. Ball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, grip strength, repeated side steps, seated toe touch, sit UPS, and finally the endurance run. However, as you just witnessed, you will be using your quirks to help complete these tasks. Midoriya-san is here to observe 1B and take notes on your performances and how you can improve. Hello, everyone, Hisashi waved. Hi, Uncle Hisashi. Himiko excitedly waved back. Everyone else, meanwhile, started excitedly chatting. Whoa, cool. Awesome. As expected of the hero course. This is gonna be so fun. Hearing the pink girl say this made Kan and Hisashi inhale sharply, and they both heard at least 4 students smack their foreheads as well as someone muttering, "Damn it, Pinky." Fun, huh? Aizawa asked in a threatening tone, activating his quirk for a second and silencing the crowd. Well, then how's this for fun? Anyone who I catch not giving it their all in every test will be immediately removed from the hero course and transferred to Gen Ed. This caused the students of both classes, though mostly from 1B, to start protesting. No way. He can't really do that, can he? Surely not on the first day. Gotta be bluffing. But that's not fair. Enough. Ken yelled, silencing everyone. I hate to burst everyone's bubble, but Aizawa isn't bluffing. We teachers are given more freedom than other schools, including the freedom to transfer or even expel those we think aren't fit to be heroes. If you don't believe me, ask your remaining senpai in 2A and those who couldn't cut the mustard in 2C, 2D, and 2E. As for the unfairness of my brother's standards, let me ask you something, Hisashi started, stepping up with a serious look on his face. Are natural disasters fair? What about nihilistic villains who want nothing more than to see their victims suffer? How about the fact that hate groups like the MLA or CRC still exist? At the students' stunned silence, Aizawa continued. The real world is full of unfairness. It's a hero's job to combat that unfairness and mine and Vlad's to teach you how. We only have 3 years to whip you lot into shape, and in those 3 years, you're going to be pushed well beyond your limits. If you aren't willing to put in the work, to give your all into becoming the best heroes you can be from the start, you don't belong here, Ken said. As such, while I'm normally more patient with my students, I'm gonna be holding my class to the same standards as my colleague. But catch any of you slacking off, it's Gen Ed. Understand, young bloods? Yes, Aizawa, Vlad sensei, both classes sounded off. Ken then noticed one of his students raising their hand and called on them. Why will Midoriya-sensei only be observing 1B? Aways asked. Because I can't be in 2 places at once, Hisashi explained. At least, not without Babaigawara revealing himself, Aizawa thought. Until Nizu finished ironing out the details of his rehabilitation program, Twice would have to stay a secret. Since I already have his scores from previous training sessions, Midoriya-kun will be taking notes for 1, Aizawa said. Anyone have a problem with that? No, Aizawa-sensei. Good, Aizawa said, donning the creepy grin that haunted Hisashi's dreams since they were kids. Now, show me and Vlad why you deserve to be here. Vlad then raised his fist with a determined grin. Go beyond. Plus ultra, the students and Hisashi cried. Be there in a sec, guys. Himiko called to her class before approaching 1A with 4 empty syringes. Hey, Tsu, Uraraka Ida, Octopus Dude, can you guys spare a bit of blood? It's for my Quirk. While 3 of the 4 mentioned were, understandably, a bit apprehensive, Tsu stepped up immediately and was soon followed by Ida, Uraraka, and the Octopus Dude, who introduced himself as Shoji. After thanking them and asking Shoji about his Quirk, Himiko ran to join her classmates in the PE building, where Ken was holding the door open next to her uncle Hisashi. Using every resource at your disposal, Vlad said with a smile and nod of approval. Very smart. What can I say? She shrugged before looking up at the 2 adults with a fanged grin that eerily resembled Aizawa's. I am my father's daughter. And with that, both adults suppressed a shudder and the test began. 10:45. While Hitoshi has grown more comfortable using his Quirk over the years, he preferred to use it as a last resort. As such, he made sure to speak with everyone in class to establish a connection in case he couldn't talk them into helping him. The only exception was Koda, who looked surprised when Hitoshi signed back a greeting to him in JSL. Hey Ida, you look pretty strong. Any chance of convincing you to carry me over the finish line? Hitoshi asked the taller boy as they walked to the starting line. The other boy looked scandalized and began vigorously chopping with both arms. What, Shinso? I certainly hope that was a joke. Of course I will not do such a thing. That would completely negate the point of these exams. Welp, so much for the non-quirked way. Once they were in place, Shinso activated his Quirk and Ida's face went blank. Pick me up and use your Quirk to carry me over the finish line when the gunshot goes off, Hitoshi ordered. At the sound of the gunshot, Ida did just that. 5.13 seconds, the robotic voice chimed. Thanks, buddy, Shinso said, patting a confused Ida's shoulder after canceling his Quirk before beginning. To walk away. Before you say anything, Aizawa-sensei said we can use our quirks to complete the exercises. If you want to try again without carrying me, talk to him. After a long sputtering session, Ito went to talk to Aizawa and, after taking his turn again, apologized to Hitoshi about doubting his logic. Thankfully, Hitoshi didn't need to use his quirk on anyone else. Uraraka was glad to help with the ball throw and standing long jump, and Yaoyorozu, or Yamamo as Ishido had nicknamed her, lent him her press for the grip strength test, and he didn't need anyone's help with the other exercises. 10:56 a.m. Shoto was annoyed. When Vlad-sensei had explained what they were doing, he thought this would be the perfect opportunity to observe Midoriya in action. Now that he knew his quirk, he could begin figuring out his limits. Unfortunately, instead of Shoto studying Midoriya, it was Midoriya who was studying them. When Midoriya introduced himself in class, he said he liked studying quirks as a hobby. However, considering how quickly he was writing and what Shoto could make out from his muttering, this was more than just a hobby. Given his intelligence and what he told the class about his quirk and the amount of training he must have gotten from Aizawa, it was no wonder how he got first place on the entrance exam. Perhaps, if his current theory was correct, Midoriya's mother's quirk also played a part in his success. Shoto shook these thoughts from his mind. He could worry about Midoriya later. Right now, he had to focus on the task at hand and took his place next to Bakugo for the 50-meter dash. At the sound of a gunshot, he was off. Like the recommendation exam, he used a trail of ice to propel himself forward. Unfortunately, also like at the recommendation exam, his opponent managed to blast himself just ahead of him. Not even the sudden larger burst of ice was enough to pass or even slow down Bakugo. 3.14 seconds, the robot announced as Bakugo crossed the finish line. 4.15 seconds, the voice chimed once Shoto crossed the finish line. Damn it, Shoto thought, face still blank but clenching his right fist in anger as he walked away from the track. Hey, Ice Prince Zuko! Bakugo angrily said as Shoto walked past him. What the hell is wrong with you? You almost hit me towards the end. Instead of answering, Shoto ignored him and kept walking to the next test. Why you dash? Bakugo angrily started, explosions popping in his palms. However, he quickly extinguished them and began taking calming breaths. Once he had settled, he stuck his hands in his pockets and scowled as he stomped over to stand by Baggy Eyes and Ponytail. You guys saw that sheet, right? He asked, to which Ponytail nodded with a worried look at Todoroki. Yup, Hitoshi said, arms crossed as he and Bakugo watched a couple of robots breaking up the ice path and another taking a flamethrower to the larger block with most of the long, jagged spikes jutting out into the right lane. Near the end of the track. Maybe it was an accident, Ponytail tried, to which Bakugo just scoffed. Either way, Baggy said, nodding towards Hobo-sensei, whose eyes were slightly narrowed at Todoroki as he typed something into his phone. If he wasn't already on Aizawa-sensei's radar, you can bet he is now. 11:43 a.m. In Himiko's opinion, the best way to get to know someone was by becoming them. In fact, the first thing she did after introducing herself to her classmates yesterday was to explain her quirk and ask them for a small sample of their blood. While most, like Shota and Awaze, were a little creeped out by the request, she eventually convinced everyone to help her out. In doing so, she learned which of her classmates' quirks were compatible with her own. Mutation and transformation quirks like Shiozaki's, Kendo's and Shishida's were almost always guaranteed to work, while emitters like Yanagi's and Komori's were more of a crapshoot. Because of this, she learned yesterday which quirks from her class would help them most in the tests. However, that didn't stop her from experimenting with quirks from their sister class. Shoji's quirk actually helped her score higher in the grip strength test than Kendo, while Ida's, unfortunately, turned out to be a dud. The engines in her legs worked briefly before flickering out. Sue, though, was officially Himiko's favorite transformation. Her quirk was so versatile and her blood was so yummy. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum was Monoma. The smug blonde had rubbed her the wrong way from the moment she met him, and he started going on about how they'd show 1A who the superior class was before Kendo knocked him out. His blood was bitter, and trying to use his quirk gave her a headache, which was something she'd need to remember to talk to Uncle Hisashi about. He kept giving her sour looks every time she transformed into someone from 1A, and after scoring infinity on the ball throw using Achiko's quirk, she finally had enough. "Something you want to say, Monoma?" she asked as soon as her transformation melted away. "Why do you keep becoming those 1A losers?" he bitterly asked. "Are our class's quirks not good enough for you? Do you think they're better than us? I'll bet you're planning on Betra Dash. Monoma, I've known you for less than a day, but I'm already getting sick of your attitude." Vlad-sensei called before Himiko could reply, making Monoma jump. "While I'm all for a friendly rivalry with 1A, the key word being friendly, you have shown nothing but jealousy and disgust towards your sister class and making everyone else uncomfortable. If you don't knock off this immature attitude, I'll knock you down to Gen Ed and book you sessions with Hound Dog until I think you're ready to come back. Do I make myself clear?" "Weiss, Vlad-sensei," Monoma shakily said before running to the next test. "If he gives you or anyone else more trouble, just let me know," Vlad softly said to Himiko. "Do," Himiko beamed at him. "Thanks, sensei." 1:35 p.m. "All right, stop, I'm officially calling it," Aizawa called out. At this, the students still running halted and began panting, except for Izuku, who was asked to participate, Yaoyorozu and Hitoshi, though the latter looked a little red with his hands around Yaoyorozu's waist as they rode an electric scooter she created, and Kurwaro, who had hitched a ride in Izuku's shadow. "While I can't speak for Aizawa, I must say I was pleased with your performances," Vlad announced as Hisashi passed out waters. "I agree," Hisashi happily said, flipping through his and Izuku's notes. "Well, they're not hopeless," Aizawa said, though he hid a smirk in his scarf. "However, Tokoyami, Hagakure, Koda, Kaminari, Uraraka, Jiro, I hold extra training sessions on Saturdays starting at 8 a.m. I strongly suggest you attend." "Yes, sensei," the mentioned student said. "As for my students, I hold mine on Sundays," Kin said, not naming names but giving Monoma as well as a few others looks that said, "You'd better be there or else. Pick up your syllabi from the classroom and you're dismissed for the day," Aizawa said. "Wait, senseis," Monoma almost desperately called out. "Aren't you going to show our rankings?" The three adults shared a look. "These tests weren't so you can brag about your placement," Aizawa said, the blonde flinching at his tone. "You'll be getting your individual scores tomorrow morning along with notes from Midoriya," Kin said. "Now hit the showers and then the cafeteria. It's about an hour and a half past lunch, and we don't want Recovery Girl on our buttes for starving you." And with that, the adults walked away and were soon followed by the students. 2:17 p.m. "Hey, Midoriya, can I ask you a couple questions?" Uraraka asked, pausing her lunch. "Shoot," Izuku nodded as he shook his bottle. "First, what are you drinking and why are you drinking it instead of eating?" "Yeah, you were drinking it this morning too," Sato pointed out from his seat next to Yamamo. "Oh, it's a special meal shake," Izuku said, after taking a drink. "Remember what I said this morning about most of my senses being shut down? It's just more practical to substitute these for something I won't be able to taste anyway." "Wait, you can't taste?" Kendo asked. While most of her class had sat together, she, Tokage, and a boy named Tetsu had joined Himiko at the mostly 1A populated table. "Or touch or smell until he takes a nap," Himiko said after taking a drink from her blood bag. "Even then, he loses all his strength and it's only for a half hour after waking up." "Wow, that is, dude," Tokage said, getting a light elbow from Kendo and a light scolding from Ida. "Well, she's not wrong," Sato shrugged, poking at his food. "My diet's a bit special too, but I couldn't imagine not tasting it." "Yeah, making a sacrifice like that for your quirk to be as strong as it can be is super manly, dude," Tetsu said, making Kirishima perk up. "Dude," Kirishima grinned, offering silver-haired boy a hardened fist. "Bro," Tetsu grinned back, his fist turning metal and a few sparks flying as they bumped fists. "Second," Uraraka continued after swallowing another bite of her chicken. "Why does Bakugu call you Deku? I can understand your nicknames for your friends and cousin, but is it supposed to be short for Dikairu, like you can do it since you're so strong?" "Not even close, round face," Katsuki scoffed. It's short for Dekunabu. He's a Deku 'cause he couldn't do anything right when we were kids. I thought it was because you read the kanji in his name wrong, Hitoshi lazily smirked. Regardless, Izuku interrupted. Since I refuse to stop calling him Kaken, he refuses to stop calling me Deku. Well, I like the name, Uraraka beamed at him. Like I said, it reminds me of Dekairu and kinda has a cute ring to Dash. Why you can call me Deku, Izuku quickly said with a blush. I mean if you want. Thanks, Deku, Uraraka said, still smiling but also going a little red. Do you have a nickname for me? Oh, how about Aken? Izuku nervously asked. Ooh, I like it. Achiko beamed. Too bright, Izuku thought, considering asking Yamamo to create a pair of sunglasses for him. 3 p.m. After picking up their syllabi, both classes returned to their dorms, with Tsu and Kirishima deciding to visit their new friends at 1B's dorms and hopefully get to know other members of their sister class. While Todoroki quickly retreated to his room, everyone else was downstairs. So, anyone wanna watch a movie? Izuku asked, to which almost everyone started making requests. Oi, shut it, ya bastiches. Bakugu yelled, silencing everyone. Yelling over each other like a bunch of politicians isn't gonna help us come to a decision. While I may not agree with his wording, Bakugu is correct, Ida said. Why not pick a name out of a hat? Hagakure suggested, getting sounds and nods of agreement. Yamamo then made a hat and several pens, and Izuku tore a few strips of paper from his notebook and passed them around. Once everyone had contributed, Yamamo gave the hat a shake and Izuku, looking away, put a folded strip. And the winner is, Izuku announced as he read the strip and smiled. The crow. Yes. High five, Fumi. Dark Shadow cheered, much to Tokoyami's embarrassment. However, he reluctantly high-fived his Quirk. By the way, mind if I ask you a couple dozen questions when the movie's over, Tokoyami? Izuku excitedly asked. I suppose that would be alright, Tokoyami said, the Quirk excitedly nodding as they left to grab the vintage Blu-ray from their room. After much begging from her classmates, Yamamo gave in and created a projector and screen to cover several windows. Once everything was set up, including several people moving the couches and bringing down beanbag chairs from their rooms, as well as a few classmates from 1B joining them, they started the movie. 8:30 p.m. Have a good patrol, hun, Emmy said, kissing her husband on the cheek with Nettie purring in her arms. Don't wait up, babe, Sho said, kissing her back while scratching Nettie on the head and bending down to slide Nimpuri before leaving. Before officially starting his patrol, he walked by 1A's dorms. Looking in the window, he saw a projector pointed at it and a large sheet folded up on the couch that Izuku was helping move back into place. His nephew, Ida, and Sato were the last ones downstairs, and while the latter two were doing the dishes, Izuku noticed him peeking in. He smiled and signed, "Good night, uncle," which Sho signed back, "Good night, problem child." He then continued walking until he was outside UA's massive gate. He then adjusted his goggles and started running before shooting his scarf out and swinging into the night. As he did so, he thought about his kid students. He had to admit they all showed promise. While some could use some help with their quirks and others in physical fitness, those were problems he was sure he could help with. The only real problem he saw was Todoroki. The kid was cold towards his classmates and was clearly only using half of his quirk in every test, despite his threat. While he knew he should have followed through, he was willing to give the kid the benefit of the doubt and keep an eye on him for the time being. After all, it could be a psychological issue, and if that was the case, he'd have to talk to Inui about how best to approach the issue. Feeling his phone vibrate, he landed on a roof before checking it. Seeing it was a text from his daughter that read, "First movie night," with a pic attached, he opened it. Hime was grinning and sitting on a couch with an arm around Ajui's shoulders with the rest of his class minus Todoroki and a few of Vlad's students huddled around them. Whatever movie they were watching, it seemed to be an intense moment given how many kids were on the edge of their seats and how close Yaoyorozu and Uraraka were, unknowingly by the intense looks on the girls' faces, snuggled close to Hitoshi and Izuku. Sho smiled and put his phone away before leaping to the next roof. Maybe this year won't be so bad. These are your scores from yesterday as well as notes from Midoriya-san and Midoriya-kun, Aizawa said as the students passed the stacks of notes to the students behind themselves. Feel free to spend the rest of homeroom looking them over and discussing them. Also, as he said at orientation, you are all required to attend at least one session with Midoriya-san, so talk to me before the end of the week about scheduling an appointment. Wow, these are pretty in-depth, Jiro said as she scanned her notes. Dude, Midoriya, did you really come up with all this yourself? Zero, the boy with tape dispensing elbows, asked. How do you know it was me and not my dad? Izuku nervously asked. There's a preface that says your observations and ideas are in green ink, ribbit, Sue said, showing him her mostly green notes. My counselor never thought to test whether natural sugar had a different effect than refined, Sato said. Shoji hummed to himself as he looked at one of his dupli arms and turned it into another mouth. However, unlike his usual extra mouths, this one grinned to show 4 rows of canines. There's even a section for support equipment recommendations, Uraraka pointed out as she read about a backpack with straps like her gauntlets and harnesses for unconscious civilians. It also detailed how tanks of pressurized air in her gauntlets and thrusters in her boots could help her navigate while weightless. Yeah, mine's chock full of cool ideas, Ashido excitedly said. Acid balloons, adjustable nozzle gloves, a backpack storage system? These are all gold. I never would have thought to use electrification on my muscles like this, Kaminari said in awe. While everyone else was praising the ever-reddening Midoriya for his ideas, Shoto's eyes were narrowed at the papers in front of him. His scores from yesterday's Quirk assessment test were what he expected. His mother's ice was incredibly versatile and he had spent years perfecting his control. It was Midoriya's notes that were tempting him to use that BSTRD's fire to burn them. It was just the same garbage the old man's been telling him. No matter what, however many experts told him, he'd never go back on his word. He was doing this for her. After homeroom, the day went by like a typical school day with typical classes like English, literature, math, etc., with the 2 exceptions being modern heroic arts and Quirk science. Kiyama-sensei's class was simple enough. Midoriya-sensei's, on the other hand, after assigning the class pages 13 to 19 of Quirks, the science behind miracles, Hisashi grabbed his briefcase and left while whistling the theme song of an old All Might cartoon. After the door closed, Kaminari slammed his face down on his desk. That this class is gonna be the death of my heroic career, Ashido said in a dejected tone with a blank face and watery eyes. Even I will admit this subject will likely be more difficult than expected, Ida said, looking over the large amount of notes he had taken. I agree, Yamamo said, though she looked and sounded more excited about the challenge than most others. This class shall be a mad banquet of darkness, Tokoyami said in a somber tone, getting a distressed look from Koda and a confused one from Hitoshi. I thought it was a pretty simple introduction, Izuku thought, sweat dropping. Now, remember what we talked about, Yagi, Piccolo said to his tea as if talking to a child rather than Japan's top hero. There's no need for some big entrance or any grandiose crap like that. Just walk into the classroom like a normal person. Easier done than said, chum, All Might attempted to assure his old friend with his classic grin. If there's one thing I know how to do, it's how to make a normal entrance. Once they got to the door, All Might slammed it open. I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. He boldly announced. Diamond blonde buffoon. Big Green muttered through gritted teeth as he walked in behind the marching All Might. As the 2 heroes approached the front of the room, the students started whispering excitedly amongst themselves. Holy crap! I can't believe it! All Might and Big Green. Hey, is Big Green taller than All Might? Why is he wearing his Silver Age costume, Ribbit? So retro! Quiet! Big Green yelled, to which the entire class responded by promptly shutting up. Now, you all obviously know my loud buffoon of a TA, but I will be your foundational heroics teacher. My name is Ma Piccolo 2, the Dragon Warrior, Big Green. You can call me Ma Sensei or Green Sensei, I don't care which. Now, grab your costumes and report to Training Ground Beta. Big Green then smirked as he pressed a button on a remote, causing several numbered suitcases to slide out a wall. Meanwhile, All Might's smile somehow widened even further as he held up a card with the word, "Battle," written in bold red letters. "You're gonna break them in through my favorite means," Big Green continued, his smirk becoming an excited, fanged grin. "Combat. Your suit number should match your seat," All Might pointed out. "Well, what are you waiting for? Get a move on, you zygotes." Izuku smiled as he looked himself up and down in the mirror. His hero costume had changed through the years, starting out as basically All Might's costume with a long scarf like his uncle's instead of a cape. As the years went on, his suit became more of a green tribute to All Might with a constantly smiling mouthguard and two bunny ear-like protrusions on the top of his cowl to resemble All Might's hair. Then, as he became less interested in becoming All Might 2.0, he started taking more inspiration from his uncle. However, since he didn't want to go with the whole homeless ninja aesthetic, he also took inspiration from other underground heroes and went with a more casual-looking costume. He wore what looked like a green tank top and blue jeans but made of more sturdy materials. Like his combat boots, his utility belt was red with several pouches and the gold All Might belt buckle Kaken bought him for beating him in the practical exam proudly on display. He was also wearing a black leather jacket and red, fingerless gloves with the letters MD on the back of each glove. "What's the MD stand for?" Kirishima asks as he put on his pauldrons. "It's a reference to my hero name," Izuku answered. "I ran it by my uncle and he approved it." "What, you gonna call yourself Dr. Sleepless? Or something?" Kaminari asked. "You'll see," Izuku smirked. He then grabbed the final accessory from his case and placed the rectangular, green goggles over his eyes. After making sure they functioned correctly, he pulled them up so they were resting on his forehead. He then took out his phone and sent a picture of himself to his parents, grandparents, cousin and aunt and uncle. "Nice belt, nerd," Kaken rudely said from somewhere behind him. "Well, thanks for buying it, hissy dash." Izuku started to snide before his face went blank. "Turn around," he heard Kaken order. Doing as he was told, the trance Izuku was under suddenly dropped as he saw Hitchan. Unlike himself, Shinso decided to go full-on cyber ninja. The dark purple jumpsuit was similar to Eraserhead's, but was lightly armored in spots with knee and elbow pads with brighter purple trim around the seams. His boots and forearm-length fingerless gloves were white with the same purple trim as the rest of the suit and gray knuckle dusters. He also had a high collar that covered the bottom half of his face like Best Jeanist and a purple visor over his eyes. Also like Eraserhead, the utility belt was built into the suit. Unlike Eraserhead, strapped to each thigh was a tonfa. "What do you think, Deku?" Shinso asked in Bakuga's voice, putting a nasty emphasis on the nickname. "I think your artificial vocal cords work," Izuku said with a smirk. "Also, are you sure purple's your color?" Hitoshi unbuttoned the collar to reveal the muzzle-like device over his mouth. He then pressed a button on the side with his middle finger and the device loosened and hung around his neck to reveal his own lazy smirk. "Please," the real Kaken scoffed as he tightened his boots. "That sounded nothing like me." Unlike his friends, Katsuki's costume hadn't changed much over the years. However, he had changed his mask to have orange lenses and on his belt buckle was the kanji for devil. "I dunno, Baku bro," Kirishima grinned as he adjusted his face piece in a mirror. "It sounded pretty accurate to me." "Oh, totally," Ojiro said as he slipped on his lucky wristbands. "I agree," Ida said, his costume looking similar to Ingenium's but silver and with a slightly different helmet. "While I disapprove of Shinso using his quirk, the tone and inflections were spot on. Now, if everyone's ready, we should get going. Midoriya, Bug, Shinso, since you know your way around the school, would one of you kindly lead us to ground beta?" "Yeah, sure," Izuku shrugged as he took out his phone. "Just let me text you Rarika and see if the girls are ready." After getting a confirmation text, Izuku and the other boys met the girls outside the changing rooms. "Glad I'm not the only one who decided to go more simplistic," Jiro said. "Nice jacket, Midoriya." "Thanks, Jiro," Izuku said. "Yours looks cool too." "Well, both your costumes look more comfortable than mine," Urarika said, approaching them with her face slightly red and a hand rubbing the back of her head. It looks like I wanted it, but it's a little tight in places, you know? WL, I am sure you can talk to the support department about getting it adjusted, Izuku stuttered, face beet red and looking away. But think it looks great on you. The space theme really works. Thanks, Deku, she grinned. I really like your goggles. Yeah, he looks cool, but I feel like the jacket's missing something, Mina chimed in. Oui, mon cher, Aoyama agreed. Unlike the one worn by Notre Ami, Kaminari, his Enjiros lack a unique pattern or logo of some kind. Something to help them stand out, non? Oh, who asked you? Jiro said, crossing her arms and looking away. All right, ramblers, Shinso called out once everyone was gathered. Let's get ramblin'. Upon entering the faux city, they saw All Might and Big Green waiting for them. They say the clothes make the pros, ladies and gentlemen, and I can't help but agree. All Might excitedly said. From this moment forward, you are all officially heroes in training. Let's not get carried away just yet, Big Green said, arms crossed and eyes scanning the crowd. Kirishima, Todoroki, step forward. Both boys did as they were told. Kirishima, why aren't you wearing a shirt? Well, my quirk kinda tears up most clothing, the red-haired teen nervously said before activating his quirk. Besides, my quirk can protect me. Really? Big Green questioned with narrowed eyes. Can you keep your quirk active for 8 hours? Can you harden yourself faster than a bullet? This seemed to do the trick as Kirishima not only deactivated his quirk but also seemed to shrink under his criticisms. It's fine for today, but I want you to report to the support department for flexible body armor immediately after class, Big Green ordered. Yes, Green-sensei. Kirishima loudly answered. Big Green nodded before turning his narrowed glare on Todoroki, who seemed completely nonplussed by it. You can keep the half mask and temperature regulator, but everything else has to go. Todoroki looked like he wanted to argue, but Piccolo didn't give him the chance. Not only does the material used for the fake ice make your left side too stiff, but the overall design is terrible. Someone aiming for the number 1 spot should know they won't get there with such a simple costume. Understood? While his right eye narrowed, Todoroki reluctantly nodded. Good, Piccolo nodded, scanning the rest of the crowd. Everyone else looks all right for the time being, but many of you are missing equipment that is required of every hero, such as basic first aid kits, he said, patting the square pouch on his hip. Costume improvements and support gear will be something Midoriya-san will discuss further with you. For now, tell them about the exercise All Might. And no questions until the end, Ida. At this, Ida flinched and quickly lowered his hand. Right. All Might said. Listen up, zygotes. While most of the crimes you see on TV happen in the streets, real dastardly villains perform their acts of villainy indoors. That's why you're going to be doing 2-on-2 indoor battles. One team will play the heroes while the other will be villains. This seems a little advanced, Tsu said. Unlike the entrance exam, you won't be fighting robots in the field, Big Green said. Your opponents will be able to think and plan and fight dirty. It's important we know where you all stand combat-wise. Sir, how will you be splitting us up? Ida quickly asked as if he couldn't contain himself. What did I say about asking questions? Big Green asked in a threatening tone and narrowing his eyes, making everyone else who looked like they had something to say clam up. To answer your question, we'll be drawing lots. Anyone know why? As several hands went up, Piccolo chose Shinso. Because heroes don't always have the luxury of being able to choose who they work with, Shinso said. Correct, Big Green nodded. As heroes, you need to be able to work with whoever's on standby. This could be an old acquaintance, someone new on the scene, or even a walking dumpster fire named Endeavor. After letting some students gasp at his jab at the number 2 while others snorted, he nodded at All Might, who pulled out and began flipping through a script that looked comically small in his large hands. Right. Here's the scenario. All Might started. The villains have a WMD somewhere in their hideout. It's up to the heroes to win by either capturing the villains by wrapping special capture tape around them or by deactivating the bomb by touching it within 15 minutes. However, the villains can also win by either capturing the heroes or keeping them from touching the bomb until time runs out. Simple yes? Any questions? Then let's draw. The students then lined up and began drawing lots. While he was a little disappointed not to be on a team with Uraraka, Izuku was excited to get to know Hagakure better. He talked with her the other day, but was curious about her costume. So, how much hair did they have to take? He asked. What do you mean? She asked, sounding genuinely confused. You know, when they made your bodysuit. Is it not DNA infused? Is it some new technology that turns invisible or dash? Midori, she interrupted him, sounding slightly embarrassed as her gloved fingers twiddled. I'm, not wearing a bodysuit. That excuse me for a moment, Midoriya finally said, face practically boiling as he stiffly walked over to the teachers. Everybody watched as Izuku whispered something into All Might's ear that made the number one's eyes widen and face turn red and big green to smack his hand over his face. Hagakure, you're excused from this exercise, Big Green tiredly said. What? Why? The floating gloves animatedly asked. Young Hagakure, All Might started, red-faced and looking anywhere else but at the invisible girl. While it is wonderful you're so comfortable with your body, there are regulations your costume is in violation of and as such dash. Wait, Kaminari started, eyes going wide. Are you saying dash? Good grief, she's naked. Bakugo shouted, making everyone else blush, even Todoroki. I mean, it's not like anyone can see anything, so, the girl nervously trailed off. Regardless, we can't have an underage student running around without even the minimum amount of protection, Big Green said. Besides being against laws of public indecency, a Shido could accidentally burn you or you could get frostbite from any of Todoroki's attacks, not to mention what you could step on if you want to be fully invisible or what you'll do in winter. Besides, can you honestly say you'd feel comfortable carrying civilians who may accidentally grab something? All Might added. Okay, point taken, Hagakure said, gloves shivering slightly. But what about Midoriya? He shouldn't have to be the only one without a teammate. I don't mind fighting 1-on-2, Midoriya said, still looking away. Please, just put on a gym uniform or something. Geez. Hagakure said in an exasperated tone, leaving to go change. Once she got back, All Might drew the first two teams. The villains will be Team A, while the heroes will be Team D. Hell yeah. Bakugo cheered. He may be stuck with IC as a teammate, but at least they were heroes and their opponent was Deku. Now, Midoriya, once you enter the building, you'll have 5 minutes to set up. Remember, you're a villain, so act like one. Got it. Midoriya nodded as he entered the building and All Might turned to Bakugo and Todoroki, handing each boy a copy of the floor plan. I suggest you boys use this time to plan. Everyone else, to the observation room. After feeling confident he'd memorized the floor plan, Katsuki crumpled it up and used his quirk to turn it to ash. He then turned to Todoroki, who was just staring at the building. Taking a deep breath, Katsuki swallowed his pride and spoke. Look, Zuko, you don't like me and I don't like you, but we're gonna have to work together to beat Deku. He's strong, smart, and fast and will do everything in his power to stop us from getting to that bomb. Here's my plan dash. I already have a plan, Todoroki interrupted. What, you gonna freeze him? Bakugo sneered. When Todoroki didn't reply, Bakugo just looked at him like he was insane. Wait, seriously? That's your big fraggin' plan? Before the half-and-half boy could respond, the starting alarm went off. Stay out of my way, Todoroki said, leaving a fuming Bakugo as he approached the building. Placing his right hand near the entrance, Shoto unleashed a wave of ice that encompassed the outside as well as the inside of the building. As the ice filled the inside, he felt it spread and encompass part of the bomb and what could only be Midoriya, making sure to entomb him in 3 layers of clear ice. Meanwhile, Bakugo was livid. All that diamond ice would make his quirk more difficult to use, and he knew for a fact it wouldn't hold Deku. Before he could yell at the idiot, he heard All Might's voice in his ear. As he listened, his face turned into a vicious grin. I know for a fact Midoriya is restrained. Todoroki mused. Sensei must want us to touch the bomb. Well, have fun with that, Bakugo said, walking across the street and leaning against another building to get a good view. Todoroki's eyes narrowed at him for a moment before turning back and walking inside. Sir, why did you fail the hero team? Ida questioned with a raised hand, clearly not the only one confused. The video feed they were all watching showed Midoriya frozen up to his neck, though the greenette looked fairly content and more fascinated at the different-looking ice that encompassed him. By all rights, the heroes won. And why'd you only let Bakubro know? Kirishima asked. To answer your first question, it's because Todoroki detonated the bomb, Big Green said, pressing a button to zoom in on a panel on the fake bomb that read, Thermo Trigger. Any of you familiar with an incident involving a hero named Blee Eyes Wiz? Oh, Yaoyorozu said with wide eyes, remembering reading about the incident in question. Oh, is right, Shinso said. A villain had purchased bombs on the black market specially made with Blee Eyes' quirk in mind. Before the villain could threaten him with this information, Blee Eyes used his quirk and the rapid drop in temperature detonated the bombs, leveling the building they were in and killing them both. I had a feeling Todoroki would try a similar stunt, Big Green said, narrowing his eyes as the boy slowly walked up the stairs. While it's important to de-escalate a situation as quickly as possible, proper recon is even more so. Keep that in mind before any of you use your quirks in such a situation. And to answer your question, young Kirishima, it's because Todoroki needs to learn to listen to and work with others, All Might said. Aizawa and Midoriya-san have said young Bakugo and Midoriya-kun have known each other since they were in diapers. To disregard such a goldmine of information about their opponent was foolish to the nth degree. Indeed, Piccolo said as Todoroki entered the bomb room, where Izuku was looking at him with a bored, almost emotionless look. Now, he's about to reap what he's sown. It wasn't long until Bakugo heard ice shattering and saw a large spike erupt through a third-story wall. He then saw Todoroki being thrown through a window next to it and roll down an ice slide he made just in time to avoid serious injury. Pathetic, Deku said in a bored, almost disappointed tone before jumping out the broken window and leaving spider cracks where he landed. I was hoping a bomb this size would be enough to get the attention of a couple real heroes. Guess I'll have to settle for Endeavor's little yesterday. Back on his feet and his eye narrowed at the comment, Todoroki stamped his right foot and shot a large pillar of ice at Midoriya as the other boy started slowly approaching. However, Midoriya was as fast as he was strong and had sidestepped out of the way of the attack as he continued his slow stride. Soon Shoto found himself backing up as pillar after pillar, wave after wave of ice was sidestepped or shattered by Midoriya. Hearing a clicking noise, Todoroki turned his head slightly to see Bakugo snapping pictures with his phone. This brief distraction cost him as Midoriya was suddenly in front of him and quickly delivered a kick to his stomach, sending the boy flying and tumbling onto his back at Bakugo's feet. Oh, Kaken, Midoriya lazily said as Todoroki held his stomach and struggled to breathe. I didn't see you there. You gonna try going for the bomb while I'm busy beating your partner to a pulp? Nah. Bakugo smirked as Todoroki started to get up. He asked me to stay out of his way, so I'ma do just that. Shoto stopped himself from shooting the other boy a scowl and kept his eyes on Midoriya. Then he blinked and Midoriya was gone. How fast was he? Acting on instinct, Shoto used his ice to quickly slide forward, just barely avoiding Midoriya as he came down fist first and leaving a small crater in the ground. You're fast, Midoriya said before shooting forward and delivering several quick jabs to Todoroki's torso and ending the assault with a right hook that cracked his mask. But I'm faster. Ouch, Kaminari cringed. DMN, Midoriya's not holding back. You kidding, Shinso scoffed. The fact that IC's still standing shows how much Izu's holding back. Dude, how powerful is he? Mina asked. Let me put it this way, All Might said. If he decided to stay up long enough, his power could rival even mine. However, power alone is not enough. You need brains to use it effectively, and we all know that's something young Midoriya has in spades. Everybody's eyes widened and they went back to watching Midoriya smashing his way through a wave of ice to deliver another series of blows to his opponent. Todoroki stumbled back, throwing his broken mask to the side and spitting crimson between heavy, cold breaths as he kept unleashing large bursts of ice to try to keep his attacker back. Midoriya was tougher than he thought. Still, he was sure heaven-piercing ice wall would be strong enough to trap him. Before he could even begin to summon enough ice for his ultimate move, Midoriya appeared behind him and brought his elbow down on his shoulder, dislocating it and causing Todoroki to cry out in pain. "You have no idea how lucky you truly are," Midoriya said in the same monotone he's been using throughout the whole trial. He then kicked Todoroki in the right knee with enough force to dislocate it as well. The other teen briefly blacked out from the pain and next found himself being held up by his neck, Midoriya glaring at him while slowly tightening his grip as he spoke. "The fact you can feel pain means you can feel pleasure, that tasting your own blood means you can taste and smell your favorite food. Imagine going through life with only 2 senses, not 5, too. It's like Kami doesn't know when to stop with the goddamn Novocaine." Todoroki tried desperately to claw and kick at Midoriya with his remaining working limbs, but it was pointless. Just as he was ready to pass out both from the pain and lack of oxygen, Midoriya dropped him. "Pathetic," he said as Todoroki desperately gasped for air and proceeded to quickly freeze his right limbs to try to numb the pain. "I was really hoping you'd make me feel something. Oh well." As Midoriya raised his foot, Todoroki's eyes widened and, acting on instinct, quickly raised his left arm, briefly igniting it before both boys were surprised by a loud buzzer and All Might's booming voice. "The trial is over. Villains win. Todoroki, please lie down where you are and wait for Transpobots to arrive to take you to Recovery Girl." "Oh, thank Kami," Izuku said, sounding relieved. He then looked down at a clearly stunned Todoroki with a guilty look and began removing his jacket. "Here," he said, folding the jacket and putting it behind the other teen's head. "Lie down." Shoto, in his stunned state, did as he was told. He thought he heard Midoriya saying more, maybe apologizing, but he wasn't listening. He just couldn't believe it. He didn't just lose, he got destroyed, completely and utterly. His ice did nothing, not even clear ice, which was his strongest. Was this how Endeavor felt? Would Midoriya become his All Might? Speaking of the BSRD, that was the worst part of this whole experience. In an act of desperation, he broke his vow. By the time he came back to his senses, he was in Recovery Girl's office and another student with a heat quirk was thawing his limbs. After being given a sedative before the nurse could reset his limbs, Todoroki began to drift off. Before fully passing out, he clenched his left hand into a fist, renewing his vow. He swore he'd find a way to make his ice stronger and face Midoriya again. Then, there was nothing but darkness. As he and Kaken watched Todoroki be taken away on a stretcher, Izuku couldn't help feeling a little bad. He may have taken his role as a nihilistic, apathetic villain punishing others because he hated his own quirk a little too seriously. Still, Green-sensei asked him over his comms to make it hurt if Todoroki tried facing him on his own. "Oi, knock it off with that look, Deku," Kaken said, interrupting his thoughts. The Bastic made his own bed. "Come on, let's go meet up with the other extras." So, Big Green started when both boys entered the observation room. Normally, we'd use this time to name an MVP and talk about what each team could have done better. However, since Todoroki disqualified his team not 10 seconds after the exercise began and we've already gone over his mistakes, we're gonna skip that and move on to the next match in a new building. And with that, All Might drew another 2-ball. Team H, the heroes versus Team C, the villains. So, Shinso started as he and Yamamo made their way the building. "Any ideas, boss?" "Boss?" Yamamo questioned. "You know, since we're playing villains, I figured you could be the criminal mastermind while I'm your loyal minion," he said, rubbing the back of his head. He really hoped his costume's high collar as well as the voice changer and visor covered his face enough to hide his blush. Yamamo couldn't help giggling at that. Kami, how could she be so beautiful and cute at the same time? "Very well, my minion," she said in a regal tone. "The first thing we need to do is see if we can move the bomb to another floor. Once that's done, I was considering staying with the bomb and using steel beams to bar the door. Since Tsu can climb walls, we'll also need to watch and booby-trap the windows. I'd also like to place some cameras around the 3rd and 4th floor. Meanwhile, you patrol the halls and try to catch them off guard with your quirk. Sounds good to me, he said as they entered the building. Cool costume, by the way. Thank you, Momo said, unable to help her own blush. I like yours too. I'm just glad mine suits my quirk's unique needs. She still remembered how angry her parents were when the lead costume designer of the support branch of their company presented what would barely qualify as a swimsuit as her hero costume. It offered little to no protection, her stomach and cleavage on full display, and had a shelf protruding from her back to hold her Yayurictionary that could cripple her if she fell wrong, which was incredibly likely due to the height of the heels on the boots. Needless to say, they were demoted and replaced with someone who suggested a DNA-infused bodysuit under removable armor. She wore a lightly armored red flak jacket and form-fitting pants with large diamond-shaped holes on her outer thighs to access her quirk through the black, sleeveless bodysuit underneath. The jacket had 6 yellow pockets and a magnetic seam on both the front and back that opened up when she needed to make larger objects. Around her waist was a yellow belt with additional pouches, half of which were filled with snack bars, and her Yayurictionary comfortably tucked away in a large pouch on her hip. She also wore yellow knee and elbow pads and red gloves with black fingers and palms and red high-top boots with yellow soles and an additional pouch on each outer ankle. Oh, it definitely suits you, Shinso couldn't help thinking. He then quickly shook that thought from his mind before the Angel of Death could overhear it, and he and Yamamo got to work. Heroes, you may now enter the building. All Might's voice boomed over the intercom. Dark Shadow, Tokoyami said. On it, the Quirk said, shooting out from Tokoyami and quickly peeking through every window as they slunk up the building. It wasn't until the 5th floor that Dark Shadow found what they were looking for. Quickly scanning the room from the bottom corner of the window, they saw Yamamo was alone with the bomb, wearing sunglasses for some reason and looking at a tablet while eating a snack bar and holding a staff. He also saw the door was barricaded and couldn't find Shinso. Ducking under the window before Yamamo saw him, he signaled this info to Fumi and Tsu before trying to sneak in through the window for a quick win. However, just cracking it open a few centimeters was enough to pull the pin on a flashbang Matryoshka doll. Screaming in pain, Dark Shadow quickly retreated back inside Fumi. Is he okay, Rabbit? Tsu asked. He will be fine, Tokoyami nodded sagely. Bright light, as is common for those who revel in darkness, weakens him. They just need a moment to recuperate. Right? Tsu sighed as what looked like a steel curtain came down on the broken window. Well, I guess we'll have to find another way in. They knew they could go through the front, but both had agreed that was too obvious. She then jumped and started climbing up the building. Looking through a window on the 3rd floor and seeing no booby traps, she opened it and used her tongue to grab Tokoyami. Keeping their eyes and ears open for any signs of Shinso, Tokoyami stuck to the shadows to help give Dark Shadow the strength he'd need to break through the wall of the bomb room while Tsu crawled on the wall. However, neither of them realized they were already being followed. Hey, Tokoyami, Tsu asked. Yes, Tsudash. Before Tsu could warn him she didn't say anything, Tokoyami was already under Shinso's control. Turning around, she saw the villain lazily standing a few meters behind them with his arms crossed. Never mind, Ribbit, Shinso said in a perfect imitation of Tsu's voice before hitting a button and continuing with his own voice, though slightly pitched down. Gonna have to thank Mike-sensei for suggesting my mask be able to throw my voice. Let Fumi go. Dark Shadow yelled, erupting from Tokoyami's back and charging at Shinso. Shinso dodged the attack and managed to block a kick from Tsu, though it managed to send him sliding back a few centimeters. No surprise this girl can kick, Shinso thought. Surrender, villain, the frog girl said as Dark Shadow came swiping at him again. Yeah, no, we're not doing that, Shinso said as he kept dodging the Quirk's attacks. He then smashed a small capsule on the floor that erupted into a flash of light, causing Dark Shadow enough pain that it knocked Tokoyami out of Shinso's Quirk. However, it was too late as Shinso used the moment of disorientation from both of his opponents to tie capture tape around Tokoyami's arms. Tokoyami has been captured. Big Green said over the speaker. Diamin, Tokoyami sighed in defeat. Sorry, Fumi, a much smaller Dark Shadow pitifully apologized. Do not apologize, my friend, Tokoyami said, nuzzling his quirk. This failure was my own. Just you and me now, Tsu, Shinso said, pulling out his tonfas and giving them a spin. Tsu didn't respond. Instead, she kept her distance, sticking to the ceiling until her eyesight recovered. Once it did, she shot down, bouncing around the room and delivering a series of kicks he managed to just barely dodge while managing to get in a few hits on her with his tonfas. She then jumped back and clung to a wall while shooting her tongue out and using it to grab hold of one of the weapons. Digging his heels in as she attempted to yank the tonfa from him, Shinso smirked under his mouthpiece as he used his free hand to activate a preset voice. Do you know what happens to a frog when it's struck by lightning? He said in a woman's voice with a South African accent, pressing a button on the top of the handle of his other tonfa and making the top of the weapon spark with electricity. That's the same thing that happens to everything else. Tsu's already wide eyes widened further. Before she could let go of the tonfa, Shinso used the other one to send 25,000 volts through her tongue, stunning her and causing her to lose her grip on the wall and fall to the floor in a twitching heap. Shinso then quickly turned off the stun setting and stopped the elongated tongue from dragging on the floor as he approached the twitching and weakly rib-biting girl on the ground, securing her and the win for his team. Both heroes are subdued, All Might announced. Villains win. Sorry, Tsu, Shinso said, drawing a knife and cutting her and Tokoyami free. Bibbit. Tsu tiredly stuttered with her tongue hanging limply from her mouth and draped over her shoulders like Aizawa's scarf as Dark Shadow carried her. I just op by Tath's one be a peptid. Well, you'll have to ask Recovery Girl about that, Shinso said, rubbing the back of his head. Soon, Yamamo joined them and excitedly hugged Shinso. We won, Shinso, she happily said. I saw everything on the cameras. You were marvelous. Thanks, Yamamo, he nervously said. Yeah, he was really hoping his collar and voice changer hid his blush. Alright, who can tell me who the MVP was? All Might asked. My vote goes to Shinso, Kaminari said with a raised hand. Yeah, he was the one who subdued the villains, Kirishima said. But Yamamo did a great job protecting the bomb, Sato said. And Tsu fought really well, Hagakure chimed in. I believe it goes without saying I am unworthy of such a title, Tokoyami said with his head down. Settle down, brats, Big Green said, silencing everyone. For this match, the title of MVP goes to Yaoyorozu. And me? Yamamo asked, clearly surprised. Your plan and defenses were solid and you showed a great amount of trust in your teammate while ready to back him up if needed, All Might said, giving a thumbs up. Congrats, Shinso said to the still stunned Yamamo. Now, since the bots are still busy disarming Yaoyorozu's booby traps, Big Green said while an explosion went off in the background, we'll once again move to a new building. By the end of the trials, they had gone through 5 buildings. Oh, quit sulking, Ida, Ojiro said as he shed the blue compression sleeve from his tail. You lost, it happens. I know, Ida sighed as he collapsed his armor into the briefcase. You and Shoji beat Uraraka and I fair and square. I just can't believe we lost in such a humiliating way. Oh, it wasn't that bad, Midoriya said. Ojiro tripped you and you ended up slamming into a wall. Big deal. Aunt Emmy's told me tons of stories about speedsters getting tripped up in the field. Remember when your Ingenium broke his nose chasing after that street performer with the mime Quirk? Oh, yeah, I remember that. Kirishima laughed. Man, I love that guy's vids. Just be glad you Bastiches all got the chance to do something, Bakugo said as he slammed his case shut, muttering, stupid icy hot, under his breath. Yeah, and we didn't short ourselves out like Kaminari, Siro joked. How was I supposed to know Kirishima would be immune to my quirk? Kaminari whined. When was the last time you saw electricity affect rock? Shinso asked, ping an eyebrow. That all right, point taken. I'm just bummed I didn't get to use any of the suggestions we got this morning, Rikido said with Koda nodding in agreement. I'll definitely need to remember to pack some honey sticks for next time. Ooh, we can test out the effects when we get back to the dorms, Izuku excitedly said. Guys, Shoji called, observing a poster. Is it just me or is the bottom of this poster oddly wrinkled? We'll have to thank Shoji for pointing it out and Midoriya for letting us know, Yaoyorozu said as she finished filling up the hole. Yeah, imagine if Kaminari or Siro found it first. The floating bra and panties shuddered. Oh, they wouldn't be seeing anything for a long time, Jiro said, twirling one of her jacks with a nasty smirk. Alright, back to boy talk, Mina happily said with a clap. So, we all agree Todoroki's handsome, but too cold, both figuratively and literally. What's everyone's opinion on Sato? He's hunky and scores points for being a good cook, but I don't think he's my type, Hagakure said. Oh, are you more interested in blonde martial artists? Mina teased. I saw you looking at Ojiro in that orange GI. How did you dash? Hagakure said, clearly flustered before cutting herself off. I mean, how about Midoriya? Midoriya's probably the hottest ribbit, Sue bluntly said. Titsue. Uraraka practically squealed. I mean, she's not wrong, Jiro shrugged, clicking her jacks together. He gives off punk vibes but is also super nice and helpful. Yeah, and super smart, Mina said. Actually he, Shinso, and Bakugo are probably the top 3 class hotties. I mean, sure, Bakugo loses points for his inability to remember our names, but that hair dash. Yeah, and Shinso does have this mysterious charm Todoroki would have if he wasn't such a JRK, Hagakure said. Yamamo hoped nobody noticed her blush at Shinso being called a hottie. She was fairly certain she liked him, but wasn't sure what to do with these feelings. Maybe she can ask Walter for advice. Can we please talk about something else? Uraraka asked. What do you think will happen to Todoroki? Oh, he'll probably end up with a verbal warning, Jiro scoffed. After all, he's the number 2 son. It's not like he'll actually face any consequences. Todoroki was sitting on the edge of the infirmary bed, staring at the floor. Even though Recovery Girl was long done healing him, he was told he couldn't leave. When asked why, she simply said his teacher wanted to have a word with him, whatever that meant. Soon enough, the door opened and in came Green Sensei. So, Big Green said, arms crossed and eyes narrowed. Care to explain what you did wrong? That I underestimated Midoriya, Shoto said in his usual tone but now glaring at the floor. That much is obvious, Big Green said. Let's go in order. First, you completely dismissed your teammate, someone who knew your opponent far better than you. Second, you lost the exercise within 10 seconds, a new record. Shoto looked up, eyes wide at this, but Big Green continued. The bomb had a thermo-detonator that you triggered when you decided to freeze the building. Had you performed proper recon, you would have seen it clearly labeled. Third, despite being clearly outmatched, you didn't even try to ask your teammate for help. I didn't need any help, Shoto said, glaring up at his teacher. He already admitted to underestimating Midoriya and wouldn't repeat that mistake. Clearly, you do if you think letting yourself slowly freeze to death is a viable strategy, Big Green said, glaring back down at him and leaning forward. I saw the frost forming on your arm. Had you used your fire, you'd have at least dash. I will never use his fire in combat, Shoto snapped back. As the two continued to glare at each other, Piccolo looked away and sighed. Alright, what's going on? He asked in a much calmer tone. It's clear you have something against the flaming BSTD and I want to know what it is. Shoto looked away. Fine, Big Green sighed. Have it your way. Until you're ready to talk to me or Aizawa, you're barred from participating in practical lessons and will watch your classmates from the sidelines until the sports festival. If you still refuse to use your fire by then, you'll be transferred to Gen Ed. You can't dash. Oh, I definitely can. Now, you have 3 options. You can talk to me, accept your punishment, or save us both the trouble and be transferred to Gen Ed immediately. That I'll take the punishment, Shoto finally said through gritted teeth. Suit yourself, Big Green said, cape billowing as he turned away and walked out of the room. Go get changed and get out of here. I'll show him, Shoto thought as he walked to the locker room, fists clenched. I'll show them all. I don't need his fire and I don't need anyone's help. I'll win the sports festival and beat Midoriya with her ice. Kami, look at all the vultures, Hitoshi said, he and several others looking out the window at the swarm of reporters outside the front gate demanding information. About All Might. Well, All Might teaching here is big news, Yamamo said. I'm just glad we live on campus, Izuku said. Yeah, I'd hate having to go through them, Uraraka said with a shudder. The press is a natural part of being a hero, Uraraka, Ida pointed out. It's just something we'll all need to learn to deal with. Well, it looks like Hobo-sensei's gonna deal with them himself, Bakugo smirked as they watched Aizawa approach the gate. Everybody watched as their teacher made a shooing motion with his hand before turning and walking away. When one angry reporter tried to follow, the lights at the entrance turned red and a tall, thick metal barrier shot up behind the front gate and all around the perimeter. Whoa! Kaminari yelled as he and several others jumped back in surprise. And that, my fellow classmates, is why you always carry your student ID, Izuku sagely said while Bakugo was laughing hysterically. Well, since we can see Sensei is on his way, I suggest we all take our seats, Ida said before looking at Izuku. How was that? Good, Izuku nodded. Just work on your tone. Soon enough, Aizawa entered. Seeing everyone was quietly sitting and facing forward, he nodded to himself. Good, you're already learning, Aizawa said, standing in front of the class. Now, I looked at the footage and read Big Green's and All Might's notes, and for the most part, I was pleased with your performances. He turned his half-lidded gaze at Ida, who stiffened. Relax, Ida. Even your brother isn't immune to getting tripped up in the field. You and Uraraka may have lost, but you showed good teamwork. However, if and when you do get tripped up again, try to turn so you hit the wall shoulder first to lessen the damage. Right. Thank you, sir, Ida said with a quick nod. Kaminari, Sho said, making said teen jump. You need to stop relying so heavily on all-or-nothing attacks. As you saw from Shinso's fight with Azui, smaller, more focused electrical attacks can be just as damaging to your opponents. We'll work on basic hand-to-hand this Saturday and discuss long-range support gear with Midoriya-san and Power Loader. Wife, Sensei, Kaminari said, face a little pink. Sho's gaze next landed on Todoroki, who was looking down at his desk. Todoroki, Big Greens informed me of your punishment. You know what to do to get it lifted. Todoroki's eyes narrowed up at him and then back down to his desk. All right, now on to something that'll affect your future, Aizawa said in a serious voice. While most of the class looked worried, the tiresome trio looked nonplussed. You need to choose a class representative and vice rep, he finished, zipping up his sleeping bag and sliding under his desk. I don't care how you do it, but it better be done before the end of homeroom. Drama Queen, the trio thought as everyone else sighed in relief before jumping up and saying they wanted the job. I feel like I'm missing something, Hitoshi said to Izuku. Confused why almost everyone, even Bakugo, wanted the position. Being class rep is a good way to get noticed by agencies, Izuku said, his own hand raised. It shows them you have what it takes to be a leader. May I pass? Shinso said, closing his eyes and leaning back in his seat. Too much extra work for more attention, which I also don't want more of than I need. Please, everyone, we are getting nowhere like this. Ida loudly said, making everyone quiet down. The class representative is an important position and should go to not only whoever's willing to put in the extra work dash. At this, Kaminari, Hagakure and a few others sat back down, but whoever holds the most trust and confidence amongst their classmates. As such, I suggest a vote. But we haven't really known each other that long, Ribbit, Sue commented. Do we really know who we can trust yet? Besides, won't pretty much everyone just vote for themselves? Kirishima asked. Can't believe I'm saying this, but I agree with Engines, Bakugo said. We may not have known each other very long, but I think we know each other well enough to decide who we want representing us. Just make it a rule we can't vote for ourselves. We should also make sure whoever we vote for wants the job, Shinso said. I, for the record, do not. Very well, Ida said, writing candidates on the board and underlining it before writing his own name underneath it. Who still wishes to run? Izuku, Bakugo, Yamamo, Mina, Tsu, Aoyama, and Ojiro kept their hands raised and Ida wrote them down. Then, Yamamo created several uniform slips of paper and passed them out. After all the votes were tallied up, Izuku's jaw dropped and Yamamo's eyes widened. Midoriya Yairoza 6. Tsu 2. Bakugo Minon. Zero. Zero. All right, Aizawa said, popping up. Midoriya, your class rep and Yaoyorozu will be vice republic. Dang it, Mina said, pouting while Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance and looked away. Wow, 2 more people voted for me than I thought they would, Ojiro nervously joked. I suppose it's for the best, Ribbit, Sue said. Agreed, Aoyama dramatically sighed. All that added stress would have given me wrinkles. Not even a single vote, Ida thought, trembling in his seat with disappointment. Whoa, almost half the class voted for you? Shota Nairenjiki, the vice rep of 1B, asked with wide eyes. He had decided to join his class rep, Kendo, at lunch today to get to know their sister class's reps. That's really impressive, Midoriya, Kendo said before sighing. I feel like the only reason everyone voted for me was because I shut Monoma up when he started ranting about leading us to victory against the scum of 1A. Not gonna lie and say that wasn't a big reason why I voted for ya, big sis, Hime joked. I still can't believe it, Izuku said, a blank look on his face as he stared down at his white rice. I still can't believe you're so dense as to not expect it, Hime scoffed. Yeah, Deku, Uraraka said. Except for Todoroki, everyone likes you. You're smart, helpful, and kind to everyone. If anything, I'm surprised you didn't earn more. Indeed, Ida chimed in. You have all the qualities of a great leader. That's why I voted for you. Same here, Sato said. Indeed, Yamamo nodded. Ribbit, Sue croaked in confirmation. Izuku's eyes were wide as he shot questioning looks around the table, getting nods or sounds of confirmation from several of his classmates. W, you all voted for me? Well, I wasn't allowed to vote for myself, now, was I? Bakugo snapped. I didn't vote for you, Shinso lazily said. Oh, who did you vote for, Shinso? Yamamo curiously asked. Instead of answering, Shinso started eating a little quicker. This was noticed by Himiko, who whispered something to Tokage that made both girls giggle. I didn't vote for you either, Kirishima said, rubbing the back of his head. I went with Bakubro. Quit calling me that, shark mouth, Katsuki scowled. Quit calling me shark mouth, Kirishima grinned back. Turnabout is fair play, Bakubro. Tetsu snickered. Shut it, lashes. Hey, Ida, Sue asked, finger on her lower lip. Ribbit, what did Aizawa-sensei mean this morning about your brother getting tripped up in the field? Yeah, is your brother a hero too? Sato excitedly asked. That would explain how he's so rich, Uraraka said, chin resting on her thumb and forefinger. How did you know my family was wealthy? Ida asked, stunned. No offense to either you or Yamamo, but it's pretty obvious by how you talk and act that you two are cut from the same cloth, Shinso deadpanned, the mention too blushing. Yes, well, Ida said, clearing his throat and standing up. It is true. We Idas come from a long line of heroes going back to the beginning of the hero system itself. Are any of you familiar with the turbo hero, Ingenium? While everyone else gave nods or sounds of confirmation, Tokage and Himiko both had sharp grins as they saw their class rep turning red. Oh, Kendo is very familiar with Ingenium, Tokage said in a teasing tone while Himiko giggled maniacally. Why the hell did I let the two of you sek me into your conversation about hero crushes? Kendo groaned, red face buried in her hands. He's my elder brother, Ida proudly said, fists on his hips. That is so cool. I knew your costume reminded me of someone. Ribbit. With 65 sidekicks and being the current head of our family's agency, he is truly a magnificent hero and leader, and someone I aspire to be just like. Ida finished before sitting back down and shooting a smile at Midoriya. Tensei has often told me the coolest people in the world are those who help others. By that definition, you are without a doubt one of the coolest people I have ever met, Midoriya. Izuku couldn't help blushing. Before they could continue their conversation, an alarm bell went off. Warning. Level 3 security. Breach. A female voice sounded over the intercom. All students, please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. Wait, what's level 3 again? Himiko asked, their group sticking together as they left the cafeteria. It means someone's gotten through the UA barrier, Izuku said. But that should be impossible. Ida was cut off by the wave of students flooding the hall. Students from every year and every department were pushing and shoving, trying to get to the exit. And here I am, without any of Uncle Hisashi's blood to yell at these idiots to chill, Himiko tried to joke. Though they tried to stay together, the group found themselves being split up and swept away by the current. Trying follow Uraraka caused Izuku to be pushed against a window, where he saw the intruders. Oh, for F's sake, Izuku tiredly said upon seeing the reporters gathered at the front door. Sighing, he looked around and proceeded to squeeze his way through to get to Yamamo and Ida. Yamamo, can you make me a megaphone? Without saying a word, Momo unbuttoned the bottom of her shirt while both boys looked away and tried to give her enough space to create the item in question. Izuku then took the red megaphone and began looking for the next person to help with his plan. Tokage! Izuku called out. Present! Tokage's head said, popping up over the crowd and floating towards them. Do you think you can pick up Ida and carry him over to the exit? I should be able to, she said, her arms now floating over to them. Why? Instead of answering, Izuku turned to Ida. Ida, remember what I told you about not being so bossy? Yes, Ida nodded. Well, now's the time to forget it, Izuku said, handing him the megaphone. It's just the press outside. I need you to get everyone's attention and not suggest, tell them to calm the hell down. Ida gave a confident nod and allowed Tokage to lift him up and carry him to the exit where she helped him balance over the doorway. Attention, everyone, he yelled into the megaphone, getting everyone's attention. There is no need to panic. If you look out the window, you will see it is only the press. We are UA students, the best of the best. Act like it and please proceed in a calm and orderly manner. Thank you. As the crowd began looking out the windows, confirming what the loud student said and seeing police lights flashing, Ida found Midoriya in the crowd, getting a smile and thumbs up from the greenette which he returned. After all members of the press were escorted off campus and everyone was accounted for, lunch was extended until the final class, where Aizawa and Midoriya-sensei were waiting for them. First off, I'd like to commend Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Midoriya, Aizawa said. You did well in getting everyone under control. Thank you, sensei, all three mentioned teens said. Next, now that you've all had the chance to try on your costumes, it's time to meet those who'll help you maintain and improve them, Midoriya-sensei said with a bright smile. While 1B's participating in their own battle trials, you'll be spending your heroics class getting to know the support course. So, grab your costumes and follow me. When they were halfway to the studio, Midoriya's phone vibrated and he saw it was a group chat message from Hime. He smiled at the picture of her in her hero costume and the message, and here I thought I couldn't get any cuter. Like Hitoshi's costume paid tribute to Eraserhead, Hime's was heavily inspired by Vlad King. Her tight, long-sleeved red V-neck shirt had the same Y-shaped black trim that lined Vlad's collar, though her neckline wasn't as deep as the Blood Heroes, as well as a single black stripe running down each arm. On each hand was a white, elbow-length clawed glove with wide, metal wrist guards like her mother's that held spring-loaded syringes with tubes attached to the bottom that shot out to collect blood from a distance. She also wore black leggings under a red skirt that resembled a school uniforms and white knee-high boots with a red stripe down the center. She was winking under the round, orange visor and over her mouth was a black face mask with a fanged smile on it that resembled a cat's and tubes attached to each side that disappeared into her costume at the shoulder and ran down under the black stripe to her gauntlets. Around her waist was a white utility belt with a belt buckle that was a yellow smiley face with fangs and CC could be seen strapped to her left hip while on each thigh was a garter belt with extra syringes and knives. To complete the costume, she had 2 bandoliers over her chest with several small capsules on them. While most were empty, he saw several full of blood that had the initials of several members of staff as well as her classmates on them. Unsurprisingly, Monoma's initials were absent. Dadzawa's problem children. Lord_Explodo. Not bad, Fangs. Insomnicat. Really suits you. Insomnicat, especially the cat grinning cat face with smiling eyes. Small Mite. Lookin' sharp, cuz, smiling face with sunglasses thumbs up. After giving it some thought, Izuku sent an invite to Uraraka, Sue, Sato, Yamamo, and Ida using info from the 1A group chat he and Yamamo set up for the rest of the class earlier. Midoriya, while I am honored to receive your invitation, I feel the need to point out it is inappropriate to have your phone out during school hours, Ida quietly, for him, said with a small chop. Rolling his eyes at the hypocrisy, given how Ida himself would have had to check his phone to know he received an invite, Izuku put away his phone just in time to see the large, metal doors of the development studio. Here we are, kids, Hisashi proudly announced. My old home away from home. You were a support student, sensei? Yamamo asked. Sure was, Hisashi said with a grin. The support course isn't just about engineering or costume design. I was the only student from my year in the intelligence and analytics track, taught by Nizu himself. Where'd that come from? Everyone wondered as Midoriya-sensei took a sip of tea from an ornate teacup that disappeared as quickly as it appeared as he took out his phone. Now, I just need to send a quick text to Power Loader to make sure it's safe to dash. Suddenly, a massive explosion blasted the doors open. Never mind, Hisashi simply said with a small smile while everyone else was freaking out. Geez dash. Holy dash. What dash? As the smoke cleared, they heard someone giggling. They then saw a pink-haired girl wearing black coveralls with the top half tied around her waist, a dark gray tank top, gloves with her index fingers exposed, and red and copper steampunk-looking goggles over her eyes, stepping out of the studio with a huge grin on her soot-covered face. Well, I'd say baby number 7 is a rousing success, she proudly said with her hands on her hips. A success? Power Loader angrily questioned as he waved the smoke away. Hatsum, you said you were making rocket boots? And I did. Hatsum excitedly said, pulling up her goggles to reveal yellow irises with crosshairs in the center. Well, technically they were more like missile boots, but hey, tomato, potato. This girl is crazy. Almost everyone's sweat dropped. While Power Loader groaned and shook his head in exasperation, Hisashi patted him on the shoulder, making the hero jump. Geez, senpai. Give a guy a little warning, will ya? Power Loader said, gripping his chest. Sorry, Higuri, Hisashi chuckled, pointing a thumb at the pink-haired girl excitedly looking over the damage to the doors. I was about to text you when your problem child graciously opened the doors for us. Yeah, graciously, sure, Power Loader sighed before clearing his throat and turning to the students of Class 1A. Welcome to the development studio. My name is Maijima Higuri, the excavation hero, Power Loader, and I'm the head of the support course. Now, if you'll follow me dash. The crazy girl, Hatsum, suddenly gasped. New clients, she excitedly shouted as she finally seemed to notice the gathered students and ran over to enthusiastically shake everyone's hands. The name's Hatsum May, inventor extraordinaire and future CEO of Hatsum Indus Dash. May suddenly stopped, sniffing the air. Is that burnt caramel? Katsuki slightly flinched at this and Hatsum's cross-haired eyes immediately zeroed in on him with a mad grin. You! She excitedly shouted as she got right in Katsuki's face. You're the blasty boy who sweats nitroglycerin and ignites it in his palms. What marvelous babies we shall make, hi! As the red-faced blonde, for the first time in his life, could do nothing but sputter, Power Loader grabbed May by the back of her tank top and pulled her away. Hatsum, what have I told you about personal space and hacking into the school's student files? Power Loader reprimanded his now pouting student. As I was saying, Power Loader said as he continued to restrain the pink-haired gremlin. If you will all follow me, I'll introduce you to the rest of my class, who I promise are much more restrained. The large, metal-lined room had various tools, materials, and machinery strewn throughout with a corner that had a small pile of 6 support items in it and a sign taped to the wall that read, Hatsum's Daycare. Behind a thick glass window was what appeared to be a testing room for costumes and support gear due to the slightly scorched mannequin surrounded by buzzsaws, guns, and various other weapons pointed at it. The support course students were also strewn throughout the lab, each working on their own projects. While some could be heard grumbling to themselves about Hatsum setting off another explosion, others simply continued working like nothing had happened. However, everyone looked up when Power Loader cleared his throat. Everyone, this is Class 1A, he announced. Like with 1B yesterday, you will each be getting at least 2 Hero Corps students to work with. You will help them fix and further develop their costumes and support Dibs on Blasty. Hatsum yelled, suddenly popping up and attaching herself to one of Katsuki's arms, making him jump. Hey, get the frag off me! Katsuki yelled, trying to shake Hatsum off, even trying to threaten her with explosions from his other hand. However, seeing his quirk only seemed to excite her even more. Meanwhile, Power Loader kept looking between his problem child and his own hand that currently had a firm grip on nothing. Shaking his head, he looked at his clipboard and continued. Anyway, like with 1B yesterday, Midoriya-san has assigned you your hero students. Midoriya-kun and Bakugo, you will be working for Kami's sake, senpai. Hisashi gave a devilish grin at the hero's despair. Izuku, you and Katsuki have been paired with Hatsum, Hisashi said. Yes. Mei excitedly cheered as she pumped her fist while still holding onto Bakugo, who had stopped trying to shake her off as his eyes widened in horror. Thank you, Freckles-sensei. Come on, let's make us some babies. Did the F do you just say? Katsuki asked, too stunned to do anything as he was dragged to Mei's desk with Izuku following with an amused expression. Figures they'd get paired up with an Ikrixophiliac, Hitoshi sighed. While most of their friends gave him questioning looks, Yamamo blushed. Freckles-sensei, Hisashi couldn't help thinking with a crooked smile and slightly pink-faced. Once everyone was paired up, Power Loader called Hagakure and Kirishima over, handing the redhead a box and pointing him towards a changing room. Unfortunately, your suit won't be ready until next week, Hagakure, the hero said. We're dealing with pretty experimental materials after all. Dang it, Hagakure said, clothes drooping in disappointment. Kirishima soon came out of the changing room wearing a red leather cuirass with black piping along its seams that looked like something a modern samurai would wear with red pauldrons over his shoulders that resembled his old ones but smaller, as well as red gloves with his knuckles exposed. What do you think? Power Loader asked. The faux leather-like material over the tri-weaved inner layer will protect you from most gunfire and high-impact quirks, while the material against your chest is just as strong but more malleable to accommodate your quirk. A similar material was used for your gloves with retractable fingers in case you need to claw your way up a building or something. It's so manly, Kirishima grinned. Thanks, sensei. Upon activating his quirk, the outer layer did indeed keep its shape while the material against his chest and hands molded to his jagged skin. He then heard a low whistle. Looking good, Kiri, Mina said with a smile and thumbs up as she and her support student were carrying boxes past the ever-reddening boy. While nobody could see it, Hagakure had a devious smile on her face. After all, why should she be the only one immune to teasing? Meanwhile, Nizu, Aizawa, Joke, Recovery Girl and Hound Dog are looking over the crumbled remains of the UA barrier. Picking up a piece, Nizu watched as it disintegrated in his paw. It is obvious that this was not the work of the press alone, Nizu said, dusting off his paws. A villain has managed to get through our security. The question is, for what purpose? A show of power, perhaps? That I'd like to request some extra security for tomorrow's field trip, Aizawa said, his wife giving him a questioning look. I don't want to cancel the trip, but Big Green has a mission tomorrow and All Might's still getting used to his schedule. I've got a gut feeling something's gonna happen and I don't want to be caught with my pants down and have to solely rely on 13 for backup if he ends up flaking out on us. Understandable and agreed, Nizu said. I will see if Big Green's role in the mission can be filled by someone else or, at the very least, he can be returned before the end of the lesson. In any case, Inui, I would like you and Yamada to accompany Aizawa tomorrow. Done, the Hound hero nodded. Aizawa sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose while Emi squeezed his other hand. He really hoped this gut feeling was just an ulcer finally developing after all his years of dealing with his problem children.